Okay, everyone, asking everyone to join back in to get ready here with a gold star to Councillor Gordon, who had his camera on right off the bat. Good job. Okay, I see everyone popping on here. Thanks, everybody. Okay, I think we're good. So I'll call the meeting back to order for out here in the open. Right off the top, just a closed meeting summary. We did go into closed session under the non-union municipal employee compensation increase section 2392D of the Municipal Act relating to labor relations or employee negotiations. We do have a motion that is coming out of there. We also had a second item where we gave direction to staff on that item. So we have one motion that I believe Councillor Hoffman was willing to move, and so we're going to just throw it up on the screen. And then if I could have a seconder just for that one. I forget who did that one. And just so everyone knows, just maybe watching this at home, this is already embedded into the proposed budget that we have in front of us. We just had to ratify that with that discussion in close. So we just need to make sure that's yes. Well, is my camera off? Oh, I'm sorry. Everyone probably liked it better with that off. Sorry about that. Could everyone hear me though? I think everyone could hear me. So Councillor Hoffman, I think, was willing to move, and I just need a seconder for that one, please. Councillor Alt, your ward mate, thank you. Anything on that? Okay, all in favor, please raise your hand for me. Looks unanimous to me, and as I said, that's already in the budget. Thank you, everyone. And moving along, we have our Canada. So we're just going to ask the clerk to put the flag up on the screen for me, and we'll just have a moment to focus on that. Thank you, everyone. And then just a moment of silent reflection, please, before we continue. Great, thank you, everyone. And our First Nations acknowledgement. As we gather, we are reminded that Guelph is situated on treaty land that is steeped in rich Indigenous history and home to many First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people today. As a city, we have a responsibility for the stewardship of the land on which we both live and work. And today we acknowledge the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation of the Anishinaabe peoples on whose traditional territory we are meeting today. Right off the top here, any disclosure of pecuniary interest or any general nature thereof for the items that we are aware of here on the budget? Okay, Councillor O'Rourke, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I can't guess what will be presented today, but I understand there's some accommodations in the budget for 10C, and I'm a bondholder there, so just want to put that out so that's transparent. And also, should there be a movement for funding for business organizations, then I have a business relationship with Innovation Guelph. I have submitted my form, and I'll recuse myself from any discussion or vote on those matters.
Thank you. And just on that then, maybe to you, Tara, if you don't mind, is there in all of these baked in motions that have flowed over the last little while, is there something in regards to, like, do you, Councillor O'Rourke or Tara, do you know, like, where is the identified 10C issue?
So in the 2022-2023 budget update, page 3, there is a mention of the Guelph Farmers Market, and it says as part of the report, and then it indicates there will be amounts from the tax operating contingency reserve. So I don't know if there will be a motion to that effect or if it's already part of the plan, because I wasn't at that meeting, right? Because I recused myself. So I don't know if it's a done deal. I'm just saying if it comes up, I will recuse myself from that conversation.
Tara, anything more to add? I'm trying to help protect both Councillor Karan probably and Councillor O'Rourke. If there is something embedded in the budget that should be separated and voted on separately to help them, I'd like it to be identified clearly.
So to you, Mr. Mayor, because it's already, the policy has already been approved and now we're just in the budget approval of the funding, I don't believe that it would need to be separated. It's just part of the main budget motion.
Okay. There's
Okay.
nothing separated on it right now. By the way, Councillor O'Rourke and I see Councillor Karan nodding heads. I know it would be the same. I hope I'm not speaking for you, but I know you'd say sort of the same thing in regards to this. I appreciate you raising it. If any of you, and Councillor Karan, just for the record to do it properly, I'm sure, did you want to say anything in regards to this as well, since Councillor O'Rourke has said something? I just want to make sure I give you that opportunity.
Well, just for the clarity for the public, it's my understanding, once we've passed a policy direction, anything related to implementation is interest in common and therefore not applicable under the Conflict of Interest Act. So I feel like I'm clear. I don't need to declare, but I do appreciate Councillor O'Rourke reserving the right, and I would also like to reserve that right.
Echo that as
I
well.
don't know where that discussion is going to go. So it's better to flag it in advance. So thank you, Councillor O'Rourke.
Okay. So if anyone, especially Councillor O'Rourke or Karan, notices it, I mean, by all means, just jump in. And I'll try to make it in my line of sight as well. Councillor Alt, do you have a disclosure or are we just talking here?
It may also be exactly the same, and I would be in agreement with Councillor Karan's assessment, but it's with Stonehenge, and I believe it's Welcoming Streets as being one of the sponsoring organizations. But because I wasn't in the discussion, I don't know whether it's being entertained.
Absolutely. And it is a motion of an intent that I gave at the end of the night there a few weeks ago. So if it does table itself, then you'll know, but I appreciate you disclosing it in advance. That's good. Okay, is there anything else before I move on then? I think we've done our job there. Oh, did you have your hand up again, Councillor Alt?
We're done with this item. I'm just going to ask a point of order of you. So I'm just trying to get it in at the right point.
Okay. Sounds good. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay. I am going to go for some opening remarks from our Deputy CAO, Trevor Lee. Over to you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, councillors, staff, residents, and business owners that have joined us. This afternoon marks the culmination of a journey that staff started socializing with council in 2018 into 2019, the development and delivery of the city's first multi-year budget. Staff introduced the concept of a multi-year budget that would provide a longer-term focus for the city beyond a single year. Through workshops, information sessions, and financial policy development in 2020 and into 2021, Council unanimously supported a multi-year budget process because of the value, accountability, and transparency this type of budgeting brings to the city. Guelph joins other municipalities in Ontario like Waterloo and London that have embraced the benefits of the multi-year budgeting model, tying their financial planning with reaching the goals of their strategic plans with confidence. You've heard mentioned that nothing new should be coming to the budget process. Everything that is before you has either arose from past decisions of council, have been presented and discussed by council and deferred to the budget process, or are in line with council's awareness of long-term capital planning projects aligned with the city's strategic plan. In addition, budgets are not just about the next year. Budgets either annually or in our case, multi-year, influence the future. This budget is influenced by past council decisions, and future councils will be addressing impacts from decisions before you this afternoon. The City of Guelph has a healthy reserve position, derived from successive years of operating surpluses. It was noted in the early days of our COVID-19 reports to Council that Guelph was well positioned to face the financial challenges because of our reserve position. In our presentation of this budget to Council, we've highlighted that staff have placed a higher reliance on reserve fund utilization, recommending that the current economic conditions warrant that financial support. Our credit rating and our ability to maximize our debt levels relies heavily on the sustainability of our reserve balances. The strategic plan defines Council's priorities. The Future Ready Action Plan sets the activities to achieve those priorities, and the budget sets the pace. A month ago, on November 4th, the 2022 and 2023 budget was available to Council and the public and is consistent with the forecast presented last November. Since that time, there have been many community engagement points and opportunities to respond to Council questions in the public realm. On November 16th, the executive team and other presenters highlighted the budget for Council. Over the course of the day, staff guided Council and the public through each of the strategic pillars and the impacts on the 2022 and 2023 budget and the 2024 and 2025 forecasts. On November 18th, Council made available to the public the opportunity to engage their municipal leaders on matters contained in the budget materials. Throughout the period of November 4th to November 23rd, the Budget Board was active and staff received and answered 50 Budget Board posts, plus responding to final questions over the past few days to ensure Council is fully ready to make their decision today. We heard you last year, and staff worked diligently to answer all questions in plenty of time for your informed decision-making this afternoon. On November 23rd, the executive team participated in a budget town hall that encouraged public participation and engagement. On November 26th, staff issued a council memo addendum with the revised council agenda that reduced the 2022 property tax and payment in lieu of taxes levy requirement from 3.64% to 3.59%, and similarly a reduction from 4.69% to 4.38% for 2023. Referencing details that were not available at the time of the November 4th budget release that had been finalized for Council's most up-to-date consideration. All of this effort and investment brings us to this afternoon. Before you is a fully developed and integrated budget for 2022 and 2023. Members of the executive team and additional staff are here to support you as you consider the various components of the budget. The City of Guelph has been successful year over year with setting the budget in advance of the year starting. This allows the city to proactively prepare for project procurements and work plans earlier, making our achievements that much more certain. Our finance staff are here and are prepared to provide council updates to decisions under consideration. There may be moments where we will ask for a pause so that we can ensure we are providing council with accurate, real-time answers. And finally, the budget material presented to council and made available to the public represents staff's recommendations. Although staff have been consulted by members of council regarding motion language or other specifics, staff have provided clarity and suggested content. That should not be implied that staff are supportive, just that their assistance was provided to make sure the requests were accurate and direct to the intention. Thank you so very much for the opportunity to provide opening remarks, and I hope it set the stage for our afternoon. And with this, I'm pleased to turn it back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Auld, is there a problem before? Go ahead.
Just a point of order, Mr. Mayor. I've been going through the procedural bylaw, and I just want clarification. There's 2 points, 2.3CI, the following procedures and rules cannot be suspended. No other business in special meetings. And then, if you just bear with me, section 8.1F, which states no other business is to be considered in special meetings by council. I was wondering if you could please rule on these in case there are other motions that come up that do not relate specifically to the budget in front of us.
So I'm going to answer the point of order, Councillor Auld, by saying I'd like to reserve that ruling until a little bit later, till I see if anything is even brought forward. But I do think that you raise a valid point. So for those that may have been thinking about it, to make sure that it does align with the procedural bylaw, and to also consider the fact that we have processes of either notice of motion, speaking with the chair or the deputy CAO to get something on a committee of the whole through our regular processes there as well. I believe we also do a like a budget debrief type of a report that comes every year as well, for feedback. So there could be opportunities where those that might be thinking about doing something, quote unquote, after the budget, those may fit better in those other areas of those processes we have in place for us to use. But I think it's good to raise it now, just as sort of a something that people can think about before we get to the end of the budget, and then I'll kind of make my final ruling depending on what comes forward at that time, if any. And just as a heads up, Councillor Alt, your internet is okay, but not the best. But I'll let you know if the camera unfortunately has to go off. I'll let you know, okay? Okay, here's my opening remarks. And you all know me well enough now. I have nothing written down in front of me. Just gotten me into trouble in the past, but I have nothing to say other than to say ditto to what our Deputy CIO just said. The fact that Trevor reamed off the constant amount of prep work until this moment tells me we should be prepared right now. We really, really should. I also was handed this 47 motions. I was handed this literally a half an hour ago or so. And so that's fine. Hey, that's why we're here. I will say though that that's a lot compared to the previous years. Usually it's like 10 or 12 or something like that, right? So I'm going to need a little bit of some grace on your end as I try to wade through this document to try to figure out kind of where we're going. Because usually I just had a list of some names and it's pretty easy. Also a little bit of grace for all of us in regards to, again, here we are virtual, right? So there might be a little bit of an internet thing here or there, or a little bit of an issue here or there, but please let me try my best to chair with all of these things in front of me. You know, it's people may think, and even I thought, oh my gosh, 47 motions. But you know what? It probably takes like under a minute to vote. So that could mean we could be out of here in 47 minutes, everybody. Wouldn't that be nice, eh? So let's just wade through it. I think what I'm going to do as the chair here, I'm just going to start picking. If I go to a counselor, I think I'm just going to stick with that counselor because like some of the counselors, like I'm just randomly turning this page. Counselor Hoffman. Counselor Hoffman has, I don't know, three motions. So if I go to a counselor, I'm just going to stick with you and we'll just try to go through those. But I'm going to try to do it in themes. I think that might be the best. Sort of like reductions, then additions. Reductions or something with reserve usage, maybe additions without and then with reserve issues, reserves. I'll try to keep them in themes, but go counselor by counselor. There's actually quite a few here of names I don't see, which is fine, which means that either everything's fine or another counselor already tabled something that another counselor wanted or something. So, or you saw some of you saw mine and a counselor was like, hey, I'll be willing to put that for you forward. So I appreciate that as well. But yeah, let me just start by saying that, you know, where you need to say your piece, you have the right to do that. But you've also heard me say, let your vote be your voice, and we can try to wade through what we have in front of us here to move the day along. I'm looking for obviously us to get to the end of this result, whether that's 47 minutes or a bit longer, with respect, with understanding that 13 of us get elected with differences of opinions and ideas, and that's why we're here to express them. And like I've said for a long time, you might win one, you might lose one. I might win one, I might lose one. But we're here at this moment. This is the moment. And I think people look at the numbers. I agree with that. But I also think they look at how we operate too. I think there's eyes on how we conduct ourselves. So, and I'm saying that to myself as well. So let's have a good budget for the community. Like these are the investments that we do to try to move the city forward and provide the services that are required. And sometimes there's a lot of eyes on it, but we've had a lot of time to get to this point. So there's my no notes opening remarks, and I'm looking forward to doing it with all of you. So the first thing I need to ask is actually, and clerks and Tara have indicated that the main motion that needs to go down is actually the motions from the memo, not the ones that were on the original agenda. So, because they were all just tweaked a little bit with the right numbers in place. There's nothing inherently huge wrong with them at all. They were just the right numbers were put in there on the memo. So to get us started, would somebody be willing to move the entire memo of motions? Councillor Hoffman, I appreciate that. Councillor Cron, I appreciate that as a seconder. Thank you. And so that kicks us off. So all those motions are now on the floor, everybody. So yeah, why don't we just I'm looking at this sheet here. Councillor, Councillor Hoffman, I just used you as an example. Do you mind if I go to you first, Councillor Hoffman? Would that be all right? There's no order here, so do you mind if I go to you first, Councillor Hoffman, and we can look to see?
Mayor Guthrie, I'm prepared to bring my 3 motions forward.
Okay, I saw you first there. Let me go to yours again. And so, I believe I hope this is working for everybody. I believe you have one because I have them kind of ready to go with the clerks. So I believe you have one with GNSC motion. Do you mind if we do that one first?
I don't mind at all, and I do have one for the GNFC motion, that's true.
All right, so why don't we look to throw that up on the screen? Sorry, I'm maybe not giving the clerks enough time because they don't know what I'm. That was pretty quick. So let's, I'll kind of read it and then we'll see if there's a seconder. That an increase to the community benefit agreement for GNSC totaling $246,600 in 2022 using the city's tax operating contingency reserve to phase this impact in over a 2-year period with a one-time reserve transfer of $150,000 in 2022. So now if you could take that down for me so I can see the screen. Thank you. Is there a seconder for Councillor Hoffman's? Okay, Councillor Goller, I saw that there. Okay, so that's officially on the floor. Councillor Hoffman, you were the mover. Do you want to say anything on it before I look to call the vote?
Thank you, Mayor Guthrie. I believe we all know the value of the Guelph Neighborhood Support Coalition, so I don't need to say too much except that I hope everyone will support this motion, and I'm confident that this is value for money.
Okay, thank you. And on the main motion, I'll go Gordon and then Downer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just need one clarification from staff around the wording of this motion. My intention, and I had actually declared an intention earlier to bring this forward, but Councillor Hoffland covered what I was thinking. But does this, the way it's worded, mean that the GNSC would actually receive full funding this year? It's just that we would use that phase in from the city end to pay for it. Is that correct?
Let's go to Tara just to answer that quickly. Go ahead.
Through the mayor, that's the interpretation, yes, that the full budget would be approved for GNSC, and then it would be city reserves that are used to mitigate the tax impact.
Great. That's all I needed to hear. Thank you. And I will support this.
Okay, thanks. And Downer.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, can we please separate it out so that it's just that there's an increase totaling 246 in 2022, and that using the city tax reserve contingency be separate a vote, because I support the 246, but we have we like to use the contingency reserve for one-time funding things. This is not now a one-time funding. This is going to be continuous. And I don't like kicking any part of that down the road. We've seen what kind of problems that can create through even this budget. So I would prefer that we just support this, deal with it, and not phase in the impact at all, because it's going to hit us next year. And we know what next year. We know what 2023 is like. you know, there's issues there as well.
Okay. So I asked the clerk to pull it back up on the screen. So basically I think there would be a period instead of there was a comma there. So I think there'd be a period there. So it looks like we're changing the motion to accommodate the split.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I think it's an amendment. Oh, sorry. Who's
Thank you. It's
calling
Councillor
a point
Gibson
of order?
here. It's
Okay,
Dan
yeah.
here.
Yeah, go ahead.
It sounded like that's an amendment. That sounds like an amendment to me.
Yeah,
Sorry,
the clerk
you just jumped into
said
that. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
yeah. I think I would agree. So we're going to have to pause, and Councillor Downer, you're going to have to email the clerks with your amendment, and we're going to have to wait.
I don't know what the amendment is. I'm just asking for the motion to be separated, like, so that one part of it is. So I mean, so then the amendment my amendment is that an increase in the community benefit agreement for the GSC totaling 246,600. That's basically the amendment. It's the first part of the motion.
Yeah, in a way, you're cutting out the bottom part to not reflect the use of reserves, which is an amendment, which is fine, by the way. Yeah, but we can't move forward until you actually email the clerks with that amendment.
Okay, so that is the amendment. So I can write that out, but that is the amendment.
So let me see if there's a seconder for that at least. I don't want you to email into the clerks something that if there's no seconder. Okay, Councillor Alt will second. Okay, great. While that email is going to clerks, and by the way, do you want it to go to clerks or do you want it to go right to you, Dylan? Does it matter? Okay, so everyone, if that has to happen today, he's just saying clerks at guelph.ca is the best place to send it, okay? Speaking to the amendment as that amendment gets sent into clerks, is there anyone who wants to speak to it? I'll go O'Rourke, Alt, and Gibson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Ms. Baker, I'm just wondering, do we have a ballpark on how much all of the proposed amendments that could be tabled, how much in total we're thinking of pulling from reserves? Like, you know, this being the first one out of the gate, I don't want to get 3 hours from now and there's nothing left in that reserve. So how do we navigate that? And do we have an idea of all of our ideas, if we put them all together, how much we're thinking of pulling out of the tax operating contingency?
Through the mayor to Councillor O'Rourke, based on what we've seen in all of the different potential amendments, that could total upwards of 2.6 million before any other kind of one-time general use. So about 2.6 million in all the different amendment pieces.
Okay, thanks. And then through you, Mr. Mayor, just a question for the mover. Is that one-time transfer from the reserve intended? Sorry, I'm not moving to the mover of the amendment. Sorry, I had a question more for Councillor Hofflin. Okay, thanks.
Okay, and the clerk has just indicated that I believe the email has come through. I appreciate the quickness on that. That's good. I did have Alt and Gibson next on the amendment. What? Sorry, just 1 second, Councillor Alt. What just came up on the screen there? Okay, could you pull it back up on the screen for me? Okay. Yeah, okay. It had Councillor Hofflin at the top, so I just got confused. So it's okay. It's all right. Yeah, it's all good. Yep. Councillor Alt, then Gibson on the amendment, please.
Councillor Hoffland's tops in my books. With regards to the amendment, Mayor Guthrie, and I hope you can hear me. I have my headset on, and clearly I've turned off my screen. I support the amendment, and I thank Councillor Downer for bringing it forward, because Councillor O'Rourke, in some senses, precluded me in looking at what was coming forward. I was seeing an inordinate number of motions that were taking from the reserves, and I think that quite frankly, that's bad financing. Essentially, what we're doing, and perhaps the clerk wishes, sorry, the treasurer wishes to comment on this as well, because what I'm thinking that we're doing is that we're depleting our reserves in such a fashion that I think we're putting ourselves somewhat in jeopardy in a couple of ways. That we don't have funds for one-time projects into the future, and I really do question the impact that these could potentially have on the city's capital rating as well. So if Ms. Baker could comment on those, and again, thanks to Councillor Downer for raising the issue.
So through the mayor to Councillor Alt, I guess I would say to that is that you know, absolutely, and you heard in DCAO Lee's opening statements, we have already used the reserves quite a bit. They are in good standing, and you know, and we do recommend that you use them for one time to prevent future increases for permanent budget items. However, really it is up to you, the council, in terms of what you feel most comfortable with. We've tried to give you all of the information to help with that decision today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Baker. As I said, I do support the amendment. I do support the GNSC, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Gibson, please, is next. And I just want to apologize. My pen wasn't working when I said, did I have another person I've missed? Did Gawler have, did you have your hand up, Gawler? No. So it was O'Rourke, Alt, and then Gibson. But now I see McKinnon. Okay, so Gibson and then McKinnon on the amendment only, please.
Hi there, through you, Mr. Mayor. Just because there's sometimes been confusion on this in the past, I just want to be completely clear that Councillor Downer's amendment is in fact an amendment. So if it fails, it goes back to Councillor Hoffland's original amendment, which would still allow us to fund the GNSC, but it would just allow us to phase in the costs. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't handcuffing ourselves here, that in the event Councillor Downer's motion fails, all of a sudden that ability is off the table. Like, this is not a budget decision yet. No, this is simply an amendment. You described
it right.
Okay. In that case, you know, I want to get to yes on this budget item. I think it's important. I think the work of the organization is good and sound. I think in any year we have to get creative as a council. And last year, I think we utilized between $4 and $6 million of our reserve to support the community. I think this is no different. I think our reserves are in good standing, and I'll support this creative way of getting that money out the door to the GNSC, but minimizing the impact in this year and spreading that payment over 2 years. So I think it's a sound decision to I'm not going to be supporting the amendment. I'll be supporting the original motion.
All right, thank you. And then McKinnon.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll just hold my question if this motion fails to get a clarification question on the main amendment.
Sorry, I muted. Okay, yes, I'll do that. Okay, nothing further on this. So I'm going to call the vote on the amendment. So all in favor, please raise your hand for me. Okay, so that is Karan, Gordon, Downer, O'Rourke, Alt. Okay, and then not in favor, please raise your hand for me. Okay, and I'll just yell at the names. Myself, Billings, Gibson, Hoffland, Bell, McKinnon, Salisbury. Okay, so that fails. We're back to the main motion, Councillor Hoffland's motion, which still supports them in full with a little bit of use of reserves. That's basically what how to describe it. Councillor McKinnon, you had your hand up in regards to a clarity question or something?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, partially it's for this one, but because it's the first and there's people watching on Facebook or on their website, I think it's important to get clarification. Whenever a motion like this comes forward, what this is effectively saying is the 2022 budget's increasing by $96,600, and the 2023 budget is increasing by $150,000. But they're getting all of their funding this year. And so anytime we push back out of reserves, all we're doing is we're pushing that portion off that we're pulling from reserves, and we're adding that to the 2023 budget. Can you please confirm that that is correct for all of these types of motions?
Someone just needs to say that answer to Councillor McKinnon. It's kind of a yes or no question.
Yes, that is correct.
All right, we heard a yes. Thank you, Karen. Councillor McKinnon, you're good with the yes answer there? Okay. We're back to the main motion then. I'm going to call the vote on that. Okay. All those in favor, please raise your hand for me, please. Looks unanimous to me. Yes, it's confirmed by the clerks. Okay, great. Councillor Hoffman, again, I appreciate you being the guinea pig on this for it. I see the next one you had there was Guelph Humane Society. Do you mind if I go to that one next?
I don't mind at all. Thank you, Mayor Guthrie.
Right, let's
So
pull
I'd
that
like
up on the screen then. Sorry, go ahead. Yep.
to table a motion that provides Guelph Humane Society with $150,000 in 22. And I believe, yeah, there it is. It affects our amendment to the motion 1F, which answers Councillor McKinnon's question. I don't have a seconder.
Okay, let's just if you could mind pulling that down for a sec. I'll see if there's a seconder on that one. And oh, Councillor Cron will do that one. Okay, so now that one's on the floor. Basically, it's very similar to what we just did, everybody. Is there a question on that one? Gawler, then Downer.
Thank you, Worship. And this question is for staff. I just wanted confirmation that I read the documents correctly. We're already spending this money on the Guelph Humane Society, right? But we're doing it out of sort of because there's an increased need. So this actually just puts the money we're already spending into the CBA. Is that correct?
Through the mayor to Councillor Gawler, yes and no. So the base amount of our agreement with the Humane Society is included in the base budget, and we are already spending it. This additional amount was agreed to as part of a sort of temporary community benefit agreement, and this is for the additional things that they are doing above and beyond what is legislatively required and that we've contracted them for. So there is a budget impact to putting this into the base. However, we have been paying it through a short-term agreement with the Humane Society over the last couple of years, and that has come to an end. And so with this, the intention is that we take the base amount for the legislatively required things, this additional amount, which we have been doing, and combine it into one community benefit agreement that puts it into base and sort of gets that all wrapped up into one comprehensive package.
Thank you very much for that. And just as a clarification, if we were to not support this, would the Guelph Humane Society still need to essentially spend that money to deliver the services on behalf of the city?
Through the mayor to Councillor Gawler, I don't want to answer for them. They would certainly, I imagine, not be able to provide all of those additional sort of education and community benefit services that they are providing to the community. They should still be able to meet their legislative or those requirements that are legislative that we have asked of them as part of their base contract, but it's all of those additional community good education opportunities and those connections that they have with the community that I would imagine they would tell you that they would have to stop doing.
Thank you very much.
Downer, I believe, was the other.
Yeah, so the same amendment that an increase in the CBA. I've sent this to the clerks for the
All right.
for the Guelph Humane Society totaling 150,000. Again, I don't want to kick this amount down the road.
And let me just stop you there until I get a seconder, okay? Just one sec. Who's willing to second that one? Okay, O'Rourke is willing to second that one. Okay. And then your same reasoning as you said. I'm sorry I cut you off. I just wanted to make sure
Well,
that there was a
it just
seconder.
again kicks it down so that next year it's 150, it's 225,000 for next year, right? And that's what it means. So it's and we already seen the figures,
Okay.
the increases for next year. So I don't know why we do that.
Okay. Is there anything on the amendment then? No? Okay. Well, I'll just throw out my opinion on it. On this one, I agree with Councillor Downer. I think on this one, I would like to support support it. I'll support it if it fails too, with Councillor Hoffman's way. It doesn't matter. But I'd like to. I think I'd like to do this one for the Humane Society. So I'll call the vote then. So all in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. Okay. So I'll go Guthrie and Downer and Goller and Hoffland and Alt and O'Rourke and Bell and Salisbury and Gordon and a late hand there. Karan. Okay, so that's 9. And that means it passes. And just so we can get it on record here, those against was McKinnon and Gibson and Billings. So Councillor Alt, are you still not on the screen? That's the problem.
I'm here. I had to go feed my cat. I'm on the screen, or should be.
Okay. Did how do you vote on your hopefully licensed?
You already recorded my vote right at the start.
Okay. The clerks are asking for the vote to be retaken. All in favor of the amendment, pull your hand up on the screen until I say your name. Guthrie, Downer, Goller, Hoffland, Salisbury, Bell, O'Rourke, Gordon, Karan, Alt. Thank you. And against? Billings, Gibson, McKinnon. All right. Thank you, Councillor Hoffman. You got one more. Then you... No, it was 10-3. Yeah. So the only 3 against was Billings, McKinnon, and Gibson. Okay. So that passes. So now we have to go back to the main motion as amended, everybody. I almost forgot that. Anything further? No. All in favor, raise your hand on the screen for me. Unanimous. Even the categories. We're moving on with a little bit of levity. All right. McKinnon is got his hand still up. Is there a point of order or? Okay, go ahead. What is it?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I didn't really want to raise a point of order, but thank you for acknowledging me. I just want to clarify. I mean, I know we're a little bit loose with the language, but I don't want there to be any misconceptions about amendments and amendments to amendments. That all of these motions are not actually motions; they're actually amendments, and thus we can only have one amendment to an amendment. We can't have a third amendment to an amendment. And so, even though once in a while some of us may say the motion on the floor or my motion and the motion passes, that we all understand it's actually the amendment passes, the amendments on the floor, just so that we can't go too deep. So I could not have amended Councillor Downer's amendment because that was already too deep. I couldn't go 3 deep on that. I just wanted to make sure that was clear for everyone.
Yeah, good call. You should maybe get into the game rules business. You're quite good at that. All right, that's a good call. And in that point of order, I agree with you on. So thank you for clarifying that. Councillor Hoffman, I was just about to say you got one more on the list here.
I do.
And
Thank
then
you,
you can go home. You can go home. You can
I know.
shut your camera off. You're done for the evening. Okay, go ahead.
I might have to see my dog though.
Yeah.
Okay, so my next motion is I'd like to table a motion that provides the paramedic service master plan with the 348,800 in 2022. And no, just a minute. And I had the numbers here, 24,200 in 2023. So it's an increase to the paramedic services master plan, and the total is 384. And I phased it in by utilizing the tax operating contingency reserve that will offset it by 192,000. Now, I just wanted to say before I give up the floor that we're not meeting our response times. That was very clear in the
I'm
report.
very sorry to interrupt you, Councillor Hoffman. I just need a seconder before I let you kind of go on. So let me see if there's a seconder. Councillor Goller is seconding. It's on the floor. Right back to you. Go ahead, Councillor Hoffman.
Thank you very much. So it's obvious from the report that we are not meeting our response times. So I feel there is some urgency and need to get those response times addressed. And I just wanted to remind council, and I will have Ms. Clackbush speak to this, but it's my understanding that the cost sharing of this service involves a grant from the province, which is 50% of, I believe it's the previous budget. And the remaining costs are a split between the county and the city. And I believe that split is approximately 60-40%. So if I could be, if that could be confirmed by staff, that would be great.
Through the Mayor to Councillor Hoffland, yes. So our model for paramedic funding is that 50%. Oh, sorry, can you hear me now? Sorry, I'm getting my mask caught on my headset. So yes, Councillor Hoffland, through the Mayor, you are correct. So the funding model is that 50% of the funding comes from the province, and then it is split. The remaining 50% is split 60-40 between the city and the county. So for every dollar that is spent, 50 cents is from the province, 30 cents from the city, and 20 cents from the county. However, in that first year, there is a lag in the funding from the province, and so I believe that the one-time reserve transfer funding that you'll see is to address that one-year ministry funding lag. And I'm looking to my colleagues in finance, they're nodding, so I think I got that correct.
So if I may, then the offset is the 192.4. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, and it's been seconded. It's on the floor. Who has questions on this one? All right, we'll go Alt and then Downer and then O'Rourke.
Quick clarification, that is a funding lag. So we can expect the funding at some future date through you, Mr. Mayor, to Treasurer, Finance staff.
Through the Mayor to Councillor Alt, yes, that is only a one-year lag, and the province always then pays in the subsequent year.
Fine.
Thanks, Councillor Alt. Downer or O'Rourke?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the same amendment that I have before with, and I sent it to Dylan. If we do this again, rather than 24,000 next year, we'll be looking at over 200,000. And again, you're kicking it down the road again. It's not good financial management. So I think we just need to deal with the realities of what we have today. So the motion is
no. Sorry, Councillor
I need
Downer.
a seconder, right?
No, but I'm going to help. I think our Tara would like to jump in because I don't think you're correct on that thinking. So I think Tara should just jump in. And Councillor Alt, you are still unmuted. You need to mute, Councillor Alt. And so Tara, go right ahead.
Sure, thanks. So through the Mayor to Councillor Downer, this one's slightly different because we will get the funding from the ministry in 2023. This would just be a one-time use, and so this would this will not create a pressure in 23.
Okay, that clarifies that. I'll withdraw that motion, given that that's the situation.
It was never seconded, so we're good. I'll take your thing as a emailed in question. So it's all good. Okay, and then O'Rourke is final on this one.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Ms. Baker. So in the updated staff report, we were told the 2022 impact for paramedics was 0.15. And then the 2023 was 0.01, which is a number I can embrace. But can you tell me, please, if we fund partially through reserves, what is the impact on the 2022 number? Just for folks following along at home.
I'm actually going to ask if Ms. Newland would be able to have that pretty quickly here. Would be about half, essentially.
So a 0.75.
Sorry, I was just trying to pull it up. Yeah, so in the second year, the reserve transfer would be replaced with funding from the province. So the levy impact would be 0.01 in 2023.
Okay, and sorry, what is the impact then in 2022? Because when it was going to be funded as from the tax base, right, as part of the tax levy, we were originally at 0.23. We got a revised for 2022 at 0.15. So using the reserves as a one-time transfer to offset that, what are we looking at for 2022?
Sorry, for 2022, it's 0.07.
Okay. And then in 2023, roughly 0.01?
0.01.
Okay, thank you very much.
And back to Councillor Alt.
Sorry about the microphone. This, I believe, Mayor Guthrie and colleagues, is a good use of reserves. This is what reserves are intended to be used for. It's for all intents and purposes paying it forward with the understanding that we will be receiving the money back within due course.
Thank you. Okay, I would like to call the vote on this one as it stands from Councillor Hoffman. I'm sorry, to the mover, Councillor Hoffman, you had your hand go up. Did you want to say something? Or you were just preemptively excited?
Just following Dylan's orders to get my hand up as fast as I could.
All right. How about you all put your hands up after I say, please put your hands up, okay? Let's all agree to that. Thank you. All in favor, please raise your hands now. 12-1, I believe, against Councillor Bell. Am I right? Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Councillor Hoffman, I'll pick you first every time. That was pretty good. Okay. I don't know. Let me go to Billings next, maybe. Is that okay? Councillor Billings, where are you?
It is okay.
Okay, I see a few
so-
from you.
So that would be the hospital.
Okay, hold on. I lost you here.
I'll call it the hospital motion,
Okay.
if that's correct. So again, it would be an amendment to clause 2, that the Guelph General Hospital levy in the amount of 750,000 be funded from the tax operating contingency reserve in each of 22 and 2023, resulting in no net tax levy impact for each of these years.
Okay, let me see if there's a seconder first, please. Councillor McKinnon. Okay. And did you want to say anything before I go to questions, Councillor Billings?
Well, I think everyone knows I just want to bring the budget down. Originally, I think it was 0.29, but I think it's now 0.28%. And I do think this aligns with, how and when we should use our reserve, given the fact that it isn't permanent, it is temporary. And so I think in this situation, it is a good use of our reserves for 2 years.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. I see a question. Thank you. I see a question right off the bat from Councillor Hoffman, please.
Yes, thank you for bringing that forward, Councillor Billings. Thank you, Mayor Guthrie. I do support this. I think this is what our reserves are built for, but I would like Ms. Baker to respond to if she feels that this is a good use of our reserves for 2022.
Through the mayor, to Councillor Hoffman, I would say that it is in line. It's more of a one-time. I mean, it's a one-time over 6 years, but still, it is a one-time expense. And so in that case, it would it's aligned to the way that we like to see reserves accessed. I will say that you know, you're talking about in total 1.5 million. But I do think that the reserves are sufficient enough to handle that over 2 years.
I think you were just muted there, but I saw a thumbs up at the end, so you're good. Okay, Councillor Gibson, and then O'Rourke.
Yeah, thank you, through Mr. Mayor. This is an important one for the community, and I get a lot of questions about the hospital levy and what that means and what it looks like. And I just maybe just a couple of quick questions for the sake of the public watching. Ms. Baker, the amount of money that we are looking to raise through this levy is, over to you.
Through the mayor to Councillor Gibson, you're putting me on the spot. It's 750,000 times 6. If
Yeah, it's 4.5 million.
4.5
Yeah.
million.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry. I wanted to make sure that the public knew what exactly we were raising. About 10% of what the long-term forecast did look at what the capital needs are at our library. So 4.5 million is about 10%, if I recall. The second question is that we are only going to be collecting this levy for 6 years, and I think you've already heard that.
That's right.
Utilizing reserves, if we have some surpluses over the next few years, and funneling that away to this much needed investment is a wise use of resources. I agree with it. It's a short-term pain, but it's a good investment, and it's good to have that in reserve for when the province says we're upgrading the hospital. So thanks very much for that clarity. I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you. And I think I had Councillor O'Rourke on this one as well. Go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Baker. So if this motion passes, we are already at $1,092,400 that we've pulled from reserves with 4 motions. I'm wondering if there's any benefit to funding half through reserves and half through the tax levy. And I'm just anticipating what we're talking about in 2 hours from now. So is there any benefit to finding that balance?
I would say through the mayor to Councillor O'Rourke, that this was part of that original 2.6 million that I originally quoted. You're kind of just working your way through that total right now. So I would really leave. I think that's more of a council decision at this point. These are one-time in nature, like have been already said. So
okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, well, it's been moved and seconded. I guess I'll look to call the vote on this one. I'll do that now. So all in favor, please show me your hands. Okay, and it looks like maybe 12-1 again. So Councillor Bell, are you the only one against? Yes. Okay, so that that passes. There was a little bit of delay there on you, Councillor Gordon. I just want to make sure that you were in favor of that. Yeah, okay. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Billings, I see another one on here from you.
I do have another one, Mr. Mayor, but
Go
has to deal with the EIO, and it's a reduction.
EIEIO?
Yeah, an EIEO.
And on this farm?
And it's 500,000. However, I was going to just pause on that and to see how the afternoon, hopefully not evening, goes, and then may put it forward at a later date if we need to have another reduction or possible reduction. Is that okay?
It's your amendment. I almost said motion. It's your amendment, so that's fine. Okay, all right. I'll put a question mark beside that. Okay. Why don't I go to right underneath yours is Councillor Downer. Do you mind Councillor Downer?
Sure.
I have the first one is on transit. Is that okay?
Yep.
Okay.
So this is just bringing forward the community investment. for the transit program that we approved.
Yeah.
So
Let me just see a seconder for that. And again, everyone, this is just blowing it forward from a few weeks ago. I see Councillor Caller. You're willing to second that? Okay. All right. Is there anything on this one? Any? Oh, okay, Councillor O'Rourke.
Well,
Go
can I
ahead.
just have a second, Mr. Mayor? Because now I'm
Yep.
flipping over to where my motions are, and so I want to know that if this is the time to use one of my motions as an amendment. So I just need a
Of
second to flip
course.
through.
Of course, absolutely. Go to yours.
Nope, mine's in 1B. Thanks.
You're okay then? Okay. Councillor Gibson, did you have your hand up? The clerk just said.
I was just going to ask a question of clarity while Councillor O'Rourke was looking
Go
through
ahead.
her notes. So this is maybe less question, more commentary on this file. So I did support this a few weeks ago at when we did our transit workshop, and you know, I just want to reiterate some of my thoughts on this one. You know, we set a strategic plan as a council, municipal priorities. It's an important aspect of what we do, and the next council will set their strategic objective. But I just think it's always front of mind when we set our strategic objective at the bottom end of the ladder, and then the upper levels of government really set our priorities for us. So back in 2017-18, the federal government made big announcements about transit. And this decision tonight really is tied to a generational investment in transit, largely coming from a provincial and federal priority. Obviously, we don't say no when there's lots of money on the table from upper levels of government, and I think that's why ultimately, while it's driving the budget up, I would say out of my comfort zone, I've reiterated to a number of councillors already that this is an investment that we are getting an opportunity to take, and so I'll be supporting it moving forward because I do think it's again is leveraged against so much money federally and provincially that it's a sound investment. So I'll be supporting it again this evening.
Okay, is there anything further on this? Okay. There was a motion that I had, and I'm just going to ask the CFO. Yeah, this would be in line. Not to say that you suggested, but just it's in line. Okay. So I'm going to throw it out here just to see if someone will be willing to move it for me. I sent it around to everybody. And I just maybe I'll just ask it as a question first. Just want to make sure. So I'm in agreement with what Councillor Downer is doing. So just to put that very clearly. But my amendment was that the transit route review strategy fleet electrification based capital funding of 850 be reduced by 240,000, anticipating the one-time dividend from Guelph Municipal Holdings, which would be declared to the city in 2022. So I'm trying to accomplish exactly what Councillor Downer is doing. The strategy, I'm not changing it, but we're allocating some money from GMHI dividend towards it. Can I just ask if there would be an impact then on that to you, Tara?
Sorry, just for clarity, like what kind of impact? Just mean like what the budget impact would be to that?
Yes, if you don't mind, and I want to make sure that we're talking 2023 as well.
Oh, so through you to Mr. Mayor,
through you to me.
through just to you.
Yeah.
This will be a one-time reduction. So the 850 was a one-time base adjustment. So this is a one-time reduction. So there'd be no impact to 23. It would just stay as it is through the budget in future years. It would be in the base.
Okay. Yet Councillor Downers, and I can say collectively councils, strategy of transit would still play out.
Yes.
Okay. Is there anybody that would be willing to move that amendment for me that I sent to everybody? Okay, Councillor O'Rourke, is there a seconder? Councillor Gibson. Okay, so let's get that amendment to the amendment up on the screen, which was The reduced impact to transit. Yep. That the transit route review strategy fleet electrification base capital funding budget of 850 be reduced by 240,000, anticipating that the one-time dividend from Guelph Municipal Holdings Inc. may be declared in the city in 2022. Okay, does anyone have any further questions on that? Councillor Downer, I see your hand up.
I appreciate the intent, but like it's an anticipated dividend that that again, we really need to deal with what we have today. And I think if we get that dividend, let's put that back in the reserves, which is what I think we need to do. So to help offset, you know, probably another rainy year next year. So I'm not going to support that at this time.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bell, on the use of the dividend, go ahead.
Yeah, following the same train of thought as Councillor Downer, that using reserves and special dividends to reduce the base budget in this year, we can see in the out years that we have even a greater problem in 2023, 24, 25. So I think it does a disservice for the next council to be deferring all of the base budget items until next year. If we want something, I think that we should pay for it in this year.
Okay, thank you. So just before I call the vote on the amendment, just have another quick question of clarity through me to you, Tara. The use of the dividend, is that in the executive teams and yourselves, like is that a risk, or do you feel like it's a calculated risk that we will be receiving that? And what would normally be the course of action of that special dividend if it wasn't used for this?
So, Mr. Mayor, let me start off to you. I think your question is accurate. It's a risk. It's a calculated risk. It's something that you haven't received yet. And there's a good chance that you are going to receive it, but you haven't got it yet. So if something went wrong and we needed it for other things, you've used it here. And as long as your eyes are open to that, you could vote for this or not vote for it. So I'm echoing back to you. It's a calculated risk. I'd have to have the finance staff sort of give you the flow of things normally, but I was just thought I'd echo back to you. Yeah, it's a risk. And it might be one of those things that you can live with as a councillor, or it's one of those things that you can't, because you've got to contemplate, as some of the councillors are talking about, what does 23, 24, 25 look like? So that's probably not that helpful. Yeah. It's just echoing back exactly sort of where we are as the executive team as well. Thanks.
Okay, and then the last clarity on that, just based on a couple of the questions from the councillors were, is this pushing out higher things later on, Tara? Because I was under the impression it wasn't on this particular thing, but please, by all means, tell us straight up.
So to you, Mr. Mayor, the way in which the transit capital was looked at, we took the cost over 10 years and and then have a one-time base increase in 2022 that would extend for the 10 years. And so that 850 is the cost of the fleet electrification piece. And so then we said the total expected or possible dividend is 2.4 million divided by 10. So that would be a base reduction of 240 for 10 years. So it wouldn't be impacting or pushing up any other year. It would just stay. It's
applied.
So it'd be like the net fleet electrification cost would be the 850 minus 240.
Okay. Hey, that's good clarity. Now we know a bit more. And Dylan, do you have a question on this amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question to the mover before we vote. Is the intention that this amendment is an additional resolution, like a 1FII, or is this being integrated with the amendment that was moved previously. I believe it is an II, but I wanted to confirm prior to the vote.
Yeah, I would almost say it should be II. In other words, we could still vote on Councillor Downer's as it stands, and then this one would be separate. Is that what you're suggesting?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if we vote on this as an II, it's still an amendment to the amendment. So you've amended the
Yeah.
original amendment to add another clause. Then when you vote on the
Yes,
original
okay.
amendment, you'd be voting
As
on
amended,
both
okay.
of those clauses, I and II.
You're okay with that? You're okay with that? Okay. You're okay with that? You understand that, Don? Yes. Okay. So let's call the vote on this use of the dividend towards reducing the cost. So, but okay, or the impact, but not the strategy and not changing it in any way. Okay. All in favor, please show me your hands. All right. So Cron and Gibson and Guthrie and Billings and O'Rourke, and then against, please. Just to get them on the screen there, Gordon and Hofflin and Goller and Bell and Alt and McKinnon and Downer and Salisbury. Okay, so that fails. Okay, thanks for entertaining it, everybody. I do appreciate it. So we're going to go back to Councillor Downer's motion as it stands, which is the strategy we referred to here anyways. Anything further on that? Nope. Okay, good. All in favor of that, please raise your hand for me. It's unanimous, confirmed by the clerk. Okay, great. Let me just cross that off my list. And now I'll go back to you, Councillor Downer. What do we have?
Cultural Heritage Action Plan. So there's
Sounds good.
There's two motions on this one. Sort of somebody may want to divide them up, but I'll put them together. So this is an increase in the Cultural Heritage Action Plan implementation of $116,600 for a permanent heritage planner in 2022. And the second part is an increase for the consulting funding and a 2-year temporary position of $380,000 in 2022 required to advance the Cultural Heritage Action Plan, including the cooling inventory, and be funded from the tax operating contingency reserve for a total of $505 over 2022 and 2023. So this, I think the first one is, we've heard from staff about lack of resources in our heritage file, and we've had some grief in this last year in that file, a significant amount of grief, it seems. Difficulty in the heritage file. And so that's for the planner. All right, the second part is a one-time funding issue. It can come from the contingency reserve because it's a one-time funding, and it is important work. So when I left council in 2006, there was 1.5 heritage planners, and somehow we got down to 1. I'm not quite sure how that happened, but there's a lot of catch up we need to do, and that's part of the grief we've had in this as the work on heritage. And you notice on the budget board and in the documents we have what this consultant and temporary staff person would do would be to update the heritage register, including the evaluation of properties listed on the cooling architectural inventory but not listed on the register. We saw just within the last month an issue around that we don't have that done. Rank and priority of 2,000 property that includes risk. We've seen problems from that a couple of times this last year. Update the existing listing properties with new information since the register was created. We're seeing those issues. And an update of municipal addresses. So currently, this work is being done on the side of somebody's desk whenever they can. It's not being done. It's just not being done. And it needs to be done in order to save us time in dealing with current work, like the assessment as development applications come in. And the more we see of infill in the city, the more this is going to become a problem that we do not have this work done. So I just want to also ask, because we have our heritage staff working on the on appeals. So 70 Fountain, it's got a heritage component to it. So I just want to ask I'm not sure if it's to Deputy CEO Jane. Your last name is just escaped me. So sorry.
Holmes, yeah. And Councillor Down, I'm sorry to interrupt you there. I just need a seconder for this. I know you're speaking to the Cultural Heritage Action Plan for the implementation of the 116,600 for the permanent heritage planner. That's the one. Let's see if there's a seconder. I know there probably will be. Yep, boom, Councillor Karan. Okay. So keep going. Your question to Deputy CIO Holmes.
Deputy CIO Holmes. So what is the impact of these appeals having on our in heritage planning right now in the city? My guess is it's pretty much just stops.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Downer. So yeah, given some of the files that are going into litigation in the next little while, we have a couple that are going in early next year. And what that does is that takes that staff member completely out of the running, if you will, to do any work for however long that that litigation lasts. So it could be weeks, it could be going into months. But in the meantime, that staff member wouldn't be able to do any of the work associated with processing heritage files. So as everybody knows, we've got some timelines changed that have gone through Bill 108 that we have to meet. We're not meeting those right now. And so we would need an extra, we're not meeting those right now, even without those litigations that we have to take care of. So that's why we were requesting the additional staff member to help get through those files and meet our timelines. And in addition to that, the additional work on the second part of that that amendment is to do some of the work that we have been discussing at Heritage Guelph about the cooling inventory, and as you mentioned, the municipal register as well. So that staff member, along with that consultant, will help us build that cultural heritage action plan and implement it as we go forward.
Okay, great. So just to confirm, we're only talking right now about the first part of what's on the floor, which is the Cultural Heritage Action Plan implementation of the 116,600 for the permanent heritage planner starting in 2022. It's been moved and seconded. Let's not talk about the other one for a moment. And only speaking to this, Gibson, then Alt.
Hi there. Maybe just a straight question to staff. This wasn't part of your original budget request to council. Why wasn't it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Gibson. It was as we were looking through all of our budget requests, you can see that in our budget we do have other requests for planning staff, and it was really looking at what we needed to get done in regards to some of the other work we were doing. It was quite simply about prioritizing what needed to be done and then making some tough choices at that point.
Sounds like our job. Thanks very much. I appreciate it.
And Alt, next, please.
Thank you, Mayor Guthrie. I don't think I need to shut off my camera. Just for purposes of clarity, could I please have on the screen the motion, the singular motion that we will be voting on right now?
Okay, so the clerk understood it as actually both being moved and seconded. But how about we just make it easier to continue to talk about the first one, okay? So the clerk is recognizing that both are on the floor. Councillor Cron, you're good with that? Yeah, okay. As the seconder, okay. So again, just speaking to the first part, Councillor Alt, did I just lose you? No, there you are. Did you have anything further? Or is that
just wanted to see it because I wanted
okay.
to be certain what I was voting upon.
Okay, so we'll split. Basically, what we're doing is splitting it. Okay, well, we'll just call the vote on the first one. Councillor O'Rourke, I see your hand. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I really support the first part of the motion for the 116 because it's going to add capacity to our heritage planning area. This year, we also moved up the remediation of the city's heritage properties from taking 3 years to 2. We have a broader designation for the OR land, so we know that there's a lot going on, but there's been a lot going on in heritage. So I really support the first piece. I'm just wondering, Ms. Baker, what is the percentage change? So in that city building strategy table, if it's only the 116 in 2022, what is the reduction to the tax levy impact? So we're still making progress, perhaps, and we're setting the pace on that. But if we only do the 116 as opposed to the 496, so we only do the new full-time heritage planner, what's the tax levy impact?
0.14 or 014? 0.1. Oh, sorry, it's sorry, I'm unmuted. The impact is 0.14% just for the position.
Okay.
Oh,
okay. Thank you.
Sorry, I have that wrong. Sorry.
Seems high actually, because it's
Yes.
0.19 with the 386 for whatever that amount is for the consultant.
It's 0.04. I apologize.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. That's helpful.
I don't think I have anyone else on my list. Can I just ask a question of clarity? Is any of this? No, it wouldn't be. I already know the answer. I just answered my own question. It's going to be asking about if it was funded by fees or things like that. It's not really an enterprise budget. This is straight up operating. I answered my own question. I'm just talking to myself. Sorry about that. Okay. So look, I just want to echo what Councillor Downer said. Just before I call the vote on this, I know it's it's another FTE, but I can confirm that the issue, especially around the one planner that we have now being pulled away to work on even just LPAT issues, immediately stops everything else because we have one. And so just that reason alone is a reason. It seriously is, folks. And then on top of that, there is a, get to yes kind of issue on this, sorry to use your terminology, CAO, around development applications, around heritage issues that are going to be continuing to increase from citizens in the city in regards to committee of adjustment maybe issues that are coming forward. Like there's a lot of customer service, I think, baked into this position as well, which is a good thing. So this is an add to the budget that has value to me, which in turn will have value to the citizenry, developers within the community as well, that will end up interacting with this position. So I think it is valid where this has not had that capacity that's been required over the last little while, and it's just going to grow, and we all know it. Like we all know it. So, anyways, I'll vote in favor of this one. That's just my 2 cents on that one. Okay, I'll call the vote then on just this first one because it was split. So, all in favor of that position, please show me your hands. Okay, I'll just yell at the names. If you hear it, lower your hand. So Guthrie, Alt, Gawler, Hoffland, O'Rourke, Downer, Salisbury, Gordon, Caron. And that passes, but let me just say it for everyone to see. Those against, please raise your hand for me. McKinnon, Billings, and Bell and Gibson. Thank you. Now let's go to the next one. Did you want to speak to that one, Councillor Downer, which is the next one? It's already on the floor, remember?
Yeah, so I just want to just briefly remind everybody, this is a one-time funding from the contingency reserve because it's a one-time thing to help us get caught up. And I would ask for your support, Council, for actually everything that Mayor Guthrie just said. This will be doing the pre-work to prepare us for those applications that we know are coming in. This is all the work that we don't have done that staff have to scramble to do in reaction to the applications that were coming in for infill projects. And we're seeing it. They're scrambling. We don't have the information right away. And so it's getting us caught up so that we can be prepared for the growth, the intensification in this city. And that's for the very reason he talked about. That's why we should be supporting getting this work done now through a contingency reserve. It's not going to impact the budget this year, the increase. So I think it's really important work that needs to be done.
Thank you. I hope it was captured in the minutes there that she referred to something good that I said there. That's good. All right, I see some hands. Gibson, Karan, O'Rourke.
I think I'm just trying to recall like the cooling list and trying to get through the cooling list. Part of my trepidation here is that, you know, council added 80 some properties to the cooling list ourselves. Like there's a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy here. Staff haven't recommended this. You know, I'm going to speak to this a little later, but, you know, staff have talked about, they've laid some breadcrumbs here in our budget that I've picked up on. I don't know if council staff have meant to, but, you know, pace and timing, pace and affordability has been dripped over and over again in the reports and over again in the presentations, and staff have said they can make do without this. Like I know staff would welcome it, but they've made the tough decision for us. I don't know why we're starting to put back in when staff have made these recommendations. I think our goal here is to evaluate the budget from an affordability perspective and see what we can do about it, not add in. I know that there's going to be talk of efficiencies and how this is going to help, but I'm going to take staff's lead here and try not to raise the ceiling on this budget any more than it already is. It's already a tough budget. It's already a tough budget. I acknowledge that. Anyway, I won't be supporting it just because it hasn't come from staff on this one.
Thank you. And I believe I had Karan and O'Rourke.
So staff gave us a budget to keep the lights on, and staff gave us a budget because they understand the pace and the pressures and what's coming up in the future. But staff also have given us options and given us recommendations for things that they know are coming forward. They know we have master plans. We have the Cultural Heritage Action Plan that we approved as a council. When we approve those action plans, there's an expectation in the community that we're going to make them happen. And I would say that this is one action plan. It took us 4 years to get it to council. And if you recall the level of public discussion that happened as a result of it, and it seems like every application we have where there's a heritage component, including like the York Elizabeth corridor, the GID lands, we put buildings on the cooling inventory because we don't have time to do the research. So the cooling inventory the heritage register is a holding place. It's just a place to put buildings that we haven't had a chance to properly research. And that holding pattern stays until we have an application, and those property owners have that registered until we have an opportunity to do that research. So as Councillor Downer said, this isn't just saving us money down the line, and this isn't just about future applications that we know are coming. This is about catching up on past work. The 0.5 heritage planner that we had 15 years ago that disappeared, this is work that heritage planner could have been doing. This is planning work that often a summer co-op student will do. And I've got a motion later about co-op students in planning. This is catching up on past work as well. And as we all know, and I'm not going to belabor it repeatedly throughout today, we know that everything we've deferred from the past is catching up to us now. And again, if we continue to defer and defer and defer, it's just going to keep costing us more and more, and we're not meeting community expectations. The Cultural Heritage Action Plan is a community expectation that we set, we agreed to, we approved, and now it's time to put the funding where our mouth is. Thanks.
And over to Councillor O'Rourke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I said when we declared our intentions that I really wanted to focus on the strat plan priorities that we established in the very first time that we met on the strat plan. And they were transit, environment. So we're going to be talking about climate change next week, more so than, it's always part of the conversation. There's a lot of climate stuff in this budget, which is great. We talked about the need to be sure we open the South End Rec Center and Baker Street. And we also talked about affordability. So while the heritage file is hot and it's important, I think the first motion that just passed doubles the capacity in that department. And while it's important, I think the community is asking us to prioritize things, and it just doesn't land on the list of our strat plan priorities or of the citizen satisfaction survey. So yes, it's important. Let's see what we can do with that additional person. Let's see what we can do with surpluses or efficiencies in other places of the organization. But I'm not prepared to support the additional fees for the consultant at this time.
Okay, thanks. I just have a couple of clarity questions before I call the vote on this one. First of all, was there a reason why, knowing it was really only going to be kind of one-time funding, that staff didn't initially out of the gate suggest us to use reserves? Like there must have been some other prioritization or other filter that was used in crafting what's in front of us to say, even though we could use reserve, I'm putting words in your mouth. I'll just be quiet. You get my question. Go ahead.
Sure. So on that strategic city building list, staff put the cost of all of them. We didn't put any reserve
Source.
usage in there. That we've left that up to council. So that was just a standard consistent approach that we took on that memo.
Okay. But now knowing that it is work, I mean, you wouldn't have put it on the, like you wouldn't have put it on the strategic list if it wasn't somewhat important. And now knowing that it is kind of one-time funding required for the work to be done that could be used from reserves. Let me put it this way. If it wasn't budget time right now and this proposal came forward mid-year and we had to do this work, you'd probably recommend in that report to use reserves.
To the mayor, yes, if this was a priority of council and that you wanted this to happen, that would have been the approach we would have taken in an in-year situation.
Okay. And then thank you. And then my last question is just in regards to, is there ever any like granting or something like that, or grant possibilities from upper levels of government in regards to this sort of sector, where we could apply for? Has that ever happened in the past to help with these types of things? So in other words, we use the reserves now, but next year, if there's an opportunity that aligns with the granting, would you still try to action that opportunity?
So to the mayor, we try to action all opportunities on grants, but I'm not aware of one that that is specific to this request.
Okay. Sorry, I did say that was my last question, and I apologize. One more. You're pretty firm on 380. Could it be up to? Is it like have you like very firmly costed this out?
Through the mayor, to the mayor.
Sure.
We've done our best to cost it out based on other studies that we've seen taken place. So it's an estimate at this time. So if you wanted to put up to, that's okay too.
No, it's okay. I trust you. If you don't use 380, I know it will come to the bottom line. I trust you on that. Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you so much. Okay, anything further on this? Okay, so let's call the vote on just this one, which again is 380 in 2022 to advance the Cultural Heritage Action Plan work, including the cooling inventory, and it to be funded from the tax operating contingency reserve, the total of 505 over 22 and 23. Okay, it's coming from reserves. All in favor, please show me your hand. Okay, Guthrie, Downer, Hoffman, Salisbury, Alt, Gordon Caron. Sorry, I didn't count, clerk. Is that 7? I think so. The clerk would like your hands up again, everybody. Those in favor, please keep your hand on the screen. Guthrie, Downer, Salisbury, Hopwin, Alt, Gordon, Caron. 7. Against, please put up your hand. Billings, McKinnon, Bell, and O'Rourke, and Gibson, Goller. Okay. Before we go on, first of all, I just want to say thank you to me personally. I feel like everything's going really well right now. So just, you know, win some, lose some, we're moving. I appreciate that. Secondly, thank you to staff for on the fly. Clerk, you're doing good with throwing stuff up there. I really appreciate it. It's going good. Can I just ask Tara out of the blue, maybe, or Karen who's online or somebody, who's keeping track? We usually ask this a few times as we go. Do you know what we're sitting at right now for budget increase, not tax increase, to be clear?
Well, I was gonna, well, the tax levy impact, if that's what you're asking, is
All right, sure.
5.05 right now.
Okay.
For 2022.
Yeah, did you already calculate 2023 yet or no?
We'd need a couple more minutes for 23.
All right, well, get back to us. It's all good. Okay. There's only 2 more under the esteemed Councillor Downer. Do you want to go and keep going, Councillor Downer? We got a contaminated. Why don't we get through, or maybe even one more? Sorry, just maybe one more.
Yeah, the police one, not the police, sorry.
Yeah, we can do the other one
I'll
maybe
save to the
later, maybe
end.
not. We'll see.
I'll
Yeah,
do that one at the end, but the contaminated sites fund one.
let's do
like
that.
I could leave it like Councillor Billing till later to see where we are. I mean, it wouldn't be a priority for me to move this, but
Okay, yep, I could put a question mark beside that one. Yep.
yeah, and it may be something that we bring later.
Okay. This is the ebb and flow of adding and subtracting. I think there's been some adding and maybe there'll be some subtracting. Okay, why don't we take a 5-minute break, right? We're at the end of that. Well, that's fair. Let's take a 10-minute break. Let's do that. It's 3:38. We're gonna come. No, I'm gonna cut it in the middle. We're coming back here at 3:45. Okay, bye. We'll come back here at 3:45. Get a drink, move around a bit. Okay, who's going to be the first to turn on their video? Gibson. Sliding in. Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order, everybody. Hope that little walk around helped. I am on to my second iced tea of the evening. We'll see how many I go. All right. Where were we? We just heard. I wrote it down somewhere. We're at 5. We're sitting at 5.05 right now, folks. And then I think you said, did you happen to get the 2023 impacts yet? Nope, not yet. Okay. And how about one extra question for us, just to give us some context? What have we used so far for one-time usage for reserves? That might be a good thing to know too. 1 second on that one too. When you're ready, let me know. Okay. All right, Councillor McKinnon. Do you mind going next? Because you're after Councillor Hoffman here, so. Do you mind
Sounds
going,
great.
Councillor McKinnon?
No, sounds good. Thank you, Mr.
All right,
Mayor.
go for it.
And
I
through
will turn
you.
it over to you. And make sure we
Great.
get a second there before we start talking about stuff.
Sounds good. First thing I'm going to amendment I'll put on the floor is regarding the unanimously supported affordable bus pass amendment with the sliding scale, and Clerks has that amendment.
Okay, everybody. Is there a seconder for Councillor McKinnon's affordable bus pass amendment? Gawler is willing to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's talk about that briefly.
Vancouver, did you want to speak to it?
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. So this has no impact on the 2022 budget because it is a one-year pilot program that Council had supported back in Q2 to do it as a one-year pilot. And because it's a 1 year, it most appropriately be funded from the contingency reserve for $385,000. And this would be a 12-month pilot project. And so it would not be starting until March at the, or as soon as staff can get it together and run for 12 months. So we can get an idea of, does the sliding scale open up more access to those who are experiencing poverty, don't have a lot of income to do it, and gets the lowest price bus pass down to $4 a month, which is fantastic. So I'm really looking forward for unanimous support on this. Thanks.
Hoffman, Alt, O'Rourke.
Thank you, Mayor Guthrie. I'd just like to hear from staff. It was suggested in Councillor McKinnon's comments that there's no impact on the I believe he said 2022 budget. I apologize if that's incorrect. And then there would be repercussions, I imagine, to the 2023 budget. Could staff please confirm my understanding?
So through the mayor to Councillor Hoffland, I think if I'm understanding correctly and looking to finance for confirmation, the intention was this was to be funded because it was a one-year pilot through reserves. And so that is why the suggestion is there isn't an impact to the base operating budget. Yep, Tara is nodding. And so then if it was, we would need to come back and seek council approval, because if it is a one-year pilot project, we would then be coming back to council with results and seeking your feedback and direction on what to do for 2023.
Okay, that's clear. Thank you. And I also wondered about the transit review. Is it my understanding that there is a pending route review and a pending fare strategy? And when would those be coming forward to council?
So through the Mayor to Councillor Hoffland, so the route review is now completed and you have approved that. So the route review won't be coming back again. The fare strategy, as we had mentioned, is scheduled to be coming back. We do handle the affordable bus pass separately, similar to any of the subsidies that we provide. We don't actually handle them through transit. They go through our community investment team so that we keep them arm's length. And so similar to fee assistance that we would provide in our recreation department or with transit, that work actually goes through our community investment department overseen by Alex Goss and Dan Evans and his arm's length to transit. However, transit is doing a fare strategy, and because our affordable bus pass rates are tied to our fares, there would be a potential connection if we're looking at different fares for transit that could and would then flow through to the affordable bus pass either at our current single tier pricing or if this was approved in the 3-tier. But I believe that that fare strategy work is scheduled to be completed in Q2/Q3 of next year. And part of the reason I think for the pilot is so that we would have confirmation on how many users, because we do just have estimates at this point. We don't know exactly how many people would qualify in each of the 3 tiers that is being proposed.
So just one last follow-up. So I'm hearing some dates and I'm wondering if you could just clarify for me. They're not aligned then, the fare strategy and the affordable bus pass pilot would not be, the timing would not be aligned. Is that what I'm hearing?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Hoffland, because they really are handled as sort of separate entities. The fare strategy will be underway in 2022. The affordable bus pass, we look at those affordable rates a little bit independently of what fares we're setting, because we do handle them as subsidized. So it's not that it's a different transit pass. We actually handle them as subsidized. Similar, again, if I use an analogy in recreation where we do our fee assistance in recreation, our swim rates stay the same, but we set a subsidized rate that people can access if they qualify. So as much as I understand they appear very connected, and to a certain degree they are, we do handle them separately. That fare strategy will come forward, and then any change to affordable bus pass rates would take place in the future. The only thing that I do want to note, though, in terms of the timing is because of the timing, we, as Councillor McKinnon has indicated, we can't begin this until March 1st, just because we need time to get it up and implemented. And so we would need that direction from Council, what to do in that early 2023 timeline, just in terms of where the pilot shuts down in relation to future budget approval. So that would be sort of the only nuance that I would highlight in terms of the timing.
Thank you for that.
Alt and then O'Rourke, please.
Thank you, Mayor Guthrie. Through you to staff. I expect it's probably Ms. Clackbush. I'm struggling with this a bit, and I'm struggling with it because I'm very concerned that we might be working at cross purposes with this multi-tiered suggestion and what Ms. Clack has just said in response to Councillor Hoffland. So I'm wondering, while I'm in favor of the principle of providing support as much as possible for those in need of fair support, a study of this type as we are implementing a new bus route strategy, the grid strategy, and also the fare strategy. I'm wondering what the impact could potentially be on actually doing the analysis. I think we could be at cross purposes and truly confusing what it is we're intending to do. Wondering, Ms. Clack, if you could comment on any of that.
So through the Mayor to Councillor Alt, of course, we have a number of different KPIs and measurables that we'll be looking at with transit, and our new electronic fare management system allows us to have better analysis as we begin to more fully implement that system and use that data as we're looking forward. Because the affordable bus pass, that is a separate application process and it's tracked separately because there is the qualified qualifying requirements that applicants have to meet. That is handled, again, more like the best analogy I can use is like a social service subsidy. And so we would have the data that in answer to your question, yes, can it be a challenge for us to completely extrapolate change in ridership due to changes in the routes or changes in the fare or changes in the affordable bus pass? Of course, if you add in more factors, it becomes difficult to always extract that and know exactly what the change has been. But in terms of the affordable bus pass, we will have really good metrics as to who has applied, what level of funding they have come in under, and then we can report out on that. But when we're looking, of course, there's a number of factors, COVID recovery. So when we're looking at transit data in the coming year, 2 years, 3 years, there's going to be a variety of factors that influence any of our transit data. Our goal will be to get you good data, but we're all going to have to be interpreting it with all of the various environmental factors in consideration for everything that's all of those inputs coming into transit that's affecting our potential ridership.
Thank you, Ms. Clackbush. I appreciate that for virtually all of the reasons that you mentioned. As I said, I was sitting on the fence on this. I cannot support this particular proposal. I believe that what we are doing is presenting more obstacles for getting clean data. And I think we're providing a service regardless.
Thank you. And O'Rourke, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
then
Through
Hoff.
you, I know Councillor McKinnon has worked really hard on this, and I love the idea of a $4 pass for those who are at the lowest income level. I've got some concerns around where we are already on the contingency reserve, and it might not be clean, but I'm sitting at about 1.5 that we've already pulled from that reserve. So I totally agree. It's a one-time, it's a pilot. I have a question for Ms. Clackbush around the operational impact. So yeah, it's funded from reserves, but if the program goes really well, and you would hope that it would, do you have staff capacity for those policies, for that intake, all of that?
Through the mayor to Councillor O'Rourke, of course, that's always difficult to answer when we don't know what the capacity or what the uptake will be. But I do think in conversation with Ms. Evans that we do feel that we are okay to manage this once we're able to get it up and going. And thank you to Councillor McKinnon for working with us on the starting date, because that was our biggest concern, was our ability to start at the beginning of the calendar year. But with that flexibility on the start date, we do think we have the staff capacity. And then, of course, we would just simply report back to council on what the uptake is.
Thanks. Another question through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Clackbush. So the county is our social service provider, right? They do rent subsidies, they do other subsidies. Do they do a subsidy for transportation that could help support this program?
Through the mayor to Councillor O'Rourke, I'm not sure. They may purchase transit passes that they provide to individuals directly, but no, I don't believe they have a subsidized program like this for usage of Guelph Transit. I think that instead, through their social services work, they sometimes access, whether it's transit or cabs or other ways that they sometimes will work with their clients to provide services. But no, I don't believe that there is a direct subsidy program like this. We do use similar qualifying requirements, and so I know our team has worked with alongside the county to look at what that qualifying criteria would be, but I don't believe that there is a direct subsidy available.
Okay, so thank you for your response. It would be interesting for the county to make up that portion. That would be an interesting option. I don't know, Ms. Clackbush, is that an option through the mayor?
Through the mayor to Councillor O'Rourke, it's not something that we've discussed with them. Again, I don't want to speak for the county, but I do believe that they've probably sort of allocated all of how they're going to spend the funds that they receive in the programs. And I know resources are stretched thin, but I don't want to speak for them to say whether or not that would be something that they could contribute to.
Sure. Okay, thanks. So I'm struggling with this one because I think it's almost cruel to do a pilot of this, and 1 month, a couple months you get a $4 bus pass, and then we're like, whoops, pilot's over, so you're back to your regular rate. So I'm really struggling with this. And I know that there's another motion coming on transit. Feels like there's a lot going on in transit. So I think I think with respect, huge respect to Councillor McKinnon, I don't know that I can support the motion. Thanks.
Thank you. And I did see Hofflin and then Bell.
Thank you, Mayor Guthrie. So for someone who's sat around a lot of tables discussing poverty and the barriers for people living in poverty, it's really difficult for me not to agree with this motion. And by the way, Councillor McKinnon, I do love the intention of your motion. I won't support the pilot for a few reasons. One, it's not a staff-driven pilot, and it's not even been discussed with transit staff as far as I know. I believe that the timing is not good, especially with COVID, a pending fare strategy. I think we need to finish the bulk of the work and then have the discussion about making transit more affordable.
Thank you. And to Bell, Councillor Bell, please.
Thank you. So I will be supporting the amendment. I think that the changes to the affordable path, our biggest step initially was instituting an affordable bus pass policy, which I wholeheartedly supported. I think Councillor McKinnon's attempt to fine tune this to make it even more affordable, I think it's a good idea. I would be happy to support it in the base budget or not as a pilot, but as a pilot, I'm fine with that too. So those are my comments.
All right, thank you. And seeing nothing further, I'll, oh, sorry, to the mover. Go ahead. Sorry, Mark. Councillor McKinnon.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor, just to kind of shore up the end of the conversation. You know, this council spent over $650,000 moving a hunk of metal a few hundred meters. It's pretty hard to say that people, you know, if you're hungry, we don't want to give you a meal today because we can't give you one tomorrow. You know, if you're hungry, you're hungry. And to say that we need a fare strategy before we can get a more affordable bus pass, come January or March, April, May, we're not going to be changing the fare strategy. If we have a Q32 report, we're not going to be changing the fares mid-year. It's probably going to come in January 1st of 2023. And so while this is aligned, there's only a couple months overlap in the beginning of 2023 at the end of the pilot where there might be any kind of conflict. Quite frankly, we would look at this. This is an amazing amount of work that we can do to get people that need a ride now and that maybe can't afford to take the bus pass. They can't afford the $37, $40 that it currently is. And so, you know, if council is looking at getting more people on transit, this is a great way to get people on transit, get them used to it. And if the pilot fails, if we determine at the end of a year that it wasn't a good idea and it goes back up to the regular price, you know, all those people saved $10, $20, $30, $40 a month for every month that they can buy it, which they can put on their table for food, or they can spend on clothes to try to find a job, or whatever people do with their money. This is a very worthwhile pilot. This will be a Canadian leader. Guelph often talks about, you know, we like being leaders. You know, this is better than the Calgary model, which right now Calgary has one of the best affordable bus passes in Canada. This will place us at the top of Canada, the most compassionate, the most understanding. We're going to drive up transit ridership. We're going to get people used to doing it. We already have half empty buses right now or fully empty buses. We all know it right now. This is a great way to get more people on the bus. And with more people on the bus, what does that do? That gives us more money coming from transit as well, because our funding is determined by ridership. So there are so many reasons why this is vitally important. Far more important than moving a hunk of metal a few hundred meters, in my opinion. So that's why I think this should be unanimous support on the council. If you choose not to, that's fine, but this is a great motion, and I'm hoping there's at least 7 people that'll see it forward. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, with that, then I will call the vote on this motion. So all those in favor, please raise your hand. So Guthrie, Downer, McKinnon, Bell, Goller, Gordon, Salisbury, O'Rourke. That's 8. Against, please raise your hand for me. Karan, Gibson, Alt Billings, Hoffman. Okay, and so that passes Councillor McKinnon, and I think you have some more here.
Yes, thank you. So this
Well,
is
go ahead.
looking at the reduction, the removal of the Strategic Communications Advisor amendment.
Okay.
And while this is not for, it's for number 998 budget requests, while it does not impact the tax base for 2022 because this is funded from water and wastewater rates, the amendment is still removing that position from the 2022 budget.
Okay, let's see if there's a seconder. And if you could just pull the screen down for me. Okay, Councillor Goller is seconding.
Great. And
All
so
right.
I'll just talk to it very briefly
You
then,
can go
because
ahead.
yeah, it's fairly straightforward. Yeah, well, why would this come forward if it's not affecting the budget and it's not affecting the water and wastewater rates? But if this isn't approved, everything I've read, all the justifications for this position and the explanations on the justification of the position does not seem it's enough of a priority for me. And I think if we do not approve this year, it won't be in this year, it won't be in 2023, and that will allow perhaps the water and wastewater rates not to go up as much when we're looking forward at what the forecasted rate is. So this is a future-looking cost savings, not a current cost savings, when it comes down to the amount of money out of residents' pockets.
Okay, thank you. Again, just so everyone is clear, this is currently funded under the user fees. So it's not a operating budget increase FTE. It is embedded in, funded by the fees collected. So Councillor Gibson and Hoffland. Sorry, I got a seconder on that, right, Dylan? Goller, my apologies. Gibson and
Thank you.
Hoffland.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So to staff, would this decision have any impact on the levy or the user fee, the rate increase on water, wastewater this year or next year, or is this just something that will maybe tamp down the need for increased rates in the future?
Through the mayor to Councillor Gibson, this position results in a increase in the water rate by 1 cent. It doesn't increase the wastewater rate at all.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Hoffland was next, I believe, on this one. Just Jane, through to you. We were just all having a pretty hard time hearing you. So I don't know if it's something with your microphone. Just be aware. Councillor Hoffland?
Mayor Guthrie, I just need to see the motion again.
Sure. Through the magic of clerks. Here it is. Okay, you good, Councillor Hoffland? Okay, great. All right, I don't think we need to bounce this one around too much more. It's pretty straightforward. You either agree or don't. So I'll call the vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, Billings and McKinnon and Goller and Gibson. And those against, please raise your hand. And Guthrie and Hoffland and Bell and Alt and Downer and O'Rourke and Salisbury and Gordon and Karan. Okay, so that fails. And Councillor McKinnon, back to you, I believe. Yeah, you got some more here. Do you want to keep going?
Yeah, that sounds great. The
Actually,
next one
before
I'll be
you do
looking
that,
at.
Councillor McKinnon,
Sure.
I was told a few minutes ago that there's some numbers that have been calculated by our crack financial team over here. So we had, after the break, we started at 5.05. And then we were wondering what the impact was for 2023. And I think there was another question in regards to sort of what usage of reserves have we used already? Could you throw those numbers out for us?
Yep. So right now for 2022, for the tax impact, we're still at 5.05 and 23 is 4.88. In terms of reserve, operating contingency reserve usage, council is at for 22, 1.8 tonight. But in addition to what staff have already recommended, in total 2022 contingency reserve uses is at 4.7 million now, and 23 is at 3.1 million.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's a good update. All right, back to you, Councillor McKinnon. What were you talking about again? Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is looking at addition of what was in the 13 recommendations. This is the digital services and customer service amendment.
Okay, we'll get that up on the screen, and that one is that it be approved in the amount of 87,200 in 2022 and 180,500 in 2023. Is there a seconder for the digital services one? Councillor O'Rourke, I see your hand. Okay. And to the mover, would you like to speak about it before I call the vote?
Just briefly, this was number 1 on the list of 13, and it was ranked in order, and this was the first one. So it has a high number of amount of importance, and this is our strategy to get the back-end digital solutions taken care of so we can have good front-end digital solutions for residents of the city. This is, if we're going to look at how we're going to improve communication with the residents, this is a critical key position for that.
Thank you. Could I call the vote on this one? This is pretty straightforward, folks. Good. Awesome. All in favor of this one, please raise your hand for me. Okay, so Guthrie, McKinnon, O'Rourke, Gawler, Karan, Salisbury, Gordon. Believe that's enough. I didn't count on that one, but I believe that is. Yep, and against? Alt, Gibson, Downer, Hofflin, Billings, Bell. That passes. Okay, Councillor McKinnon, do you have more? Yes, you do. I know you do because I see them in front of me.
Yeah,
Which
and
one do you
this
wanna do?
is, I'll cover one that's going to be a great movement for supporting our modal splits, for encouraging people to take transit on active transportation and all those great green things, and that is parking amendments, which is a 5-part motion or 5-part amendment, which I will request in advance to be voted on each individual one separately, because I think people are going to want to support maybe some and not others, or maybe none, or maybe all. But I think if they're done separately, that's probably best.
Okay, this was passed around, so let me see if there's a seconder. Oh, I do see on the screen, Councillor Gibson. Are you seconding, Councillor Gibson? Yes? Okay, to the mover, and then I saw your hand, Councillor Gibson. Go ahead, Mark, Councillor McKinnon, and then back to you, Councillor Gibson.
Thank you. So these numbers are provided by staff, so they are accurate, and they are pre-GST numbers, which is why they look a little weird. But you know, for example, the 218 is actually 250, and 266 is actually 3. So you can upscale it as need be. But this, as I said, it checks off so many boxes. We want to move the parking fees off of the tax base and onto a fee user. So a resident will see a tax reduction if all these go through of over $300,000. If you do not drive and park downtown, you do not pay this. If you do, you pay the fee. And I think doing that supports lower income who may not have that. It supports people getting on buses, using active transportation. If we want people to use the bus and walk downtown and bike downtown, these 5 motions help do that, because everyone knows if you make parking more expensive and it's not a profit center, this isn't even covering the actual costs of our parking master plan that we're going to be reviewing next year. We still have more to go, but this gets part of the way there. So with the 5 different motions, you know, because there was a lot of text, I'm sure people want to come up again. The first one was the hourly rate, increases it from $2.50 to $3 an hour. The second one was a flat fee on Saturdays rather than $3 an hour, or $3 for a full day. It's $4 for a full day. The third one is incrementing using a flat fee on Sunday. Currently, there's no Sunday fee. What this does, this treats Sunday like a Saturday. They're both days on weekends. And so what this would do is make Sunday in line with Saturday, $4 all day parking in the lots. Number 4 is about event parking, which is purposely set to be about 2.5 hours of paid parking. So if parking is roughly $3 an hour, roughly 2.5 hours, in an event at the River Run Center or maybe at the Sleeman Center, 2.5 hours, $8 would be a flat event fee parking. And then the 5th one is looking at the rates that staff has proposed. They proposed a 5% increase in almost all rates this year and a 5% in 2023. Total would be 10%. That still isn't fully acknowledging the total cost of parking. What I believe we should be doing is to give tax relief and to make parking more expensive, because that's actually where it should be to get that full tax recovery off the tax base onto a user fee, is to pull that 5 and 5%, pull it into a single year at 10%. And so those are the 5 different amendments, the explanation of those, and that's pretty well everything I have on it. Thanks.
Thank you. Can I just ask a question of clarity, Councillor McKinnon? In your sort of verbal, telling us what's going on, you said numbers like $3 to $5 and blah, blah, but your motions actually show like different numbers. Like
right,
the motions
HST.
show like 261 to 354. So what is it? Is it 3 to 5, or is it $2.61 to $3.54? Like what?
It's $2.61 plus HST, which is $3, going to $3.54 plus HST, which is $4.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we were. Thank you. Councillor, show me your hands who has questions on this one. I got 3. I got a 4. A lot. Okay, getting my pen. Councillor Guller, Hofflin, Gordon, Alt.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to move an amendment to number 5. I have sent this to clerks in advance, and that is just to remove 2 of the parking lots from the cost increase, the ones that are outside the downtown core. So I am asking to remove the Norwich and the Arthur Street parking lots, which are both gravel lots that serve the community that's outside the downtown. And the total overall cost is minimal to the city, but I think it's in line. And after the budget, I will be asking for us to explore expanding our parking regulations beyond downtown, so that we can treat downtown separately from the rest of the city and actually look at parking regulation in the rest of the city. I'm not sure if I have a seconder for this.
Yeah, let's just see if I have a seconder for you. Councillor Caron. Okay. And just 1 second, everyone. The clerk's just asking me something. Okay, maybe you could unmute and just say the same thing again. Just it's better for everyone to hear your concern there.
Sure. Thank you very much. And through you, Mr. Mayor, to the mover of the amendment to the amendment, Councillor Goller. My question is just simply, how does this amend number 5? Number 5 seeks to change 5% to 10%. Your amendment to the amendment simply refers to the original staff proposed 5%. And I'm just wondering how to reconcile those two.
Yes, through your worship, actually, the wording that I sent to the clerk's office actually said that there would be no cost increase. So it would maintain the 2021 prices. So there's no cost increase on either of those parking lot permits. So they would remain at $107.
So thank you, Councillor Goller. I think I may have just pulled up the wrong one. Perhaps you can confirm.
Oh, okay.
If this is the correct motion.
That is the correct one. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. That was my error. Thank you.
No.
Okay. Councillor Caron, did you see that? Are you okay with that still? as seconder? Yeah. Can I just have that motion put back up on the screen?
Absolutely.
It seems trying to understand something. Okay.
So I believe
So it's still okay. It's still okay. I get it now. Your amendment is still acknowledging that Councillor McKinnon's amendment is still going to create additional revenue, but you're wanting to just separate out Norwich and Arthur.
Yes, Your Worship, and I will
That
be.
makes sense. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, hold on. Sorry, Councillor Cron seconded. Okay. Speaking to the amendment only. Gibson, Alt, O'Rourke, Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you through Mr. Mayor. So I wanted to maybe speak to Councillor Goller about this too. I'm not going to support the amendment, Councillor Goller, just simply because I don't think I'm not going to support the 10% increase across the board. So if this amendment passes, either way, this clause in Councillor McKinnon's amendment, I let him know that I wouldn't be supporting a 10% increase in lots. I would only want a 5. I think that's more in line with what we've done in the past. And last year, I think they saw a pretty big hike across. I can remember the shock to the residents when we saw those rates go up a couple years back. So I think a more measured pace on that specific clause. So I won't be supporting this because I intend to not support clause. I think it's F or the last clause in Councillor McKinnon's original email. So that's my rationale on this one.
Okay. Alt, O'Rourke, Hoffland.
Thank you, Mayor Guthrie. Regrettably, I think this is actually out of order because I think that it becomes internally contradictory without significant wordsmithing of what's currently on the screen from Councillor McKinnon. I do not find it entirely clear because what Councillor McKinnon is presenting are not city staff recommended. They are councillor recommended. And the words that Councillor Goller has put in alludes directly to staff, and that creates an internal contradiction, which I think is very confusing for anyone to vote upon. I'd like you to rule on that, Mayor Guthrie, please.
I'm more confused based on what you just said, so not really sure what the problem is, Councillor McKinnon. So walk with me, just walk with me, and interrupt me when I don't understand where you're going. Okay. So there's already user fees baked in the main motion, and that regards to parking. Councillor McKinnon has moved an amendment to those rates, which is allowed. Are you okay so far?
So far, so good.
Awesome. And now, of those 5 changes proposed, Councillor Goller is wanting to amend one of them to recognize Councillor McKinnon's change, but exclude 2 lots.
That's where the problem lies. That should be defeated because that's really what should happen is that any clause in which those 2 motions is mentioned should be defeated. Is what we have language that if you put those 2 things together, we don't have a cohesive motion because it's an amendment. Is Councillor Goller talking about Councillor McKinnon's amendments, or is he talking about the city recommended rates?
So I believe Councillor Goller's amendment is a replacement of Councillor McKinnon's amendment that's on the floor, which would be in order.
So it's an amendment by substitution.
Yes, that's how I'm reading it.
Then I'm fine with that.
Okay.
But now, Councillor Goller, I need to ask you, are you replacing the whole ball of wax? Because I don't think you are.
No, it's just a number, the number that it reflects that he's moved.
So then I have to ask, what is we got into trouble with this, that we had a big debate in October with something else. What is the precise?
Kidding.
What is the precise wording? That's my concern.
Okay, let me go to the mover, and we're waiting through this. That's fine. But I can't make a ruling until I understand what the problem is, or
So,
not problem.
thank
Councilor
you.
Goller, you've made a motion of substitution through amendment
So
to
through,
the specific one that Councilor McKinnon tabled.
so through your worship,
Mhm.
my intention is that we acknowledge that of all of the downtown parkades, the two of them are actually not in downtown, and they do not serve the downtown, the same community as the downtown parkades. They serve the people that live on around the downtown. So I want those two parking lots to be treated differently. So while I support the increase of the cost of the parking permits in the downtown, I would like to exclude two parking lots which are outside of the downtown from the same increase, so that there's no increase at all. And if Councillor McKinnon's motion is defeated, I will then move a similar motion so that there's no 5% increase to those two lots. So all I'm saying is that those two lots, they should stay at the 21 rates. But I am still
Let me
supportive
just-
of the increase that Councillor McKinnon is proposing for the rest of the lots.
Okay, let me just go back to the person who did the point of order. It's sitting pretty clearly with me as the chair, but I'm willing to hear you out one more time, Councillor Alt. What is the problem that you're?
The problem is precision, because I cannot see on screen where that goes within the context of Councillor McKinnon's whole motion. I think we have an internal contradiction that we need to address. And frankly,
I hear what you're saying.
we need to have it on screen.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Okay, so let's pull up. That's fine. Let's wade through this. Councillor McKinnon's motions, the 5 that are there. No, do Councillor McKinnon's first for me, okay? Let's start kind of from the foundation, and then we'll compare that foundation to Councillor Goller's. So, so again, just to wade through this, we're okay with this as an amendment. I mean, everyone's fine with that. Where it gets unclear to Councillor Alt is where does Councillor Councillor Goller's amendment to what's on the screen fit? Am I hearing you right, Councillor Alt?
That's absolutely correct. Whether I support these motions or not, they're clear. Just that the amendment doesn't strike me as fitting anywhere
You need to
neatly.
know where the amendment applies.
Absolutely.
Applies.
Yes.
Okay. No, it's okay. Yeah. Well, nope. Clerks, if you don't mind throwing that back up for us. With this on the screen, I need to go to you, Councillor Goller. Where do you believe your amendment applies on this screen?
Through your worship, not touching 1 through 4, I'm asking to make an amendment to number 5. And
As
if
a
it's
substitution, okay.
And if it's approved, then it would be 1 through 5, but 5 would be replaced by my amendment.
Okay, now let's pull up Councillor Goller's amendment on the screen. And so you're telling council right now that this amendment on the screen is directly related to number 5. Okay. Back to you, Councillor Alt. I'm pretty clear on this. I'm not understanding what the problem is, and you're muted.
I'm going to say it's out of order. If you read the language that it says instead become 10%, it is not appropriate language for a motion that is giving clear direction. I get what Councillor Goller is trying to do, but that language doesn't fit as a precise statement of what the intention will be if it is improved.
Yeah,
it's a suggestion only.
I understand what you're saying. Pull your motion, pull the motion of Councillor Goller's back up, please. Yeah, I think that's what we need to do. If the wording at the beginning, oh, I'm sorry, Dylan, you're gonna have to pull that back up. This mirror's a bit slow. Yeah, I think at the beginning of this, it would have to say that number 5, it has to be explicit to number 5. That number 5 be replaced with. I think that might help. This was vetted through staff, however, correct? Councillor Galler's motion was vetted through staff? I see the councillor nodding in agreement.
Through the mayor, yes, we had some discussions on it, although now that I'm reading it again, it looks a bit muddled as well, so.
Yeah, it needs to be explicit to number 5. We know that much.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, yes.
Would it not be simpler to just leave the change from 5 to 10% in Councillor McKinnon's motion, and then just have another motion that excludes those 2 lots from an additional fare increase?
Yeah, yeah,
And then
that
it's
would be
clean.
cleaner. Yep, that would be cleaner. Yeah, I think that would be cleaner. So Councillor Galler, basically what we would be able to do, or any of us would be able to do, is either vote yes or no to the initial motions that are on the floor. And then you could add, no, you couldn't, because then it would be contrary. Clerks, do you have any suggestions?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think the way this has been put down on the floor by the mover is reasonable, with the exception perhaps that a brief sentence could be added beforehand to clarify that this is replacing number 5 in the amendment that it seeks to amend. If the mover wanted to put that in writing and send it to me, from a procedural perspective, I think that would be a very clear substitution of what was presented before for number 5 on the screen in the motion moved by Councillor McKinnon.
Okay, so we've spent, I think, more time on this procedural issue. I'm to a point where I am going to rule. I'm going to say that as it stands, it is out of order. And Councillor Galler, you need to, if you wish, need to take the clerk's advice and email the clerk with that added language that is specific to number 5.
Okay,
then I would call it in order. Okay.
To your worship, if you give me a couple minutes, I'm going to type that up.
Yep. Councillor McKinnon, I have a feeling you may want to have a say. Go ahead. I recognize you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll actually challenge your ruling, Mr. Mayor. It's not my amendment. It is Galler is amending my amendment, but it is crystal clear that he is adding a series of words to an existing motion, which happens all the time. This is just a sentence that he is then inserting words into. Specifically, the words are excluding the Norwich Street and Arthur Street lots, which shall remain at the 2021 rate with no increase. He's inserting that into my motion, and then he's changing 100,000 to 98,000. There's no complication, there's no confusion, there's no order. This is how you do an amendment. And so I have to challenge your ruling that his is out of order. I think it is crystal clear.
Okay. Then I will take a vote on the challenge. These are always fun. So I will call the vote. If you agree with Councillor McKinnon, you will vote yes. If you agree with the mayor, the chair, you will vote no. Okay? So all those in favor of supporting the challenge by Councillor McKinnon, please raise your hand. Okay, I see 5. O'Rourke, McKinnon, Bell, Galler, Billings, and against. Everybody else. Okay. Again, Councillor Goller.
I've just sent it to the clerk, Your
Yeah,
Worship.
if you are specific to number 5 as per the suggestion of the clerk, we can, I believe, move forward a bit easier. Okay. And Dylan, did that come through for you? Okay. He's just putting it on the slide, everybody. And who's going to be willing to second that once it comes up on the screen? Councillor Bell. Okay. Okay, so that's explicit now, everybody. Okay. And I'd like us to continue to move on. It's been moved, it's been seconded, and I'm going to call this an order. It's an amendment to the amendment. I'm going to go back to my list on the amendment to the amendment. It starts with O'Rourke, goes to Hoffland, and then I think I saw Cron. Yep, I'll add you, Councillor Cron.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Goller, real quick. Are these the 2 lots that are primarily for residents who don't have driveways? Okay, thanks.
To Your Worship, they are.
Okay, and Hoffland?
My question was answered. It was about the amending the amendment.
Okay.
I got that figured out.
No problem. And Karan?
Yes, Councillor O'Rourke dealt with my issue. I just wanted to highlight to my colleagues that these 2 lots are not really, in the preamble that Councillor McKinnon gave about people choosing to come downtown to do their business. These 2 lots that are being excluded, that is not the case. These are lots that are relied upon by neighboring residents without driveways. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Okay, I'd like to call the vote on this one. All in favor of Councillor Goller's amendment, please raise your hand. It's unanimous. Well, that was easy. Okay, need one of those easy buttons. Okay, back to the amendments as amended. I had on my list Hoffland, then Gordon, then Alt on the original list. So Hoffland, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Guthrie.
Work as well.
After all that work, I just wanted to say that I won't be supporting the increase to the downtown parking rates. I think that downtown is suffering. They're just recovering from COVID, and post-COVID, I don't think we should be raising parking rates. Also, I don't think there was, well, it's my assumption there wasn't any consultation with the Downtown Business Association. And I'm sure that there would be operational costs that aren't deducted from the total amount, which would be signage change, et cetera, especially on parking lots. So at this time, I don't think it's necessary to raise the parking rates.
Okay, thank you so much. Gordon Alt O'Rourke.
Hey, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, it is a bit of a unique situation for me to be in supporting Councillor Goller's initiative and having reservations about the main motion. Those reservations are based on my belief that what we are actually looking for might not fit in the confines as well as I'd like them to be about within budget, because it feels like a policy shift. And if we are making that policy shift, as Councillor Hoffland said, where's the downtown input, but where is the public input too? I wonder if staff, that's actually a question, if staff could comment on where that is at and what our risks would be if we pass this without that kind of input.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Gordon. As we explained when we were doing the coming into the downtown parking master plan. That is going to be starting in 2022, and that was going to be our opportunity to reach out to stakeholders, to the public, and go through the downtown businesses just to look at what would make sense in terms of a parking rate in the downtown, but also to do that outreach to all those different parties. Remember also we were going to be looking at, if the current model makes sense in terms of us delivering parking. So we haven't had an opportunity to do that. We were going to be doing that through 2022, and we were expecting that a report was going to come back to council in early 2023. If I could also, while I've got you, one of the other risks as well is that when we were looking at number 4, the flat fee for event parking, one of the things that I don't think we did put on the budget board that I just wanted to bring to the attention of the mover, because I'm not quite sure how we would deal with it in number 4, but we do have contractual obligations with the Guelph Storm in terms of the parking rate. And that I don't think that's been taken into account in the numbers that you see in front of you.
Thank you, Ms. Holmes. Based on what I'm just hearing from you then, I appreciate the intent and would probably support it after the processes that you have just described take place. However, I think it's premature, so I'm afraid I can't support it.
Okay, everybody, and now we're moving to Alton O'Rourke.
You, Mayor Guthrie. Through you, I think most of my question has been answered, with the exception of one part of it. And my concern actually relates, I believe it's to part number 3 of the motion. And I don't know whether Ms. Holmes or Mr. Stewart can comment on this. My concern is about Sunday parking. And there has been traditionally and historically in Guelph, there has been support for the downtown churches through providing free parking on Sundays, precisely for the purposes of worship in Knox, Royal City Mission, Hope House. I don't know if Hope House still does any services, St. Andrews, and all of those churches. So I was wondering, have we consulted with the churches at all? Because I think that this could receive an ecumenical backlash if we have not.
Through the mayor to Council Alt. Right now, Sunday parking is free, but at this, we have not had a chance to do any consultation on this at all.
And having heard that, with some regret, because I would like to get people out of cars, I will not be supporting this. But I'm also not convinced that this will necessarily get people out of cars, but would rather direct them to malls. And that, to me, is not going to solve any of the problem of getting people out of cars until we implement that incredible transit strategy that we're implementing. Thank you.
And O'Rourke, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that changing the amounts is a user fee conversation, so I think it's appropriate in budget. I think on the Sunday, I was in Toronto on Sunday, even they don't have parking fees on Sundays, so I won't support the third one. Ms. Holmes, I'm just wondering if you could tell us more. I was all keyed up for number 4 to increase that event parking, because I know I've done the math with my kids. We're going somewhere and 3 of us on the bus will be, I don't know what it was back then, $9, $12, and it was cheaper to park downtown because the parkade was $5. So I know I've done that math when my kids were younger, but can you tell me a little bit more, Ms. Holmes, about what those contractual obligations are? Because now I'm hesitating.
Through the mayor to Councillor O'Rourke, maybe I'll jump in here and provide some assistance just because the storm agreement does sit within public services. And so we do have an existing agreement with the Guelph Storm that was part of the renegotiated agreements. It's always been in place regarding what the event parking rate can be and the rate at which it can increase. And part of that has also been the challenge, of course, of COVID and the storm not playing and not increasing their own tickets. But we do have an existing contractual arrangement with them. them that requires us that we can't cross a threshold of the rate of increase of the parking rate, and what is proposed would cross that threshold. So we would need to take that away. We could, I suppose, look at doing something different for Guelph Storm games, but then I would be concerned that we would then be penalizing other user groups. So if you're at the River Run on a non-storm day, you'd pay a different event rate than you're at because we have the same parkade for both River Run and Sleeman Center. So certainly I think from our perspective, we would prefer to keep the rates consistent, but we do need to be we do need to be respectful of that existing contractual arrangement that we have, and it's tied to the percentage increase of their season ticket prices.
So Mr. Mayor, through you to Ms. Clackbush, like, is there a happy medium here? I love the intent, right? Somebody who's going to go spend, I don't know, $100 on an evening, doesn't make a big difference to spend $3 more on parking. And those parkades are incredibly expensive to maintain for some reason I still don't quite understand. So can you help me out, Ms. Clackbush? Like, is there a magic number, you know, that would increase the flat fee that's easy to handle? Because I know right now, well, used to be somebody would just take your $5 as you went in.
So through the Mayor to Councillor O'Rourke, I think one of the challenges, so we have had those conversations in the past, and they've been very reasonable with working with us to make sure that the increases aren't, you know, a 17-cent increase. Instead, we wait and we do them in a logical rate increase kind of way. And so they've been good about working with us over previous years. But one of the challenges is because of COVID and because they hadn't been playing and they haven't increased their ticket prices, I do think that we would have an issue in terms of our conversations. And so I think that's difficult for us to answer this evening.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Great, everyone. I want to jump in here as the chair on this. We could go down a very spirally parking garage hole on this one if we had to for hours. I'm pretty sure we could let your vote be your voice. Like, really simply. Number one, vote. Number two, vote. Number three, vote. I mean, we can just get through it. I see a couple extra hands though, so I'm going to go to Gibson and then the mover.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I was just hoping to, before each vote, we could just pull up the clause so that we know which ones we're voting on at that time, because there are some here that I would like to support, and there's obviously some that I unfortunately not going to, well, not unfortunately, just based on the information we've heard, I'm not going to support. But I'm just confused at which one comes up. So if you could just put them up each time before we vote, that would be terrific. Thank you.
Absolutely. And then to the mover.
Thank you. Through Mr. Mayor, I'd like to put an amendment on the floor to delete number 4.
Okay, seconded by Councillor O'Rourke. All in favor of deleting number 4, please raise your hand. Okay, that's unanimous. Okay. And so now I'm going to go to the main amendment, main motion of amendments as amended, which will now show us 4, not 5 options. With, as a reminder, Councillor Goller's number 5 being passed and as amended. All right, so I will start with number 1. And could you put it back up on the screen, I think, Dylan? I think it needs to stay up a little bit longer. In fact, I will do a favor for me, but make it look like I'm doing a favor for everyone else, and I'll read it out loud. That way it goes at my pace. The hourly parking rate increases from $2.18 to $2.66 per hour, resulting in an anticipated additional $93,100 in revenue in 2022. Okay, you can pull that down, and I will call the vote. All in favor, please raise your hand. Guthrie, O'Rourke, Gibson, Bell, Goller, McKinnon, Billings. 7. That passes. All those against, just please raise your hand so it's on record. Alt. Laughlin, Downer, Salisbury, Gordon, Caron. Thank you. Okay, let's pull number 2 up on the screen. The flat fee on Saturdays increases from 261 to 354, resulting in an anticipated additional $18,000 in revenue in 2022. Okay, take that down. Okay, all in favor, please raise your hand for me, please. Okay, so Guthrie, O'Rourke, Bell, Goller, McKinnon, Billings. Okay, so that one is going to fail. 6, 7. Those against, just raise your hand, just so everyone sees it. Gibson, Coughlin, Downer, Alt, Salisbury, and Gordon. And I don't think I yelled out the word Karan, so how are you voting on that one? Yeah, she's against, right, Karan? Yep, she's against. Yep, okay. That failed. Number 3. That a new flat fee for Sunday parking in all lots and parkades be approved at $3.54, resulting in anticipated additional $10,000 in revenue in 2022. Councillor Gibson, did you need a question on that one before I call the vote, or a comment? Or?
No, I wanted to speak just a little bit to rationale, just because I think it's warranted. Councillor Alt, you make a good point. The reason why we have a premium parking system in the downtown and have to charge for it is because of the demand for parking in the downtown. The reason why I didn't support the Saturday and won't support the Sunday is simply because it's like every other part of the city. There's no demand for parking on Saturdays and Sundays, and therefore there's no need to go to a premium parking service. I have this conversation with the Downtown Business Association a fair bit about why we have to charge for downtown parking. And it's simply because if we want to get to where we want to get, we got to have a premium service. But on Saturdays and Sundays, I don't see the demand for those spots, and therefore I'm not going to apply a charge to them more than that's already there.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so all in favor on this one, please raise your hand. Okay. Bell, Goller, McKinnon. Okay. And I think it's pretty obvious everyone else is against. That fails. I'm not going to continue to do that. And once you're ready, Dylan, if you could pull up number 4, which is the new number 4, which is the last one. That staff, this is the one that was amended by Councillor Goller. Staff proposed 5% permanent increases instead of 10, become 10 increases include, sorry, everybody, it's a long day already, excluding the Norwich Street and Arthur Street lots, which shall remain at the 2021 rate with no increase, resulting in the anticipated additional revenue of $98,000 in 2022. Okay. And did you want to speak to that one quickly, Councillor Gordon? I see your hand on that.
Yes, thank you. Perhaps it's a question for clerks, but I'm unclear now as to the impact of voting on this based on what we've just turned down with the other motions. Is it still valid?
In what way? I'm totally happy to entertain this here. Just in what way, Councillor Gordon?
Well,
can you help me out here?
It looks like we're about to. I can support it, but if we're supporting a change, an exemption from a change in parking rates that didn't just happen, that's my question.
Because you think that they would have applied, and my apologies, I'm really just waiting this through with you. You would have thought that this now will apply to Sunday or event parking, because those were the two that didn't occur.
Also, number 1 passed then, is that?
Yes.
And this would be related to number 1, wouldn't it?
Well, but the number 1 was hourly parking. This one is lot permit increases.
I'll wait for something from DCAO Homes here.
Yep, that'd probably be wise for me too.
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Gordon, the difference between them is that was the hourly rate that we were talking about in the first number 1, and in number 5 we talk about more permit parking.
So what I said.
Okay.
It's good to hear from a deputy CAO, not me. I totally get it.
Yeah. I understand now. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay. And so thank you. So with that, I'll call the vote on the number 4, okay, which is the last one, the one amended by Councillor Gar. Okay, so all in favor, please raise your hand on that one, please. Okay, so Guthrie, Gawler, McKinnon, and Bell and Gordon. That's 5 only. So those against, just to get it on record here. So Karan, Hoffland, Gibson, O'Rourke, Billings, Altdowner, Salisbury. Okay. Whew. It is almost 5 o'clock. And Councillor McKinnon. I think you only have, do you only have one more?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. Just one more with not, that doesn't have 5 different parts to it.
Thank goodness for that. Oh, am I unmuted? Sorry. Actually, I see some more here from you. I see 3 more from you.
Yeah, the other ones were contingent upon what other people were doing, and so they are no longer valid based on what happened earlier in the day. So it is literally just one more that I'm putting down.
Okay.
The rest would potentially be amendments to other people's actions.
All right. Well, I'm going to take a calculated risk that we should just put your last one down then, and then you're done with you. And I don't mean that meanly. But councilors, to me, this is a vote up or down motion. So I don't know why I don't personally know why we would have to spend a lot of time on it. But why don't you see if we can put it on the floor and just vote up or down on it? Councilor McKinnon, over to you. Then we'll take a break.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the library amendment to reduce the 2022 library budget by $175,000, which, while not tied to anything in particular, happens to be exactly the same amount that they're asking to eliminate late fees and have taxpayers pay for it.
Okay, let me see first of all if there's even a seconder. No, I don't see one. Oh, sorry, Councillor Gibson. Okay, so it's on the floor. Almost thought we were going to dinner there quicker. Councillor Gibson, seconded. All right, do we need to speak to this one at all? All right, Gordon and then Gibson. Go ahead.
I know, Mr. Mayor, I'm hungry too. So, but I feel obliged as the representative from council on the library board to mention that I believe, to start with Christmas and Hanukkah and Councillor McKinnon's annual motion to reduce funding for the library seems to come but once a year, which is I'm grateful for. But in this case, Councillor McKinnon, I think you put your finger on the issue where you said it happens to be exactly the same amount as a particular initiative that the library has undertaken, which to me, there's a real risk that, and I'm going to quote you, Mr. McKinnon, in a letter you wrote to the chair of the library board, where you said, of course, I'm aware that council cannot direct the library's activities and can only set a total budget envelope. Because it's exactly the same amount, and hearing comments that we heard leading up to this evening, it looks like too much of a coincidence. It looks like the mover is looking at a policy that he doesn't approve of, which is not our job as councillors. And also, I'll just say that it might not seem this would affect 0.03% of the city's budget if we approved it. If we did approve this motion, that's not much of an impact, but it has a huge impact on the library itself. And going back to what the mayor said about being hungry, Councillor, you actually said when we were talking about another issue, I liked your words, that if you are hungry, you are hungry. The clients at the library, many of them are hungry. They're limited income, if any, and this would affect them in a major way. So, as you can tell, I certainly cannot support it, and I would urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Gibson, and then O'Rourke.
Yeah, thank you through Mr. Mayor. It's actually not taking any food out of people's mouths. It's simply taking money out of the budget of the library because the library's already decided that they're doing away with late fees. So that's their decision. It's our decision to determine what's the size of the envelope of the budget. And you know, my support for this motion comes back to the question I asked of the CEO or the CAO of the library when I asked, you know, what happens if someone doesn't bring back a book? If they borrow a book and they just simply don't bring it back and the timeline fades, and the answer I got was, well, we'll send them a bill for it. So the idea of late fees being removed really isn't, I think it's a little bit of a semantic trick because the cost of the book and the cost of the material will still be passed on to that user if they don't return the book. So
Mr. Mayor?
So just one second,
that's the
everybody. I
answer
think
that was
I'd like
given
to
to me when I
call.
asked the question.
No, I'd actually like to jump in. And sorry, Councillor Gordon, I don't know what you're about to say, but under the acts, like of all the local boards, whether it be police or whether it be library, we have no right actually to start to discuss line items at all. And I'm going to call that right now, just as the chair. We have the right to say reduce by X amount. And that's really the end of the conversation. That's it. So I do not want this to translate, and it has nothing to do with me saying I'm hungry, by the way, at all. I just want to kind of keep us in our lane as much as possible, that this shouldn't be discussed by us about a specific line item or an operational decision by any outside board, because we don't have the right to do it. I just won't entertain it. So Councillor Gibson, anything further at all on that? And then I can go to you, Councillor.
Nothing further.
O'Rourke.
The intent of the motion was alluded to. That's all. That's why I went there, Mr. Mayor. That's all. Thanks.
Yeah, which I should have probably called it. Yeah, you're right. And my bad, everybody, as the chair. I accept that. I should have maybe jumped in on that. You can say a number that you want, but it shouldn't try to be tied to anything. And I think that's because that is up to the outside board to decide what they do with the budget that is afforded to them, period. We have no say in that. And that's the governance. That's the way it works. Councillor, I'm very sorry. Councillor Gordon, did you have a point of order or something? I don't know what.
Actually, Mr. Mayor, my point of order was covered exactly by your words,
Okay.
which I really appreciate.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Councillor O'Rourke, and I see Alt, and then I think that's it. And Councillor Downer. Sure.
Mr. Mayor, do you mind going to the other councillors first? I'm just thinking.
Okay. Yeah.
Thanks.
All right. All right. I will allow that.
Thank you, Councillor O'Rourke, because it precluded me actually interrupting with a point of order. Mr. Mayor, I think I regretfully have to ask you to rule this out of order because it was precluded with a statement of intent. And because there was a statement of intent, which was a line item, I believe it's likely contrary to the Libraries Act and perhaps the Municipal Act as well.
No, it's not out of order. A councillor can opine about which their opinions are about any motion, which I will allow, but it is not us to dictate to an outside board what they do with an increased or decreased budget. That board has the independence through that governance for them to decide what to do. It doesn't, Councillor McKinnon, this motion might pass, I don't know. And guess what? Late fees are still wiped away. So it shouldn't have been alluded to, but it's still in order. Councillor Downer.
So I'm going to make an amendment, actually, sorry.
Sure.
But I won't speak to it because I just think it's that the library budget increase request be reduced by 100,000. So it's just changing the number at the end.
Okay.
They can decide how to manage that however they want.
Okay, so the amendment, if it's seconded by somebody, would be for 100,000. Okay, O'Rourke is doing that. Okay. And I'm sorry, Councillor Downer, I just need to ask, did you email that into clerks?
I just did.
Oh, okay. He just said he got it. So thank you. Is there any questions? I'm really hoping not, my friends. Is there questions on this amendment? No, I can probably just call the vote. Okay, Councillor Gordon, you have one? Go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, are you speaking to Councillor Downer's amendment?
Yeah, so instead of 175, it's been changed to 100. Yeah.
Yeah, I can speak to that. I'm sorry to say I can't support that either. As a library board member, I have been really impressed by the diligence, the integrity of the financial team at the library. They have not padded their budget. Their budget includes what is exactly needed to keep those crumbling doors open. And any impact on the operating would have a bigger impact than that $100,000 even. It would put them in peril.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, I'll call the vote. All those in favor of the amendment to now make it $100,000 less, please raise your hand. Guthrie, Downer, Billings, Gawler, Alt, Gibson, O'Rourke, Salisbury, Karan. And I just have to say it out loud. I won't say the names right now, but there are councillors that are really waiting a long time before they put up their hands, and I don't appreciate it, okay? I need your hands to come up when I ask for it, please. Okay, those against, please raise your hand. Okay, Bell, McKinnon, Hoffland, Gordon. Okay, so that passes. Back to the main amendment as amended then, please. Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Downer, Guthrie, Billings, Gawler, McKinnon, Bell, Gibson, O'Rourke. I believe that's 7. Or is it 8? Okay, all those against, please raise your hand. Gordon, Alt, Hoffland, Karan, Salisbury. It was making me laugh. All right, that passes. Councillor McKinnon, I believe that's it for you then, okay? All right, I'm gonna take a dinner break. And before we do that, we might as well find out what we're at right now sitting. Why don't you tell us, I don't know, do you have 2022, 2023 kind of numbers or no?
Yeah, we have both numbers.
Okay.
So 2022 right now is 5.01 and 2023 is 4.94.
So we'll call it an even 5s. Okay. Okay, 5:08. I'm gonna make it a 30-minute dinner break. Okay, that's only fair. And so I'll make it a 32-minute. So see you back here in 32 minutes, which would be 20 to 6. And we'll keep on keeping on. Thank you very much, everybody. See you in a bit. Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order, everybody. See who's popping on the screen here. All right, well, looking at my list here that was sent to me from clerks of all the prepared motions, I'm going to keep going. Although Councillor Salisbury has sent in a surprise motion here to myself and clerks. So maybe I'll just go to you first, Councillor Salisbury, and we'll, I will say that this is kind of coming out of the blue, but it's definitely, because there was none handed to me at all from you, from clerks, but over dinner, there's this one that's come in. So I'll go to you since you only have one. So I'll go to you and give you the floor.
Mr. Mayor, and I apologize for the late submission. I wasn't expecting that we would pass a 1% reduction to the library board, just based on not liking the way they do their business. I would like to propose a 1% reduction to the police services board in the total amount of $483,000 for the 2021 budget. I don't have a seconder at this point.
Okay, let's see. Councillor Alt will second that. So it's on the floor. Does anyone have any questions on that one? No? Okay. Oh, Councillor Bell, go ahead.
I don't have any questions, just a comment.
Sure, go ahead.
So I was astonished last year to see the request from the police services, and this year it's again a significant increase, and I just don't think that it is merited. So I will be supporting Councillor Salisbury's motion. And I think we're not directing them on how to spend the money, but I think it's appropriate, and I think that we need to demonstrate that we want the police department to restrain their spending.
All right, thank you. Just as a point of clarity, Councillor Bell, there actually was no large increase last year. I think you're thinking 2 years ago, just so you're aware. Yeah. Councillor Gibson.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. So not discounting the motion just yet. I just wanted to ask staff, I need to revisit my budget here, but the overall ask from the police this year from a monetary perspective, just going, I could probably pull it up at the same speed, but if someone could just help me with that. Does this, I think it was the request over $1 million, the ask in the police this year. Just wondering what this means to the ask this year. I think, Councillor Salisbury, your 1% reduction is the overall police budget reduction of 1%, not inclusive of the ask for this year. Is that, help me understand your question to your motion.
It is to match the reduction that we just put to the library board. It seems fair to me that we should be looking for all of our boards to tighten up.
Okay. All right, is there anything further on this, Councillor Gibson, other than that answer? Because maybe we could just wait for that.
Yeah.
I'm deferring here. I'm hoping that Miss Newland has oh, she's pulling that up. Sorry, we weren't expecting that.
No one was.
Yes, we have Their budget increase was $2.8 million or 5.5%.
Okay, and so I guess I'll ask my question back to Councillor Salisbury. Your request is for a 1% reduction in the overall police services budget this year, correct?
I'm sorry, Mr. Gibson, if I haven't been clear. The request is for a reduction of $483,000, which is equivalent to 1% of their operating budget, their net budget for the year. And it was based on the similar impact that we just put to the library board.
Right.
Okay. Okay. With that, I will call the vote then. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay. Gordon, Alt, Downer, Salisbury, Bell. And against, please raise your hand. Guthrie, Guller, McKinnon, Billings, O'Rourke, Hofflin, Gibson, and Karan. Okay, so that fails. All right, I hope there's no more surprises. I will say that that disappoints me a little bit. That doesn't matter what the motion is, by the way, but that there's kind of a surprise here when we've had several weeks to get these into not only us, but to the clerks in advance. But that is the only one that I had from you, Councillor Salisbury. So we will move on. Sorry, did someone have their hand up? Did someone have their hand up? Councillor Salisbury, I'm sorry. Did you have your hand up? See, I wasn't looking.
I just wanted to apologize for letting you down on that. It was a reaction to an unexpected turn of events. Well, that motion was, we were given information about that. I had a hard time believing it would pass, and when it did, I thought it was appropriate to consider attacking the largest line item on our budget in an attempt to sort of look for some equity. I don't believe it has anything to do with their book return fees, though.
Okay. Let me continue. Let's see here. Again, I'm just, what about you, Councillor O'Rourke? Do we mind going to you? Would that be all right?
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, hopefully this is the order. Let me go to it here. The order that we have here in the room is, do you mind doing the city building capital motion?
Sure.
Okay for you? Or?
Sure. I had put them in order of the motion in the memo, but just remind me to come back to 1B, okay? Okay, so pre-circulated to fellow councillors earlier this week. I have an amendment to 1E. And what I'm trying to do here is to get at some of that pacing so that we have, obviously filled the cart with stuff. We're at the cash. I'm like, oh, okay, maybe we got to come back for some of these things, or we need to buy a generic, or we need to rethink and get a sweater that's a little cheaper. So I have an amendment to 1E, and that is for that the base capital city building funding for GTMP, UFMP, and open spaces strategy be reduced to $704,000 per year, resulting in a $71,000 reduction to the city building capital transfer budget in 2022, and that city staff report back through the next budget cycle on the capital project deferral impact of this decision. So what this does, it spreads that plan over 22 years, as opposed to 20.
Gotta unmute. Okay, is there a seconder for that one? Yes, Councillor Gibson is seconding. Okay. Is there any questions on that one? Okay. And by the way, before I go to questions, Councillor O'Rourke, you also, if I recall, posted all of these not only to us earlier, but also on the budget board with sort of the answers from staff, right?
That's correct. So it's a response to the decision around pace. And
Yeah.
also, I forgot to add that on the Guelph Trails Master Plan, there's actually a lot of opportunity for grants from other levels of government. and that would allow us to accelerate within that 22 years. So I'm just trying to add an extra 2 years to smooth things out for a pretty minor annual reduction of 71,000.
Thank you. And the reason why I just asked about the fact that you sent it to us early, the fact that you had it posted on the budget board, is a reminder that you know, a lot of impact questions from councillors when these motions get down, that those answers have been given. All right, but I saw a couple hands go up on this one. Councillor Gordon, I saw your hand, I believe, and then Councillor Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I realize that, and I'm pleased with the process that Councillor O'Rourke went through with her questions on the board. I think for the public record in the context of this meeting, would like to hear more from staff about the impacts of that.
Certainly through the mayor to Councillor Gordon. So there's, I mean, certainly a lot here in all of these plans. It will delay the work. There's no doubt about that, but understanding that, you know, council has difficult decisions ahead, we certainly can we will certainly work within it, and just the pace of the work will go slower. And so we've got a lot of work within our Guelph Trails Master Plan, the Urban Forest Master Plan, and as well as within our open spaces. And so it just simply, it spreads that work out over a longer period of time. So it's hard to really sort of give you a concrete example because there's such a breadth of work that's accomplished within this area, but certainly we'll take council's direction.
Thank you very much. And so my comment is I cannot support this based on all that we heard that was so carefully laid out about delay risks, even outside the context of this motion. It doesn't feel like an appropriate road to go, where, bearing in mind where we are at in our city building endeavors.
All right, thank you. And then Councillor Gibson, did you have a question on this one?
I do want to speak to it, Mr. Mayor, if that's all right.
Sure.
Thank you. So I do want to speak in favor of this motion, not because of the amount, but just because of the intent. There are very few areas where we have an ability to impact the budget this year, and I've gone through this budget many times, and really city building is the only area that we can effectuate long-term change. I believe in the budget. Most of the other items in the budget are fixed, contractual, or with outside boards. So spreading out the strategic plan goals over a longer period of time is really the only, I think, affordability lever that we can try and pull here. I know it's only a small amount, but my questions in recent days to Ms. Baker, and I think the email was circulated today, but the long-term city building budget that we have set aside, those are things that we have to target. I know this year we're talking about a multi-year budget this year, but really it's a big investment in transit this year. But next year it's another big item, and then subsequent years later on. So spreading these out is really a strategic move, and I think it's a bigger conversation, quite frankly. I think this is just the start. And if I may, foreshadowing to 4 days from now, when we talk about our climate action and the pace at which we're going to take that, we have to open up our conversation around the city building fund and city building agenda, because there's simply not enough money to do it all. So I'll be voting in favor as a start, but I think this is a bigger piece that Guelph needs, that our council needs to tackle.
All right, thank you. And now I got 3 more hands up, which is fine. Karan, Gordon, and sorry, Gawler and Alt, and Downer, and now I'm getting my pen. I got you, Karan. Yep.
Am I?
Yep.
Sorry, is it my turn?
Yes.
Oh, that's fair.
Yep.
Didn't hear
Yep.
the name.
No problem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I indicated to my colleagues that I wouldn't be talking a lot tonight, because I think we all know where we land on a lot of these items. But I did want to make comments specifically about any changes to our strategic capital funding, and about pace and affordability, because we are at a critical crossroads right now, and it is years of underfunding and deferring from past budgets that's finally catching up with us. And delaying projects, we know, costs us more in the end. So the urban forest master plan, a lot of the master planning that we're talking about now, is costing us more in the long run. So the idea of pace isn't just a future issue, it's we haven't paced it appropriately in the past, and the rubber hits the road eventually. And for me, the rubber is hitting the road this year. These are true costs of running a growing city. And we've approved these strategic plans. We approved them and we set a public expectation that we would deliver. We had public consultation. Many of them were years in the making. And we understood the funding implications when we approved these plans. If we didn't, we shouldn't have approved them. We set that expectation in the community. So I think that affordability and pace is a bit of a red herring because it detracts from our role, which is to provide services and programs aligned to our responsibility under the legislative framework. Things like the urban forestry plan, we've been hit hard by emerald ash borer. None of us expected that 10 years ago, and yet we haven't aligned our resources accordingly. We have not made an impact in our urban forest. So as we all know, the majority of our budget is not discretionary, but how we pace our strategic initiatives is. So I won't be supporting any slowing of pace or reduction in funds to those major capital strategic initiatives, because we are already falling behind. And Ms. Baker and her team put together an excellent memo of what the long-term impact is if we slow down that pace, and it will hit us, and it will catch up to us, and we need to take responsibility now. So I'll be voting against this motion on the floor.
Okay, thank you. Gawler, then Alt.
Thank you, through your worship. Just wanted to make a comment that I cannot support this motion. I believe that our green and natural infrastructure, which is being supported by the urban forest master plan, is as important as our bricks and mortar infrastructure, and we need to catch up. We have goals that we have set for how much canopy cover we want to have in the city, and I think we need to support this funding to achieve those goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Alt, then Downer.
You know, it's already been said, Mr. Mayor, this,
okay.
But the other thing is, like, we have a growing city, and the trails are part of the growth in the city that we need to keep up with. And also the urban forest master plan, well, you know, we have the canopy, the 40% we're hoping for, but not only that, we read that it's a 2-year wait for tree inspections. So we're already way behind on that. So it's not like we're keeping up with anything here, and get, you know, this is still, we're still going to have to struggle with these with funding these programs. So I just don't think I don't support the cut on this.
Okay, and then Alt, and then Bell.
Thank you, Mayor Guthrie. For a number of reasons, I cannot support this. The issue of pace, affordability, underfunding has come up, but something else that really is of concern to me, we just reduced the library budget by 75,000, which I did a calculation. That's 50 cents per resident in Guelph. This motion is just over 50 cents per residence in Guelph. Had we passed Councillor Salisbury's motion, we would have affected residents by $3 per year. This strikes me as essentially not cutting low-hanging fruit, but rather finding things to shave off that in the end result do not have a significant impact on the budget. I would be surprised if there are not people within the community that think that this is not a serious process when we cut such low capital and low operating requests down.
Mr. Mayor, I'm being
Yes,
accused
go
of
ahead.
not taking the budget seriously. I take huge offense to that because no one has dug in more than I have.
And thank you very much, Councillor O'Rourke, because I am not speaking of you. I was stated quite clearly, I would be surprised if there are not residents in the community that don't take us seriously. That was my point. And so I'm talking about myself and all of us for that matter. And I respect that. So I will respectfully apologize to you because I believe apologies should be done in all sincerity. And it is a sincere apology. Mayor Guthrie, I have just a couple of points just to go down
Okay,
here.
just move on
The
to
other
the next
issues
couple points,
are,
please.
the other issues are environmental. And clearly, we just had a bombshell drop by Metrolinx on electrification. And our urban forest trails and our trails are all part of our carbon footprint. We need to take these things seriously. We need to understand that we are setting an example. We want to be a green city, and we want to celebrate that as part of our collective culture and identity. We have to recognize that these things matter to the community. And the truth is, they're a bargain.
Okay, thank you. I have Councillor Bell, then Gibson, then O'Rourke.
Thank you. So I think the one thing that we all agreed on our strategy of managing our monies is that our primary focus or change of focus would be climate change. And most of these motions are to reduce that focus. So I won't be supporting them. However, they're not all negative climate motions. So if they can be separated so that I can vote on them separately, I would appreciate that.
Okay.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor, it's just one motion. And all I'm trying to do is the chart in the staff report that said these are the annual transfers over 20 years or 10 years. This is that category. So this is a tiny, tiny reduction of $70,000. We go over projects all the time of that amount. So they can't be split up because what we're saying to staff is go back and see, is there not $70,000 that you can find in this year or get a grant for $70,000? So they can't be split out because the way the chart is done, that is the category.
Okay, let's just pause on that request from Councillor Bell for a moment as I go to the other speakers, taking your commentary into consideration. Okay. I have Gibson, and then actually back to you as the mover, Councillor O'Rourke.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So not discounting any of the comments about our green initiatives. Absolutely, I agree. This is spreading it. The motion is only spreading things out over two years, so from 20 to 22. So I just want to defend a little bit the sort of the backlash Dominic Councillor O'Rourke has taken over tabling. This has to be a safe place for debate and conversation. So I don't see. Maybe I'm carving out a space for future conversations, because if we can't have this conversation about the pace of some of these programs, I get scared of the conversations we're going to have when we talk about $31 million for an ops center in the next couple of years, $27 million for streetscaping, IT enhancements of $7 million. Those are all conversations that we have to talk about pace on, because there's simply not enough capacity to do it all. And that's all in advance of the conversation on Monday. I'll say it again. I am not discounting the conversation we're going to have on Monday, but we may be drastically changing course on our strategic plan together. And if we do it together, then we have to talk about the other massive city building initiatives that we have going on in the city, and whether or not we can pause or extend some of them. Maybe not green initiatives. Maybe we stay focused on green initiatives, but some of these other large capital city building projects, we have to reconsider the pace at which we're going to do them, because the staff can't do it all, nor can our wallets. So I'm supporting this motion in principle because it is speaking to a larger issue, which is the pace at which we intend to take on all these capital projects. And Monday is going to compound that issue. And again, I'm not discounting what Councillor Caron or Gordon are bringing forward. I'm supportive of the conversation. But if we all vote yes on Monday, we're either going to have to reopen this budget, I think, or we're going to have to reconsider the pace of these capital projects. We just simply can't do it all. We have to put one thing in our crosshairs and aim for that. So again, thank you for thinking about this, Councillor O'Rourke. I think it speaks to a bigger piece that I'm more concerned about, which is how we eat the elephant over the next 10 years. We have a big enough elephant in terms of our climate agenda. Adding all these other massive agenda pieces on top is just, I don't know. I don't know what to say about it right now, that it's going to be a big conversation for our council.
Okay, thank you. Now, I do have Councillor O'Rourke, and then I saw Councillor Salisbury put up his hand as well. I like to try to just respectfully go back to the mover at the end, just to sort of, before I call the vote. So do you mind if I go to you, Councillor Salisbury, first?
I don't mind. I think it'd be Councillor O'Rourke you would need
Is
to
that
answer
okay,
the
Councillor
question.
O'Rourke? You want to be the mover? Yeah, okay.
First of all, just a procedural question. I'm looking on the budget board and going through some of my emails to find these motions that I know I've seen and I've read. Do we have Councillor O'Rourke's or any of the motions that have been sent in advance of the meeting available in one place that we can refer back to? Because I find we get into the debate and I want to go back and read the motion again. Is that something that's available either on the budget board, or is there something that I'm missing on that?
So they were all sent. They should have been all been sent around by each individual councillors. Just sort of it's an unwritten rule, right? So, I was handed this literally a half an hour before the meeting when I came in the room, and maybe like there's actually not very many left, but I mean I'm happy to.
Okay. No, I mean I can go back through my emails. I just wondered if it was all in one place to make my life easier. No worries.
Yeah, sorry, I am answering your question. The clerk is saying there's no one spot. Is that right, Dylan? Do you want to unmute and just answer the question? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you to Councillor Salisbury. There's no one spot for all the motions. We did collect the ones that came in before about 10 a.m. this morning. Since then, there's been a number still that have come in that have been held in email and Word documents and that kind of thing. So there is no one central location where all of those motions are being kept.
No, I appreciate it. When
That's
I
a
looked through my
takeaway, though.
emails, I didn't find it immediately, so I thought I'd ask. Before I comment on the motion that we're discussing, I want to give full credit to Councillor O'Rourke, who is absolutely correct. I don't believe there is anyone who has dug deeper into this and made it public on the budget board. It has been a phenomenal asset to me to read through those comments and those answers. And I am both in awe and in gratitude for the work that you've done on that. So thank you for that. With regards to this particular motion, though, I feel that the impact to the budget is not as significant as the impact to the programs that we're discussing specifically. I don't feel that way about all of the items that we're going to be debating, motions that were put forward by Councillor O'Rourke, but I'm not supportive of that. I just wanted to make sure that those comments were made in the public before it went any further. Thank you.
Thank you. And now to the mover. Go ahead, Councillor O'Rourke. You've heard the comments and your reply.
I have. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So over the last term, right, I have many times said, well, when do we get to look at this whole buffet at the same time and kind of adjust things? Because somebody comes to council and says, this is our Trails Master Plan, and it's awesome. It's $30 million over 10 years, and it's going to do all these things. And of course we support it because they've done the work, they've brought us their best estimate, and we support that. And then the next day, or the next meeting, somebody comes with a different plan and says, this is our urban forest management plan. And they've done the work and they said, this is what it's going to take. And this is how many years, how many dollars, how many years. So this is our governance moment, because this is the moment where we can kind of adjust and say, we liked all of it. When we talked about transit just last week at a 1.26 hit to the budget, we all said, transit was our priority when we first met on the strat plan. It's going to do two things. It's going to help with the modal shift and it's going to help with the environment. I'm not saying no to any of the environmental measures that we want to take as a city. I'm not saying no to any of the city building. I'm saying this is the time to say we want all of these things, but we might need to ask for more grants in this area. We might need to do it, you know, spread it out a little bit more. No one may notice if it takes an additional year to put a trail in, because I know in my ward, lots of things get bumped out, right? It's us managing. So when the 1.26 came on transit, we heard from finance, if you wanted to fit without that 1.26 bump, you need to find $700,000 within those allocations annually, right? If this is our whole city building envelope, I'm nowhere near that. I'm in the neighborhood of 324,000 with the suggestions I'm making tonight. In areas where we can continue to do the priority stuff first, where we can easily look for grants in terms of trails and active transportation. That's my next one, as you know. So this is our governance moment. I'm not at all walking away from climate or transit or any of our city building priorities. I'm trying to make it manageable from a financial and a human resource perspective. As we've seen, we collect the funds for capital and we're not able to implement. So we might not even notice a $70,000 difference on a year. So I would say that I am actually trying to accommodate transit and other city building in the future so that we can meet all of our objectives in a way that's affordable.
Okay. I see nothing further. Now, Councillor Hofflin, I see your screen's off and I see a an evil sign in the corner. I don't know what that is. Yeah, bandwidth kind of issue. Can you hear me, Councillor Hofflin? Oh. Okay, so it's an absence of a vote then. Okay, no problem. We'll try to get a hold of her then. Actually, I don't want to call the vote if she's like 10 seconds away from getting on. Is she in contact with clerks at all or anything? Okay. 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 I'll call the vote on this one. So all those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand.
Separated, please.
Oh, my apologies, Councillor Bell. You did ask that, and I forgot about that. So you want? I just want to confirm with you, Councillor Bell. You want the GTMP, the UFMP, and the open spaces strategy to be separated. Those three. Is that what you're aiming for?
I would like all of the amendments to be separated. I guess there's 5 or 6 of them.
Yeah, see, this is the problem that the clerk is raising, that Councillor O'Rourke as the mover raised as well. It's a single motion. So let me pull it up on the screen. It's okay, just so everyone can see it. It's just that. There's no several motions. Councillor Bell, do you understand what I mean now?
Yeah, I understand what you mean, but I would have liked to have voted for 1 or 2 of them, but now I can't vote for the main motion, so I'm good with that.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay, thanks for stopping me. I appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, hi. Yes, Councillor Gordon, yeah.
I just got a note from Councillor Hoffland who says her system is currently rebooting.
Okay.
So if you don't mind holding till that happens, I think it would be appreciated.
Yeah, I was, I mean, I did ask that for sure. I was trying to make sure we could try to get her on. And I have no problem in trying to wait, like if she's trying to get on for sure. Councillor O'Rourke, did you want to say something?
Well, just while we're waiting for my pal, Councillor Hoffland, I just would like to point out to Council that whole allocated city building funding chart, anything that doesn't already, you know, have contractual agreements, it would be really problematic in terms of pushing out, like Baker, the South End Community Center, Public Art, even the operations campus, which I would have been happy to push out. I did consult with staff to see where there was room, where there was opportunity for alternate funding. So just in case you think that there were some areas I was protecting, that's not at all the case. I really did look for areas where there should be some flexibility, and I'm just proposing really minor 2 and 3 year smoothing out.
Okay.
Here's my pal.
And Councillor Hoffman, thank you. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Guthrie. My system rebooted.
That's okay. We
But I'm back.
we're just looking for you to move adjournment. We're done. thought I'd try that would have been funny. All right. I'm just about to call the vote, Councillor Hoffman, on the motion that I think you were in the middle of. You haven't lost anything. We're still in the same motion that I think your system kicked you out on. Okay. So you're good. Okay. So I'm gonna ask for if you're in favor of the amendment from Councillor O'Rourke, please raise your hand. Okay. And it looks like we only got 4 votes, so that's Guthrie, O'Rourke, Billings, and Gibson. Okay. And not in favor, please raise your hand just so everyone can see it, but that amendment fails. All right, so we're going to keep moving right along. Councillor O'Rourke, you have another one, active transportation. I think you mentioned it, so want to go to that one now?
Sure do, Mr. Mayor. So this
Okay.
is, again, I'm trying to make some room. There is an annual amount over 20 years of $1,125,000 for active transportation. I am proposing that we do that over 23 years as opposed to over 20 years. Again, here's a huge opportunity for grants for other levels of government. And so what that does is it would allow us to reduce the base capital city building funding for active transportation network, including cycling master plan strategy, to be reduced to $980,000 per year, resulting in a modest $145,000 reduction to the city building capital transfer budget in 2022, and that city staff report back through the next budget cycle on the capital project deferral impact of this decision. I've already outlined.
Let's just see if I have a seconder for you first. If there isn't, then we'll just move on. Okay, Councillor Gibson is seconding. Did you want to say anything further on the motion, Councillor O'Rourke?
As I said, I think there are other reasonable sources of funding. It still allows staff to hit their priority targets first, and maybe the more expensive ones we find other sources. Again, really modest reduction on an annual transfer of $1,125,000. That and the Guelph Trails Master Plan is an annual transfer of $1.9 million. It's more than Baker. So I'm looking for a little bit of flexibility to make room in the budget to more easily accommodate the transit.
Okay. Seeing nothing further on this, I'm going to call the vote, okay? All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, Gibson, Billings, Guthrie, O'Rourke, and against? Okay, and that fails. Thank you. And back to you, Councillor O'Rourke. I think you have one here about digital services.
I do, Mr. Mayor. So this is another one that was anticipated over a 10-year time period for an annual transfer of $650,000. I'm suggesting we do it over 12 years, which is pretty modest. And so the motion is that the base capital city building funding for investment in digital services and customer service strategy be reduced to $541,000 per year, resulting in a $109,000 reduction to the city building capital transfer budget in 2022, and that city staff report back through the next budget cycle on the capital project deferral impacts of this decision.
Okay, let me just see if there's a seconder. Councillor Gibson. Okay. Is there anything further on this?
I would just add on this one, Mr. Mayor, that when those digital services come online, They create opportunities for efficiencies and additional savings, which may create room to accelerate and get us back on that 10-year track.
Thank
would
you.
point out also digital services and customer service were not part of the council's sort of strategic priorities. They are an important city building piece, but if there's a place where we could pump the brakes a little bit, that would be one.
Thank you. Is there anything on this particular one at all before I call the vote? Okay, Councillor Goller.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to make a comment that we are still, with this particular motion, it still leaves over $500,000 in the base budget. So I will be supporting this. I think, as Councillor Rourke mentioned, there are definitely opportunities for cost savings, and it still allows us to move forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Hoffman, I saw your hand.
For the same reasons mentioned by Councillor Goller, I will support the motion, and it isn't one of Council's priorities, so under city building.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, okay, Councillor Salisbury and then McKinnon.
Just a question to the mover, follow up on some of those. It's true that it doesn't represent a council priority, but it certainly represents reflection on what we've been through over the last couple of years and the focus on digitization. I mean, look at this meeting as an example. Here we are in a place that we never expected to be. I wonder if the mover, I was looking, by the way, I found your email that has all of this detailed out, but I was looking for staff's response to that. I wonder if you could address the concerns of not being responsive to a current need that has come up, albeit wasn't part of the strategic plan originally thinking.
I think we just need clarity from you, Councillor Salisbury, because you mentioned the mover. You want the mover to explain it?
Well, I mean, yeah, that would be great. I mean,
Okay.
as the mover is in support of it, so that then I would suspect that Councillor Rourke could speak to it that in a way that would be supportive of her intent. So.
Okay. Yeah, I think she did have some commentary on it. I'll bring it back to you as the mover, Councillor Rourke. See if
Sure.
you can answer Councillor Salisbury.
So Councillor Salisbury, again, it's a modest reduction, and it allows those areas to prioritize where they think there'll be the largest impact. It allows within that budget, when they have savings, to reapply, or they gain efficiencies to reapply those savings to future projects. There could be potentially grants, the innovation grants or whatnot. And I would say by spreading it out over 12 years, we have no idea what the tech or the customer service needs will be in 12 years. It actually allows for some flexibility, and never precludes any area from coming back to council and saying, we have this amazing opportunity on which we should capitalize, which we could fund through reserves or any other way. So all I'm suggesting is we reduce this a little bit to make room for transit and other expenditures that are coming into the city building piece. But by all means, continue to improve, customer service, back end processes, all of that. It just forces a little bit of prioritization and to focus on the areas that are going to have the biggest impact, and focus on those areas of biggest impact, and then apply those savings and create this sort of positive cycle.
Thank you very much for that. Mr. Mayor, through you, I wonder if I could ask our staff. One of the concerns that I would have is that when we have a council motion that, or an amendment in this case, to take to a certain funding envelope, does staff actually have the flexibility in reality to come back in a year or two and say, hey, I know that we talked about this before, but the game has changed and we need to do things differently? I wonder if staff could address the flexibility aspect that was raised by Councillor O'Rourke.
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Salisbury, the answer I can provide to you is that in the preparation of our budget, we have all the assembly of a strategy for moving this body of work forward at a pace that we feel is in line with our delivery to our citizens and businesses. I'm not refuting the comments made by Councillor O'Rourke, but to actually tell you what parts would change in this particular moment, I would not be able to provide that necessary answer.
Mr. Mayor?
Okay, Councillor. just 1 second. I just want to make sure Councillor Salisbury had that question to staff and we're good. Okay, you, just 1 second, everybody. I've lost my sheet on this one. I'm very sorry, everyone. I'm very sorry. I should not have lost my page here. Can I just have a hands in the air, wave them like you just don't care if if you had a question on this one. Councillor McKinnon did. Okay. And then Councillor O'Rourke, I heard you. Can I go to Councillor McKinnon and then you, because I did have him on my list. I found it here. Okay, Councillor McKinnon, then back to you as the mover.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. So earlier today, we passed a digital strategy position, and I think this feeds in with that. If I actually thought I can get past council, I would double the rate of the speed that we're building this, because I think customer service is the one area where we hear the most amount of, I think, ways that we can get fast improvements for the residents. And I think that the customer service digital strategy, and that what this is going to come in, if we slow it down, I think we're going to lose a lot of opportunities to improve the city. And this is transformative decision making. This isn't just inserting a small item here or there. This can revolutionize how we interact with residents, how council interact with residents, and they interact with staff differently. Vital work. And, yeah, let's get it done as quickly as possible. So I can't support slowing it down.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and back to the mover. Go ahead, Councillor O'Rourke.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So I would just point out further to DCAO Lee's comment that the motion does say that city staff report back through the next budget cycle on the capital project deferral impacts of the decision, at which point council could easily say, oh, you know what? We really feel strongly about that. Put it back in. So what this does, it creates a little bit of space. It gives staff the opportunity to come back. I completely hear Councillor McKinnon saying that we need to be doing some of this digitization, but not all of it is customer service facing, right? Some of it is all kinds of other digital services. And we can agree to disagree on that, but it could take an extra 2 years. We saw through COVID, lots of things got deferred somewhat. Some had big impacts, some didn't. Staff can come back and tell us what their priorities will be and what those impacts will be.
And thank you for those comments. Okay. Seeing and hearing nothing further, with everyone's attention, I will call the vote. All in favor, please raise your hand. Guthrie, Hoffman, Billings, O'Rourke, Gawler, Bell, Gibson. Okay, I believe that's 7. All those against, please. Salisbury, Gordon, Caron, Alt, Downer, and McKinnon. Yep, that's 7-6. That one passes. Okay, thank you. Councillor O'Rourke, I saw some other ones here, but they all look like they were kind of handled off the top by Councillor Hoffman's, because they kind of touched on GNSC and Humane Society, but there's another one here.
I have one with respect to the minimum wage adjustment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, yes, that's the 1B one you wanted me to remind you of. Here's me reminding you of it. Go ahead.
And I'm sorry, that one didn't come with the same early batch. So we know that the province of Ontario is increasing the minimum wage, and that will impact some of our, minimum wage earners, people under 18, servers as well. So what I'd like to do is to propose that difference actually be absorbed in the annual gapping savings. And so that would eliminate the levy impact of 0.05%. So that's tiny again. Like, I'm just trying to trim the sails a touch here. So the motion is to 1B. And the motion is that the minimum wage impact of $130,000 be absorbed through annual gapping savings, eliminating the levy impact of 0.05%. And I don't know if I have a seconder.
I'm sorry, I was muted. I did say Councillor Bell, so you did second it. Sorry about that. And was there any questions on this one before I call the vote? All right, Hoffman and then Gibson.
Thank you, Mayor Guthrie. I'd just like to hear from staff the implications of this motion.
So I can start on this one. So through the mayor to Councillor Hoffland, we know that this is a real cost of doing business. That was why staff put it in the memo to adjust the budget, subsequent to the budget going public on November 4th. So essentially what this motion would do would be, basically absorb that cost within the budget that's already there. And so that's really the impact, is that there may be a budget overage in terms of the end of next year, but that's the direction that is on the table.
Thank you very much, Ms. Baker. Hearing that from our treasurer, I will support the motion.
Thank you. I think Councillor Gibson, you had your hand up on this one as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just hoping to have the motion put up on the screen just long enough for us to just read it. I've read it once before. I just want to make sure I capture it again.
Okay, that the minimum wage impact of 130K be absorbed through annual gapping savings, eliminating the levy impact of 0.05%.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll call the vote on that. Just need the screen down. Okay, all in favor of that, please raise your hand for me. Okay, it looks like it's 11-2, I believe. Councillor Karan and Gordon, I believe, are against. Let's just see your hands if you are against. Yep. Okay, I was correct. So that one passes as well. Thank you, everyone. Let me cross that one off the list. Councillor O'Rourke, I see more here. Did you want to?
Yep, I have 3 more, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead. Which one do you want to do?
Okay. I have an amendment to motion 1F.
Mm-hmm.
Although I just want to check, because I don't know that anybody moved the Transportation Technology Office over into 1F. So could the clerks tell me if it hasn't been moved, then I'll leave it where it is.
It hasn't? Yeah, because that's one of the strategic options, right? And no one's put it on the floor yet, right? Okay, yeah, so it's not. Councillor O'Rourke?
Then I don't need
Sorry,
that one.
everyone just heard me talking there it through, but yeah, it's not on yet.
Okay, here's a big one. All the other ones were just little breadcrumbs, but this one's meatier. All right, so I have an amendment to budget recommendation 1B to reduce the transfer to the Growth Reserve Fund by $500,000 in 2022.
Okay, let me see if there is a seconder for that one. Okay, billings. Okay. Yeah, it's on in the thing you gave me here, it's on page 26. Got it? Yeah. Councillor Hoffman, I saw your hand go up. Go ahead.
Yes. I'll just give people a minute to read that. Okay. Thank you, Mayor Guthrie. I just wanted to ask the mover what your thoughts are behind this growth reserve fund reduction. And then after you've responded, I'd like to hear from staff regarding the implications of this capital growth reserve fund.
Thank you, Councillor Hoffland. So part of the rationale is that we are going to hear about community benefit charges shortly. Also, we don't know when a lot of the large growth areas will come online. So Claremont Secondary Plan could very well be appealed, bumping that out. We have no timeline on the GID lands. We have no timeline on Dolime. And so in this year, when we are facing a significant budget challenge, we actually have not earmarked that $500,000 for any sort of immediate works. The motion comes in consultation with our city treasurer, who I know will speak to it. There was actually a touch more room and I chose to be rather conservative in the reduction proposed.
Thank you. And
Want
Ms.
me to go?
Baker, if you could respond to that, the implications and how that affects the actual impact on the tax rate would be helpful for me.
Sure. So the tax rate impact of that, just so we're all, that would be a 0.19% reduction. And so in terms of what that means, so this is a capital funding transfer that we do in order to pay for the capital cost of growth. It also, that reserve fund pays for development charge exemptions. So when things are, when properties or developments are exempt because of the things in the bylaw, we use those monies to make up those DCs, those lost DCs. So this year, with the change in legislation, the 10% reduction was removed on the soft services. And so we're still in the midst of doing the final calculations on that and what the impact of that's going to be over the next, the foreseeable next 10 years, because we're looking at the 10-year plan. But we believe that there could be an opportunity to reduce that transfer. I wouldn't go higher than the 5%. Since the time that we've been discussing, we've got a little more information on the CBC now. That being said, I would put a caveat that, in future, if we find out after we're done the update next year and we start to see the real implications of some of the growth plans that were mentioned, we may have to increase that again.
Thank you, Ms. Baker, for that very thorough response. I just have one follow-up question then for you, Ms. Baker, before you put your mask on. Are there any, well, let me reword that. Is there any risk in making this transfer?
I would say that the risk is minimal at this point in time.
Thank you. And Councillor Gibson?
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. I think I have a question, but could I just ask to see the motion in full again on the screen? I apologize. All these motions, I've read them all. I just want to make sure that I'm equating the right growth reserve.
Just one line, as amended to reduce the transfer to the growth reserve fund by 500K in 2022.
A question to Ms. Baker. The growth reserve fund is different from the city building reserve fund, correct?
Through the mayor, that's correct. Those are, they're both capital, but they're two separate reserve funds.
Okay, thank you. I do want to speak to the city building reserve fund in a little while because but it's unrelated to this matter. Thank you.
Okay. With that, I will call the vote then. So all in favor of this reduction, please raise your hand. Okay. And it would be easier if I say who's against. So who is against? Okay, and we have 3, Alt, Gordon, Karan. Okay, that passes. Okay, Councillor O'Rourke, I am still back to you, I think.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I did have one that was looking at delaying the operating impact for digital signs.
Yes, yeah.
I think that's, making the icing before you have the cake. But I hesitate, given the size of the budget next year, it just pushes it off to next year. So I'm going to drop that one.
Okay. I'll cross that one off. Is there anything more? I don't think so.
I will have one after the budget. That's it. Thanks.
Okay. Do you mind if we do what I think is just some quick bank shots, which is some of the yes/no ones that I kind of proposed? And I'm not going to speak to them, everybody. You guys know where I stand on them. And I'm good. What, will of council here. Yes or no. It's okay. So vote yes, vote no. We'll just go boom, boom, boom. It's all good with me, okay? So I did have one that I talked to Councillor Karan. You had mentioned that you'd be willing to move it for me. Councillor Goller actually emailed me right after you saying he'd be willing to second it. And that is in regards to the 2 co-op students for the planning department for 1 year. I did talk to Krista Walkie about this, and it would be a big help for backlog, potential training opportunities, and it's just it would be a great service to be able to try out a new co-op program in that department. And it is, if the motion could be put up, it is a one-time because it is a pilot program with the co-op students and coming out of the contingency reserve, and it's $80,000. And the clerk's just bringing it up, and we'll wait for a moment. So the 2 co-op positions be funded up to $80,000 within the planning department for 2022 as a pilot program to support planning and development application approvals, and that a follow-up report by the beginning of Q4 2022 on the impacts of this initiative be brought back to council for further consideration, and that this funding be one time from the contingency reserve funding. Is there anything further on this one at all? Okay, I see Hoffman and then O'Rourke and then Alt.
Thank you, Mayor Guthrie. So there's no staff report. There is, I agree, it's a good idea, but we have our priorities, and I believe we're struggling to even fund our priorities. So now you want to start another initiative that hasn't even really been vetted by staff, or we don't know the cost, we don't have a staff report in front of us. So I think a good idea is not the place at budget to bring these projects forward.
Okay, thank you. I do recognize that we don't have a report, but I did talk to staff, and there is an amount that I didn't pull out of thin air. I got that from staff too. So, but I do recognize there isn't a report.
Yeah,
yeah.
I don't think that that's true. You did talk to staff, but I don't think you brought the number out of thin air. I'm not suggesting that at all. I'm just saying that good ideas, it's not the opportunity at budget to bring forward good ideas, because we all have lots of good ideas. That's
Okay.
all I was saying.
Okay. We do have a mover and a seconder already. Councillor Karan and Councillor Goller mentioned that they would do that. Let's just see here. I had O'Rourke and then Alt and then Karan. I see your hand.
Mr. Mayor, through you to staff, I'm just wondering why we couldn't get a Canada Summer Jobs grant for that.
I'm sorry, through the mayor to Councillor O'Rourke, that's certainly something we can pursue, but that's not something that we're going to be able to get for sure. So that's something that absolutely we will pursue if we can.
Thanks.
Alt then Karan.
Thank you, Mayor Guthrie. I just get my headphones in. Thank you, Mayor Guthrie. Is Ms. Walkie present?
Yes, look at that. Ask and you shall receive.
Lovely. Yeah.
She's popped on the screen there. There she is. Go ahead.
Good evening, Ms. Walkie. The question is, I was wondering if you could comment on this, because I actually don't have a problem with the principle of this coming from reserves, because it's a one-time proposal. So the funding envelope makes sense. But Councillor Hoffman's comments about a staff report make me wonder whether we can sort of short circuit this one by hearing from you on the value of this, or whether we need to go back to examine it more closely.
All right, through Mayor Guthrie to Councillor Alt. So the purpose behind this would be to reduce some of the backlog that we do have in the development planning department in particular. There has been much more attention recently to housing supply, housing shortage. And if we can bring on more additional units by having support for some of our senior planners to address some of our high profile projects, I think we can bring more units on and at least into the market, and hopefully they'll be built. That's not ultimately up to us, the timing, but we can increase our supply by having that.
Very much. That's a really good succinct report for my purposes, and I'm happy to support the motion, understanding that perhaps there are some grants as well that we could seek out. But nonetheless, this is a good use of a reserve. It's one time. It's supported by staff for some fairly important principles, and I think it's worthwhile supporting.
Thank you, Karan. Then I see McKinnon's hand go up.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the reason I wanted to put this on the floor, and I support wholeheartedly, is that the use of co-op positions is actually a really brilliant strategy on moving significant human resource challenges forward. That we're not looking for FTEs, and I think the Planning and Building Division probably could have used more FTEs in the budget, and this is an alternative to that. And how many of us have not heard from businesses in the community and those who are waiting for building permits, waiting for site plan approvals, waiting for the next steps to get their permits issued. So if anything that clears up that backlog, this is a really creative way of doing that with co-op positions, taking some of the work away from other planners so that they can get these permits issued and get this city moving. So I wholeheartedly support. I think it's a really creative way to do it.
Thanks, and then Councillor McKinnon, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So when I was going through university, I did 4 co-op work terms, and I know that I probably brought less value to them than the organization spent on training me. And so the question I would have for staff is $80,000. Would it be better spent on 2 co-op students or on a 0.75 FTE of a trained planner who's educated in the field on a contract basis? Are we putting money in the right place if our goal is to get through a backlog?
Through Mayor
So
Guthrie
did you want to take that? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, to Councillor McKinnon. You know, my experience of having co-op students in the past at every organization I have worked in, except for Guelph, has been that they provide a lot of value for their service, and they can really assist our senior planners in moving some of those bigger projects forward. So my experience in the planning co-op students has been the opposite, that we get a lot of value out of a co-op student. So, you know, from my perspective, I think it's a really good move forward.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, just to add to Krista's commentary, I've had a lot of experience with co-op students as well, and not only it gives also us an opportunity to introduce young people into municipal work, and also help provide some valuable summer jobs for our youth that are looking for valuable work during the summer. So I just wanted to add to that as well.
And Councillor O'Rourke has a follow-up question.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, I was just thinking about the funding. Given that there's significant gapping in 2021, could that not be a source of funding for co-op students in 2022 or beyond, actually? Because every year there'll be people hired, you know, there's salaries in the budget for the full year, but they'll be hired in March, or, you know, they won't do their full year. So could we not use the gapping to pay for that rather than the reserve? I'm just watching that reserve, you know, tick up and up and up.
Sure, no, that's a fair question. Maybe do we know what the gapping reserve, could the gapping reserve instead be where this is funded instead of the contingency reserve? Would that be allowed?
So just for clarity, to the mayor and to Councillor O'Rourke, so there is no gapping reserve. So what's being referred to is that we budget for 100% of a salary, but then because of a vacancy and possibly other reasons, that budget is not fully utilized. So that's when we refer to gapping, is that there's excess budget compared to the actual in any given year. And so the question would be, and I think, it would be more to the planning staff, is, do you expect that you would have gapping available, that you could absorb this, or and then I guess but if it was the direction of council too, then that's the way we'd have to look at funding it.
If I could just jump in to help Councillor O'Rourke's question a little bit further, then Councillor O'Rourke just put a motion down a few ago where council did give direction to use gapping of $100 and some odd thousand to help with the minimum wage increase. So although it was recognized that it wasn't a reserve, there was still that direction and recognition from council that there more than likely would be some gapping there. So could the program that I'm proposing still be implemented with potential gapping from that same sort of vibe as Councillor O'Rourke's motion from a few ago, or is it still best to do it one time out of contingency reserve?
So is that so to yep. Mr. Mayor, if is that for me? Okay, then I would say that I think if you direct it from gapping, there's a chance that there is not the gapping available, so maybe the initiative is at risk. However, using a reserve would solidify that the funding would be there.
Councillor O'Rourke, back to you then.
Then through you to Ms. Baker, can we amend the motion to say that if there's gapping, they reimburse the reserve for the 88,000 or 80,000? I forget what the number is, because we know what the amount is for 2021. It's healthy, and
probably
I suspect there's an annual, citywide sort of space within the salaries, because people come on board lots of different times.
Pardon? Yeah. Sorry.
Yep. Tara can answer that.
I apologize.
That idea.
Am I still here? My screen just went. Okay. At the year end surplus report, we would absolutely, and that go back into the reserve. No.
Oh, so Tara, you just cut out in the best part, and then you came back at the end. Can you try that again? She was just talking about the surplus report we get every year anyways, with the allocations of where those could go, but.
Right.
Want to try again?
I'm sorry, my computer's doing weird things. So the end of the year, that gapping or that differential would be part of the surplus, and we would recommend that go back to the tax contingency reserve.
Yeah.
Okay, so it goes back anyways. Okay, thank you.
I liked where you were going there, Councillor O'Rourke, though. Thank you for bringing that up. Okay, I'd like to call the vote then on this opportunity, okay? All in favor, please raise your hand for me. Okay, it looks unanimous, I think. Okay, no, we're missing Councillor. So Councillor Gordon, can I just ask you how you're voting on that? I'm sorry, we just lost you for a moment.
Affirmative.
Okay, and Councillor Hoffman, I think you might be against, is that right?
Against.
Yeah, okay. So it passes 12-1. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, the next one is, and I just want to ask a clarity question to you, Tara. I'm sorry to put you on the spot here, but the one motion in regards to assessment growth, has that been captured in the memo, or does that need to be put in? the excess growth assessment of 819,074. So that needs to be put in. Yeah, but that's okay. And Tara's computer is not working right now, so we can do whatever we want, everybody. Okay, I do have another one that I had worked with Tara on as my budget buddy, and it was in regards to the assessment growth. It's as amended to apply the excess growth assessment of $819,074 in the 2022 property tax and payment in lieu of taxes levy calculation rather than in 2023. And I just need to know, I don't know if there's a seconder on that one. Oh, sorry, first of all, I can't move it. So I need someone to move it and second it. All right, Councillor Billings, Councillor Gibson is willing to move and second that. Okay, and is there any questions on that one at all? Councillor Bell and then Councillor O'Rourke?
Yes, thank you. And through you, I'd like a little bit of a clarification. I'm not crystal clear on what we're actually doing here.
Tara's just logging back in, everyone, okay? Maybe we'll just take us a quick break anyways. But
I can respond if you like.
Oh, sure. Karen, go right ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, so this is additional assessment growth that came in. We'll get the final roll of return in another week or two, but we're trending higher than what we originally planned for. So on the council memo that was distributed last week, the additional assessment growth staff was recommending be transferred to reserve to be used in 2023 to offset growth pressures in that year. And this motion would take that assessment growth into 2022 to reduce the levy in 2022.
Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Councillor O'Rourke, then Hoffland.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm trying to find my chart that shows where we sit now for the overall levy in 2023, because I remember thinking it was high as well. And so I'm wondering what staff are thinking in terms of where that would be best utilized. I don't really want to hand the next term of council a significant levy increase with no way to mitigate it at all, because we are doing a 2-year budget. So we were starting at 5.05 and then 4.88 for next year. Is that correct? 4.94. We're sitting at 4.94 for next year.
Yeah, a current update, 2022 right now is at 4.74 and 23 at 4.96 based on decisions made so far tonight.
And Ms. Newland, is that with the assessment growth applied to next year or this year?
It's with it applied to next year.
At 4.96.
Yes.
Okay. Have we looked at splitting the difference? So we get a bit of tax.
That can be the will of council. I was suggesting this amount, and it's the will of council. If this fails or something, another number could go down, or an amendment could go down to lower it a little bit, so there is a split of the difference, or a certain number up or down. Yep, it's up to council. I mean, I'm just kind of kicking this off as an opportunity to have the discussion, to look to lower the impact. Okay, you can think about that. I have Councillor Hoffman next, and then I see Gibson and Alt.
Yes, I was mistaken. I thought the $800,000 was already applied because we dropped from the 3.64 to the 3.59. So I guess my question is really irrelevant, but well, I have the mic. If I could hear where the tax increases are again, I'm sorry, I was reading something and I didn't jot it down. Could you give me those numbers again, Karen, please?
Yes, so currently 2022 is sitting at 4.74 and 2023 is at 4.96.
Great, thank you. And so is it staff's recommendation to apply that 800,000 plus to 2022 or to 2023? I just need clarity around that.
Staff's recommendation in the memo that went out was to apply it to 2023 because in 2023 our growth pressures were higher than the assessment growth. And so just as far as planning goes, staff felt that it was appropriate to put it in 2023, as well as given that perhaps the assessment growth that comes in 2023 will be lower than what we've currently projected, just given the economy.
Thank you, Karen.
Okay, and Gibson, then Alt.
Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. I might ask a question of our CAO actually, if that's okay. Mr. Stewart, high level thinking here. This is the first of a 2-year budget. I accept that, and we are trying to approve a 2-year budget. Now, that being said, whoever the council may be next year, there will be opportunities to tweak and open and things like that. I'm not going to read this section of the budget just yet. It's about unfunded capital investments. Is there any plan for staff to sit down the future council, explain to them the budget pressures that exist on the 10-year capital, so sort of city building side, and I'm thinking specifically about downtown streetscapes and investment in technology in the ops center. Is there a plan in the next year before the next budget, the 2023 budget? Is there a plan to sit down council and sort of reprioritize and whether or not there would be an appetite to spread things out? I ask that because next year is next year.
Sorry, Councillor Gibson. I'm very sorry to interrupt you. I just don't know. I don't know how this is applicable to the motion that's on the floor.
I need clarity as to whether or not my intent is to support this motion, because I'd like to know what the opportunities are before next year's budget. Like, there's a lot of talk about next year's budget now, but I'd like to know, is there going to be an opportunity for council to sort of revisit its priorities before next year? Like, we keep hearing 4.9 for next year, but there will be inevitably opportunities between now and then to impact that number, right? Ultimately what we're to do is we're talking about today's number.
Well, and I'm sorry, CAO, but ultimately and respectfully, Councillor Gibson, we're talking about an amendment that's on the floor around growth assessment being applied to 2022.
Okay.
And it's like, I'm not saying your question isn't valid. I fully am supporting that question. I just don't see where it's valid to the motion that's on the floor.
I guess I'm just trying to lift my gaze. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm trying to lift my gaze a little bit, but that's fine.
Oh, okay.
If it looks like this motion is going to fail, I will move to half it to equal parts this year and next year. But I'd like to hear what other people have to say.
Okay. The only other person I have on my list is Councillor Alt.
Thank you very much, Mayor Guthrie. Through you to staff, when I look at the 4.74 and the 4.96, transferring anything from 2023 to 2022 is going to have a significant impact, I believe, on the baseline for 2023. Is that correct?
Sorry, I'm just trying to get back. Oh, sorry, go Karen. Yeah, I'm just trying to get back on.
Okay, I was just going to say, currently staff has applied the assessment growth additional into 2023. So if council was to apply that in 2022, then yes, the increase in 2023 will increase.
Question, I'm leaning toward not supporting this because my next concern is the uncertainty factor with COVID. I see what we're essentially doing right now is that we're addressing some issues that were thrust on us by a pandemic, and we're trying to develop a budget based on that context. Well, the uncertainty isn't changing. And some of those uncertainties are absolutely massive. We can predict that we're going to have challenges with a number of things, ranging anywhere from purchasing steel to wages and so on. I'm bothered without the staff weighing in significantly on this, on touching it, because we need far more thorough analysis, I believe, than what we're getting. Would I be on the right trajectory on that?
So I'll jump in here. I guess I would say that the use of the assessment growth and in which year it's applied really doesn't have anything to do with COVID and the risk. It's more about we're trying to match the growth revenues with the cost of growth, and the assessment and the analysis that staff did is that that revenue is best served in 2023. So that's what's before you, but it's absolutely up to council in terms of how you apply that.
That succinct statement's good enough for me. Thank you very much.
Okay. So that was the last person I had on my list for that. So, Councillor Gibson.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Wonder if it's appropriate for an amendment.
It's up to
You
you.
look at me. Yeah, okay, no problem.
I don't decide that.
No problem. Yeah. Could I amend the amendment, if I don't mind just seeing the amendment on the screen for a second?
Yeah,
It's just a
keep in
number.
mind that you will your amendment, if you get a seconder, will have to be emailed into clerks. Okay.
Okay. Well, it's going to be very, very subtle. I'm just looking to amend the value to 500,000, Mr. Mayor. So as amended to apply the excess and access
let me
growth
just see if there's a
assessment.
seconder. Okay. Let me see. Let's just. You could just take that down for a second. All right. Sure. Billings. That's fine. Yeah.
Does clerks need me to send that in as an email,
Yeah.
or did they capture that?
It does. It has to be sent in. That's the rules.
Okay.
The rules that we all agreed to. So it has to be emailed in. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So we will pause. Why don't we all mute for 30 seconds as you send that in to clerks. Councillor Gawler, the clerk just let me know that you had your hand up. Is it on this issue or?
Yes, Your Worship.
Okay.
While that has been worked on, if I could
Yep.
ask a question.
Yeah, okay, go ahead. And then Councillor Downer, I saw your hand too.
Thank you. And just for clarity, previously staff mentioned that 500,000 equated to about 0.19%. So just so that I understand how this would work, if we were to move that, essentially we're shifting 2022 from a 4.74 to 4.55, and then we're making 2023 from 4.96 to well, that plus 0.19, just so that I understood how this would play out.
Yes, 2022 would be 4.55 and 2023 then would increase to 5.15.
Okay, thank you.
And the clerk has indicated that he has the amendment now, and I did recognize too that Councillor Downer had her hand up. So now that that is in there, we understand what it is. You can take that off the screen. Councillor Downer, you can go ahead.
No, my question wasn't about this, but I do have a question after this motion's dealt with.
Okay. Okay, sounds good. Just remind me. Okay, so why don't we take a vote on the amendment to the amendment. So it's very clear, very easy. Do you agree with the $500,000 shift or don't you? That's really what it is, okay? Oh, Councillor Gawler, did you have your hand up for something?
I thought that was you calling the vote, Your Worship.
No, I always, forever and ever, always say, all those in favor, raise your hand. After I say that line, that's when you raise your hand. So all those in favor, please raise your hand. All right, Guthrie, Gawler, Billings, O'Rourke, Salisbury, and Gibson. Okay, that fails, I believe. That's 6. Okay, we did lose Councillor Downer. So let's just get the no's on the screen for me. All those not in favor, please raise your hands. So that's Hoffland, Caron, McKinnon, and Gordon and Alt. Okay, the clerk has just asked to redo the vote, please. I will have to just recognize that Councillor Downer isn't here. So that's the way it goes. It just has to be done that way, everybody. Oh, maybe she's back. Councillor Downer, can you hear me okay? It's pretty hard times with internet today across the city, eh? Yeah. My kids were complaining about it trying to do schoolwork today, so it was even in the early time of the day too. Okay. I'm gonna call the vote just to move on, and we'll just have to recognize Councillor Downer as a no vote. Okay. So all those in favor, please raise your hand and keep them up for me until I say your name. Guthrie, Gawler, Billings, Bell, McKinnon, O'Rourke, Gibson, Salisbury. So that's now 7 votes. Okay. Okay, and against? Gordon, Caron, Hoffland, Alt. What's going on here, folks? I'm only
I can
counting
clarify
4.
that issue, Mr. Mayor. I
Pardon?
had thought that I can clear. You asked what's going on. I can clarify. So
Yeah,
my
because you
vote
put your
went from
hand
a
up.
no to a yes because
Yeah.
I thought that we had moved on to the main motion unmodified. I'm fine to let my vote stand the way it was because I voted that way. It's like I pressed the
No,
button.
it's okay.
But
What?
it was thinking we had defeated
Okay.
the amendment.
It's fine. I'll redo the vote. We're having some problems here. Okay, it's fine, everyone. I would give this grace to everybody. So, oh, Councillor Downer's back, I think. Oh, that's why we're messing up. We're hearing from Councillor Downer twice. Just kidding. You're on the screen twice. Okay. Councillor Downer, can you just speak for us just to make sure your audio is working?
Yes, is it working now?
Yeah, we're good.
The other one should disappear. I don't know. I had to log out and get back in.
Yeah, that's okay. All right. So I'm going to try this one more time, everybody. Okay. I want to be very clear. I am calling the amendment to the amendment, which is reducing that down to 500,000. Okay. All those in favor, raise your hand. Oh. Okay. The clerk is asked to have your hands left on the screen. You let us know then, Dylan, when you are ready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's 7 in favor.
Okay. Against, please raise your hand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's 6 against.
Okay. I am now going to the main motion as amended. Okay, all in favor, please raise your hand and keep your hand on the screen for the clerk, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's 9 in favor.
Okay, and against, please raise your hand and keep it on the screen. Thank you so much.
That is 4 against.
We're good. Okay, thank you. Sorry about that, and thanks, Councillor Downer, for popping back on. Okay, let's hope that let's move on. Let's hope that these are just kind of, again, bank shots. Everyone knows, I think, what they are. Oh yeah, Kathy had a question. I mean, Councillor Downer had a question. Go ahead.
Go back to the library issue. I got an email, so I just want clarity. My understanding was that the 175 and the Central Library Program Manager was included in their budget, and that the 100 is not off their base budget, but it's from last year, but it's off that a request of 175,000. Because that wasn't my intent. So because were we to be moving motions to include those then, those requests or not? My understanding they were in the base, like the police budget and all the other boards.
So is your question more around clarity of
what the motion
of
because,
the increase?
Yeah, because I thought
or the entirety.
Yeah, I thought Councilor McKinnon's 175 was a reduction in their budget so that it wouldn't include whatever it was he mentioned that we're not supposed to mention.
Yeah.
Included, but that their base budget was still their base budget. And that also in there was a Central Library Program Manager. They're not required that, because I've got an email assuming that it's 100 grand off their base budget. And I don't think that's correct, but.
The motion had the wording of the increased request, meaning additional. That's how I would understand it. It's the additional over and above the base.
Yeah, so they still have their base budget.
Yes. Yep. And I'll just go to the clerks because of that wording and the way it's worded, and maybe I'll go to Colleen as well from Public Services or Tara. Does that motion read to you that it was $100,000 from the increase because of the way it was worded?
So to the mayor, those items were in the budget as proposed, so that would be 100,000 off their budget, their base budget, and how they absorb that or what they do to address that is up to them. That's the way that it would be captured.
So the 175,000, I'm just looking back at their slide.
Sure.
Their one request was included in their budget for the free fine. So that's what the I know when I was supposed to talk about it, but that's what the slideshow said, the PowerPoint said.
Sure.
And then there was, the other request was the Central Library Program, which was at 0. But those were requests that you put in there. And that was, that we already put in their budget. So it's not, you're not going to have to close certain things or do anything different than what last year based on this 100,000. It's not 100,000 off there. I know we can't talk about the service, but I got in an email making the assumption that 100 grand was sort of off their base and had nothing to do with their request.
Yet, so the clerk is going to pull up the motion that passed. And again, I think it's very clear by sort of governance that they've asked for 175,000. We've given them 75,000. Now they go away and they do whatever they want. That's the cleanest and clearest way that it is not specified to anything.
That 100,000 is off their 175,000 requests, which they identified. I'll say they identified in their PowerPoint as for the free fine thing.
But they can still implement that if they wish.
Yeah, so any other increase in their budget was an increase in their services, right? I don't know what that was, but there might have been something.
Yeah. Are you okay with the clarity there? Because staff are also in agreement with.
Yeah, because I didn't want to, I was thinking I'd have to reopen it if it meant that they were going to have to like close, that it was 100,000 off their operations, their current operations, but it sounds like it's not, so.
No, the clerk has just confirmed for me because it was specified to the increased request. But again, that they can still do whatever they wish.
They can do whatever they wish. They can start the free fines in September. If that, but they identified that, not, yeah. So I'm just saying
Yep,
that
they can do
that's
whatever they wish with that. Yep. Okay. Well, that's good. We got that clarity. I mean, good to get out of the way. Okay, let's make. Hopefully, let's make these ones maybe quick. Is there anyone that would like to do the court support worker motion for me at all out of the contingency reserve of $50,000? If there's a yes or a no.
Just
So
point
hold on.
of privilege. I think I have to
No,
leave the
not
discussion.
yet, Councillor Alt. Let's see if it's seconded first, and then you can do that, okay? So is there a mover for it? Councillor Galler is moving. Is there a seconder for it? No. Yes, Councillor McKinnon. Councillor Alt, put up your hand.
I will declare a point, a conflict of interest. And if the clerks could send me the appropriate paperwork while you guys are talking, I'll be typing and I won't be listening. I promise.
Okay, sounds good. Well, try to listen maybe a little so you know when to come back. Hopefully it's in 30 seconds. Okay, it's moved. It's seconded. We all know what it's for and what it could be used for. I'd like to just call the vote if that's all right with everyone, please. Yeah, just maybe Councillor Alt, maybe you should just turn your camera off. Okay. That works. Is there questions on this, Councillor Bell and then McKinnon?
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
If we could have the motion on the screen, please.
Certainly. It's coming right now. Court support worker, yep. Okay, Councillor Bell, you good? Got it now? Yep. Councillor McKinnon, was that what you were going to ask as well? Councillor McKinnon, was that what you were going to ask as well? Yes. Okay, sorry, I didn't see you on the screen. Okay, I'll call the vote. All in favor, please raise your. Hold on, everybody, stop. Councillor Alt, go feed the cat, my friend. Turn your camera off. Okay, everyone, there was a little bit of a mix up in the motion and how it was worded. The heading says court support worker motion, but it was accidentally not put into the actual motion. So the court support worker needs to be embedded in the motion. Would someone please be willing to amend the motion? Councillor Bell moves, seconded by Councillor Galler.
And I'm not sending that in.
And here we go. Here we go, everybody. Yeah. Yes, and then I'll have it put up on the screen again and then approved. Okay. Okay, thank you for the amendment there. Councillor Bell, you're good with that? And Councillor Galler, okay. All right, calling the vote on the amendment of adding the court support worker name there, okay. All in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. Okay. Guthrie, Bell. Yeah, we had hands go up and down, the clerk is saying. You need to keep your hands up. Okay, Guthrie, Bell, Billings. Down, actually, it's gonna be easier, I think, if I. It's 11-1. I believe Councillor Hoffman might be the only one. Against? Okay, perfect. And now to the main motion as amended. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, thank you everyone, except for against Councillor Hoffman. Yep, and O'Rourke. Okay, that's fine. That passes. Councillor Alt, don't know if you can hear us. Ready to welcome you back. Okay, we'll just move on and hopefully someone can get a hold of him. Okay, let's just keep moving here. The welcoming streets motion. And before we put it up on the screen, we're just going to make sure that that motion also has the words welcoming streets investment embedded in it. And I think Councillor Goller, you did indicate to me earlier that you'd be willing to move that. Thank you. Would there be a seconder for the welcoming streets initiative? Karan, thank you so much. Hi, Councillor Alt, we see you now. Can we just hear your audio to make sure it's working?
I have to
Yep.
declare another conflict of interest.
Oh, okay. No problem.
Welcoming streets, same reason. So I don't know whether I need two
Okay.
forms or one.
No problem.
See you when someone texts me to get back.
Okay. Okay. Sounds good. Thank you again. And to the clerk, I think it's coming up. Okay. And there it is, everybody. It's 91,000 in 2022. One time. Okay, I'll call the vote.
Can you let me know again?
All in favor, please raise your hand. That looks unanimous to me, Mr. Clerk. Okay, we're good on that one. That one passes. Thanks, everyone. We're moving along. The PIN network, again, for 1 year. Would someone be willing to move the PIN network for volunteer checks? And if not, okay, Councillor Hoffman and seconded by Councillor Gibson. And again, the same thing, Dylan, the title needs to be put in that motion there. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Rourke, do you have a question on it? Go for it. Just while it's getting put up on the screen, sure.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I can't recall. This is for $120,000 in 2022. Is there no allocation for 2023? It's one
Correct.
time.
Yeah, and the reason being is there's actually a bill that's being debated right now. It's at committee, looking for some help in regards to this issue for across the province. The only issue is that it may or may not pass. Number one, it may or may not be amended to help in its entirety. That's why it's important for the wording of up to. Because if for some reason, that was passed or something came into play, then the up to allows us to not have to do it anymore if it all of a sudden is covered by upper level of government.
Right, thanks. I struggle with this one because it doesn't cover all volunteer checks in the city, so only certain organizations and other regions have people pay for their own volunteer checks. And at the same time, I know that volunteering really took a hit in COVID, so I'm listening.
No problem. Yep, that's fair. Okay, and I think the clerk has it up now for us, so here it is. And again, keywords there was up to, so. Okay, and I got a couple questions here, O'Rourke and McKinnon.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm just wondering if staff can tell us how much we're drawing from the contingency reserve so far.
Sure.
So at this point, you are all in, including tonight and staff, 4.8 million right now for 2022.
Okay, 4.8. Thank you, Councillor McKinnon.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. So I would have trouble the way the wording currently is. Last year, it did not make reference to a particular organization. It just indicated volunteer police checks. And I would be hesitant to restrict this to something that is just one organization.
Okay, I'll take that as a comment then. So for clarity through to maybe you, Colleen, because that might fall under you. It was only through PIN though that the payments were made quarterly back to the police. Am I correct?
Yes, through the mayor to council. Yes, we this year we actually have been paying GPS directly, I believe.
Yeah, that's right.
And so I guess for clarity's sake, if the intention is that we are continuing that for another year, then that may need to be reworded. Without so they invoice us quarterly, we're paying GPS directly, I guess is the short answer.
Yes. Okay, and Councillor Billings on this matter?
So through your worship to Colleen, so I'm still not clear. Last year's wording, it did not have PIN in it. Is that correct?
Through the mayor to Councillor Billings, I'm just looking to see if I can quickly pull that up. And I don't have last year's wording in front of me. I can confirm that we are paying Guelph Police Services directly for those volunteer checks this year and being invoiced quarterly. So if you want to give us a moment, we can try to pull up last year's wording.
Right, Colleen. So that meant through you, your worship, that if I was a volunteer, but I wasn't a signed up member under PIN, I could still have it reimbursed because we paid the Guelph Police separately. It didn't have to go through PIN.
So through the mayor to Councillor Billings and all of council, just looking at the wording of the motion before you, I know the heading of the motion is PIN Network Volunteer Check Motion, but the actual motion, a one-time investment of up to $120,000 in 2022 for volunteer checks be funded from the tax operating contingency reserve might get to what I think you're all looking for.
Right.
Okay.
So I agree with that wording. I don't agree with the PIN because you have to be a member, signed up member. You pay to go through PIN. Whereas that's not an equal or level playing field. I like how it was done last year.
Okay, so that captures Christine or Councillor Billings, both PIN or non-PIN. But it covers them off. That's what an amendment like that would you be supportive of? Okay. Okay. Would you like to move on an amendment for that then? Yes. Okay. Someone has to make an amendment by email to the clerks then for removing the words PIN. So you're moving it, Councillor Billings, and who's seconding that? Councillor Gibson. That's fine. That might help, Colleen. Yeah.
So through
Sorry, our deputy CIOs indicated the wording from last year may have been easier. My apologies, everyone. I thought this would be quick. Go ahead, Colleen.
So through the mayor and with thanks to Ms. Evans for quickly pulling that, that staff, this was what passed last year, that the amount of up to $150,000 for one-time funding to cover police volunteer records checks be allocated from the tax operating contingency reserve and to the 2021 Guelph Police Services budget.
Okay. Councillor Billings?
So that motion sounds really good, except it would this year be up to 120,000.
Correct.
Is that correct?
And change the year to 2022.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. So maybe you said our staff member Dana Evans was the one who sent that to you.
So I have just sent it to Councillor Billings and copied to clerks.
Okay. Thank you very much. So I'm going to make this easier on everyone. I'm going to ask if I can remove the motion that's on the floor, please. Is anyone at council challenge that? No. Okay, so it's officially been removed. This is now a brand new amendment from Councillor Billings, seconded by Councillor Gibson, and it will reflect last year's wording.
But up to 120.
But up to 120,000, yeah.
Correct.
And Councillor Alt, I think, has a question.
of privilege, if we could just at some point get it on screen so I can see exactly where we are now.
Yeah, the clerk's just writing it up for sure. Just takes a minute there. And Councillor O'Rourke has a question.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if DCO Clackbush could repeat what the amount was last year. I missed that.
Through the Mayor to Councillor O'Rourke, it was $150,000 was the amount. Last year, we don't know the final for this year, simply because we're not at the end of this year and they bill us quarterly. So, last year it was $150,000.
So it's less this year.
If it's at 120, it would be less. And just also a note for Councillor Billings, it's not just the amount, but also the year that would need to change in that motion that I've sent you.
Thank you.
And just while we're waiting for that to go up on the screen, I'll just say two things. The first one is that a couple weeks ago, I got confirmation that to date, so as of just a couple weeks ago, there was $102,000 spent. That's why I made it 120. I felt more comfortable on that. And then the second thing is I'm echoing what I said last year, which is I really do think there is the volunteer community has been hit hard. This is one less barrier. It may not be a major hurdle for some. It could be for some others. But also to just kind of promote volunteerism coming out of COVID, getting into recovery, hopefully. We try to do things for the business sector as we try to help them with recovery, with people, whether that's at all levels of government. I just think that there's an opportunity one time again to help with that recovery part for the volunteer sector as well. And so I just kind of repeating what I said last year, not thinking I'd have to say it this year because I thought we'd be maybe behind COVID by now. What happened to those 2 weeks that they said, right? So here we are. Sorry, I saw another hand go up. Did someone want to say something or ask a question? Councillor Karan?
An embedded question, but really more of a comment is, we're doing this out of contingency as a one-time expense, and I think this is the third or maybe even the fourth time we've one-timed it. So if this comes back next year, let's put it in our operating budget as something that we as a council support moving forward.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more actually. But on this particular one, this is only the second time, and it was more kind of COVID related. But you are right if I'm jumping to some of the other things that you and I are on board with, like this court support worker or the welcoming streets, those types of initiatives. Absolutely. Unfortunately, we all thought that sort of sustainable funding would be coming from the upper levels of government on those issues, and COVID kind of hit a little bit, but. Definitely hear what you're saying and can echo that for sure. Thank you for raising it. Councillor Alt, and then if we have it, Dylan, whenever you're ready to put it up on the screen.
Thank you very much. As I believe we now are on essentially the main motion.
Yeah.
The question I have is again for finance staff. I heard the number, the dollar value of what we've taken out of the contingency, but my concern relates to our ratio of contingency and how comfortable we are for any one-time funding that might arise over the next year. So I just need a comment on that because I do support in principle this, but I think it's important for us to be aware of things that are coming up.
So Greg, did you want to take that one? Just in regards to use of reserves and.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Alt. Tara's having a bit of technical difficulty, so I'll step in here. There is risk anytime we draw down on our reserves. However, over the last 5 years, we've done a great job in building up our reserves to a very healthy and sustainable place. And the idea is that it supports one-time and dedicated spending in this type of circumstance. But anytime we do draw down on the reserves, we move away from that 100% ratio and move down to 80% type of coverage, and you take on a little bit more risk as you do that. And it really is up to council in terms of that level of risk they want to take on through that. And we leave that at your discretion. We do have very healthy reserves starting. At the end of last year, we reported that to you through our annual reserve report. So I think like Tara says, there's always risk, and we just we want to make you aware of that and leave that to your discretion.
I have no problem with that, as long as you can tell me it's healthy and sustainable. Those are fine words to hear right now. Thank you.
I wish those words reflected on me. Healthy and sustainable.
I have no doubt you are.
Well, all right. I think we're clear. It was up on the screen. We get it, everyone. Yes. Okay. So again, not a problem. Everyone will have counsel here. Yes or no on these. Totally fine. So all in favor, please raise your hand on this one. If you're in favor. Okay. And against? Okay. Just caller. So that passes. Thank you. And my last one is the free kids ride free motion. And I'll just read it out. Well, first of all, is there a mover and a seconder for it for me? Okay. Galler is moving it for me. Is there a seconder for it at all? And Gordon. Okay. Thank you. So I'll just read it out as it comes up on the screen, Dylan, when you have a chance. A Kids Ride Free Transit 2022 pilot program for kids from age 5 to 12 years old, totaling a budget investment of up to $125,000 in 2022, funded from the tax operating contingency reserve, and to be launched no later than March 1st, 2022. And that staff report back by Q4 2022 regarding the results of the pilot. And that's it. This was obviously, I talked to staff, they helped me out with the motion on it. So if you're up for it, great. If not, that's fine. I respect that too. So I'll look to call the, Councillor Hoffman, go ahead.
The same as the co-op students. So there is no staff report. I agree, it's a great idea, but it's not the time to bring these types of motions forward to budget.
Okay.
Do you know, Mayor Guthrie, do you have the support of transit for this initiative, or did they just help you to devise a motion? That would be my first question.
Yeah, I'll let them speak for themselves. Maybe I hope I'm not putting my foot in my mouth here, but they weren't against it. They only wanted to make sure that they really helped me with the March 1st date to start, because there was some issues about trying to start it effective January 1st, 2022. Happy to have Colleen or Robin or somebody else pop in though.
Sure, I'll jump in through the mayor to Councillor Hoffland. So this was not a staff-led request, and so we certainly helped with putting the numbers together. The numbers are based on assumptions that we've made because we don't know exactly how many riders we have in that age bracket, because we don't track by age our youth passes, and so we've made our best estimate on approximately how many we think. Transit staff did not bring this forward because we would have referred it to our fare strategy work that's coming forward in 2022. Unlike the Affordable Bus Pass, which is a social services subsidy program, this is a fare strategy. And so we would have looked at this and brought forward recommendations regarding fare strategies for any of our age groups as part of that fare strategy work that we're doing in 2022. So we as staff didn't bring it forward. However, when the mayor asked us, we provided the numbers. And then to his point, we also did confirm that we wouldn't be able to implement it prior to March 1st.
Thank you very much, Ms. Clark-Bush.
Sorry, I thought you were muted. You aren't. Go ahead. Yep.
Well, I'm not? Okay.
No, you're
I
good.
just wanted to thank Colleen for that response. And for those reasons, I won't be supporting the idea of free transit for kids. Again, we have our priorities that we're struggling to fund, and now we wish to start another initiative that is going to be part of a study we just heard from staff down the road with the I think it's the fare strategy. I also believe we've spent a lot of money on taxes tonight with the 1.26 to the budget, 380,000+ for the subsidy for the pilot program. So I just think the timing and this initiative could wait perhaps until we do our fare strategy. Probably, I think it's coming next year.
Yes, you're right. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Totally respect those opinions. Thank you so much, Councillor Alt, and then O'Rourke.
Thank you, Mayor Guthrie. This is a question through you to staff, probably Ms. Clack. I'm struggling with this because if we approve this, we have the affordable bus pass, we have the Mark McKinnon pass, best way to put it, the kids pass. I think we have a couple of other things as well. And what I'm very concerned about is, will these two things, first of all, will all of these combinations affect our fare ratio, first of all? And secondly, I'm going to assume that as we review our bus fares schedule, which is essentially what you made mention of to Councillor Hoffland, we would be examining all of these in total, so that we finally come up with one solid recommendation. Is that true? Am I right on that or not?
So through the mayor to Councillor Alt, certainly we have our affordable bus passes and the expanded program that's been approved tonight. But I really would urge council to consider that as a social services subsidy program and not a transit fare, because they really are quite distinct. For transit fares, absolutely, we already do have pricing for youth, for example, different from an adult pass price. We do, of course, have the recently renewed U-Pass that we worked extremely hard to secure with the university, which really is more of a very, very, very large group purchase. I think that's the best way to sort of speak about that one. So we have a number of different fare categories, I guess would be the best way of putting it. We will be looking, of course, the U-Pass is confirmed. Our affordable bus pass through that sort of social services lens has been looked after. Our fare strategy will look at everything else, which is what is the fare that we're charging for cash, youth, adults, monthly, etc. And that's what we'll come forward to as part of the fare strategy. And it would be presumptuous of me to say whether we would be recommending free transit for anyone. It doesn't tend to be an approach that we use when we're looking at fare strategies, but I also don't want to presume the outcome of that. Of course, all of that, of course, impacts our revenues that we receive in transit. That math is part of what we'll be looking at as part of that fare strategy, which then does impact our overall net results in transit from a revenue perspective. But we'll use that fare strategy to guide and direct the work.
Thank you very much, because I'm very concerned about all of that. We have a massive package of different fares that we have, and I have a great deal of sympathy for staff trying to unpack all of this, and I really am concerned that what we're doing tonight is compounding what will be a very challenging initiative by staff come the new year. Thank you.
Thanks. Is there anybody else on this one? Oh yes, O'Rourke and then McKinnon.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you to our staff. So I love the concept. I have a couple questions around staff's capacity to run 2 pilots and all of the transit review, et cetera, et cetera. Like it's a huge year for transit expansion, electrification. I know a lot of people work there, but what's the staff capacity? It's like, I suspect we are underestimating the complexity that a program like that might have.
Through the Mayor to Councillor O'Rourke, it is one of the advantages of our electronic fare management system that it does enable us to have a little bit more flexibility. Certainly, to institute a program like the Mayor has outlined, it would necessitate all of those children having an on your way card, because that's the best way that we can verify and confirm ages, and then they just tap and go, and they would still need to tap their on your way card, I believe is the approach that we'd be using. And so that EFMS system that the city invested in, and including the staff resources is what we need to provide the data. So to your question, of course, we're always concerned about how much we're looking at doing, and that's why we've said we couldn't implement this, certainly not before March 1st. But that EFMS system that we have is really what's going to provide us all of the data that we will need to analyze this in terms of the KPIs and report back to you. So we believe that with what we have and what's been approved this evening, we have the resources at Transit that we need, but certainly hear your point and want to make sure that we're delivering good service and not stretching ourselves too thin.
Okay, thank you. So just a comment, Mr. Mayor, I do love the initiative, but I think I also want to wait for the fare strategy, and I want to do one pilot at a time, given the volume of what's going on at Transit.
Great. No problem. Thank you. I appreciate that. Councillor McKinnon, you're last one on my list.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So certainly this should be done as a strategy and not a budgetary decision. But with COVID and ridership has plummeted, what a great time to get people on buses. Data next year is going to be an absolute mess with everything that's going on. But wow, what an excellent impact this is going to have. And then finally, this budget that we're passing tonight puts to rest any suggestion that this council is not fully behind transit, given all the initiatives you're doing. So I'm going to support the motion. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. And with that, I'll call the vote. Okay, everyone? All those in favor, please raise your hand for me on the screen. Okay, 1, 2, looks like 7. So Guthrie, Gordon, Salisbury, McKinnon, Bell, Downer, and McKinnon. And did I get that right? I think it was 7. That's 7. And those against? Alt Billings, Downer, O'Rourke. I'm sorry, I said Downer by accident. Bill, yeah, it's okay. We got it. I'm just gonna stop talking. The clerks has got it. Okay, so that passes. Thank you. Councillor Gawler, you had a parking one, I think.
Yes, Your Worship. I sent an email to the clerks shortly before our break at 5:45, and seeing as the amendment that I made to Councillor McKinnon's motion failed, I would like to move that again. And while the clerk pulls it up, it is an amendment to the fee increase for parking lots, which staff is recommending at 5%. I'm just asking that the 2 parking lots that are outside of the downtown core be excluded from that 5% fee increase. And maybe if we see if we have a second there, and then
Karan is willing to second for you.
Point of order, Mayor Guthrie.
And just one moment. I think Councillor Alt might be wanting to say the same thing I'm thinking, but you go ahead.
I believe this is out of order as being too similar to the motion that was presented earlier, and I would ask you to rule it out of order. I'm supportive of what Councillor Gawler is saying.
Let's see it on the screen. Let's see it on the screen.
And if I may, Your Worship.
Just 1 sec. I just do need to follow the process by looking at this. I'm sorry, Councillor Gawler. Just 1 second, okay? Yeah, and this one says 5%.
And Your Worship, this was previously, it passed. Yeah. So when I made this amendment to Councillor McKinnon's motion, this was passed. Overall, it was voted against because there was no appetite to have an increase to 10%. However, I believe that this is substantially different, seeing as it's still.
Yep. Yeah, it's in order. It is in order. And not Councillor. Tara, trust me, you don't want to be a councillor or a mayor. Tara, you're about to say something in regards to this motion?
I was just going to say the same thing, that it's part of the base. It's different from the last motion. So yeah.
Okay, and is everyone okay on this one then? May I call the vote on this one? Okay, can I have it back on the screen one more time and then I'll call the vote. And then we'll take a break, everybody, okay? So really, Councillor Goller, as the mover, this is a $2,000 difference, your motion.
That's right, Your Worship. It's minimal. It's just acknowledging
No,
that.
no, that's okay. No, I don't mind minimal. No, you're acknowledging that those lots are outside of that radius of the downtown. Yeah. Yeah, okay. All right, I'm gonna call the vote. All in favor, please raise your hand for me, please. Okay, Dylan, are you able to capture that? 11-2, we believe. Who is against? Billings and Hofflin. Oh, and McKinnon. So that's 3, Dylan. 10-3. Yep, that passes. Okay, thanks, Councillor Goller. Appreciate it. Let's take a break, everyone, okay? And can we just, before we take the break, can we just, where are we landing right now, staff? What do we gonna think about during break?
So in 2022, we're at 4.55%. In 2023, 5.15%.
Okay. 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 And just before everyone goes on break, just so you know, I'm looking at this list here, and it's like it's pretty much done. Like I don't see a lot here. Is maybe 6 or 7. I'll start with you, Councillor Bell, when I come back from break, if that's all right. Or did you have a question right now before we go for break?
Yes, I was wondering if we could get the reserve reduction as well.
Just before, yes, the use of the reserves. Yeah. So we were at 4.8 million about 15 minutes ago. And remember, we did not use the whole 4.8 tonight. There was about half of that, I'm guessing, was already embedded by staff.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, could Ms. Nolan just repeat the 2022 and the 2023 amounts? I missed it.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So, through you, Mr. Mayor, I can. So
Yep, go ahead.
2022, 4.55 for 2022 and 5.15 for 2023, and the reserves, yeah, 4.5 million roughly for 2022 is what we've used.
Can you give the breakdown though? No, I mean, the total still matters, don't get me wrong, but could you give me the breakdown of what staff embedded of use of reserves and what we have done tonight?
Okay, you have to give me 1 second here.
We can do that after. I thought that'd be, it's on your calculator. Okay, we'll do that after. Come back with that answer when we come back. All right, everyone, it's 7:59. Let's pretend it's 8 o'clock. We're gonna take another 10-minute break. Okay, so 10 minutes after 8, we'll come back, and I feel like we're circling third base. We're being waved home. I think we're almost there. Okay, so see you in 10 minutes. Thanks, everyone. Okay, everyone, I'd like to call the meeting back to order, please. Councillor Gawler with the gold star. Close second by Councillor Karan. Can you imagine after four years I had like, well, it wouldn't be the whole 4 years, but I had like a clip chart that I pulled up in front of everyone. I actually was keeping score. Everyone gets, some of you get a participation ribbon, some of you would get gold, silver, and bronze. Okay, I needed that little break. That was good. I hope everyone else did too. Okay, hold on. I think we were going away. Tara, you said, give me some time. And what was that on again? You found another $2 million in assessment growth? No, it was
Yeah, it was
we use as reserves. That's what it was.
right. Yeah. So I have right now that the 2022, 2022, before, like, as staff, we had recommended 2.9 million as a starting point coming from the reserves, and council is used about
Okay.
2 million themselves tonight.
Okay. I'm so sorry. I should have written it down. We're at 4.55. Yep. For 2022, we're at 5.19. 15. 23. Okay. Bob Bell, Councillor Bob Bell. I promised you, wherever you are on my screen, there you are. You have a few motions. Go ahead. Would you like to talk about the bridge one maybe first?
Sure.
Okay.
So that has been sent into clerks, and I'm sorry. I thought all these motions that we sent in would be distributed so that we
Yeah.
could read through them, but it's
You know what,
so
Councillor Bell, I did too. So that's just a catch, okay, for moving on in the next, lessons learned moving forward. So fair enough on that. Let me just before you talk about it though, let's see if there's a seconder, okay? So it's in regards to the downtown pedestrian bridge. Oh, there's a few of them on there. I'll go with Councillor Gawler there. And Salisbury, I'll get you next time, promise. Councillor Bell, over to you as the mover. You can speak about it now.
yes, thank you. So we see this as a capital project in 2022, and previously it was mentioned in the comments from the Guelph Trail and Hiking Club that they thought that perhaps the construction of the bridge was a little soon because we are doing a massive EA on the abutting property, and the design of the bridge might impede the optimization of the design. It will certainly increase the cost because there will be extra mobilization. So I don't think there's support from the active transportation trails sort of community to do this right now. I don't think that there is support from the neighborhood. I live in the neighborhood, and we would all like the downtown pedestrian bridge to be built, but I'm not sure that this is the time that we should be doing it. So the motion states that it would be deferred until the EA for the abutting area is complete. So so that's my amendment. It does not affect the taxes in any way.
Okay, thank you. So it's been moved and seconded, everybody, and am I okay to call the vote on this one? Is there any questions? Okay, I got 3, Gibson, O'Rourke, and Billings. Nope, just Gibson and O'Rourke. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Question for the mover. So Councillor Bell, I guess the anticipation is that the EA would be completed in 2022 and the project would move forward immediately, but you're proposing that we pause the project until the EA is completed?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And O'Rourke, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to our staff, I'm just wondering what their position is on that. Are there additional cost to construction delays? Were there efficiencies to be gained? Just trying to understand what the implications are.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor O'Rourke. The pedestrian bridge, the downtown pedestrian bridge the design is already done, and actually it's ready to go into construction for 2022. The request for funding in 2022 is a top up to the funding that we've already requested. And my understanding is that the design, this bridge is required because there were safety concerns in regards to the crossing of the tracks in the downtown. So, sorry. Could you hear me okay?
It's increased by like 80%. That's fantastic.
Okay, sorry.
Could you, I'm so sorry to ask, but would you mind just starting over
Sure.
again?
I
think it's
can
important
repeat
everyone
that.
heard it. Yeah, thank
Sure.
you.
So the downtown pedestrian bridge the design is complete, and it's ready to go out for tender in early 2022. So the amount of funding that you are seeing for 2022 is really just a top up to the funding that we already have. And it was proposed in the first place, and I believe it went through an EA. I'm not really quite sure if it did or not. It did. So it was designed to help with some of the safety concerns crossing the tracks, the train tracks in the downtown. So by stopping deferring this, we can defer it for another year, but the problem is that those safety issues still are of concern in the downtown. The EA for the other part in the abutting area, that has just started and will probably take a year and a half to 2 years to complete. So we won't be ready to determine how this bridge fits into that EA by the time it's done.
So just a follow-up question, Mr. Mayor, through you to Ms. Holmes. I know now we're talking about an infrastructure piece, but why wouldn't we look at that whole area as part of one EA? And I think we've had the conversation before, but I can't recall.
My understanding is that there was the bridge was put. The EA was completed for the first bridge because there was an urgency associated right around the safety issues crossing the tracks. And that's why we wanted to do that bridge earlier and get that done sooner than waiting for the EA for the entire area.
Okay, thanks.
If I can just jump in and add through the mayor to Councillor O'Rourke, it's a deliverable that's noted in the downtown secondary plan, and respectfully, staff, we would disagree with the hiking club's comments on this. We think that is a really important trail connectivity linkage for the safety concerns that were mentioned, but just in terms of that pedestrian connectivity in our downtown core, as Ms. Holmes says, we're well past and through. We've done all the community consultation, the public engagement on the designs, all of that work is completed. So we, of course, will do as council directs, but it is not staff recommendation to pause this work.
Okay, is that okay, Councillor O'Rourke, if I go to Councillor Alt now? Yep, okay, Councillor Alt, please.
Thank you, Mayor Guthrie. Hopefully I won't need my headphones for this. I am not going to support Councillor Bell's motion, and there's a fairly simple reason for it. With all due respect, staff, you've heard the will of council. We sent you out to do a job, and now we're second guessing what we sent you to do. I might think that there are better solutions quite often, but I think once I've asked you to to do the job and we've put out the cash, we really have to abide our decisions. And regretfully, I've talked to people in the hiking club. I get where they're coming from, but this is just sound finances.
Okay. I'd like to go back to the mover, if you don't mind. I wouldn't mind asking you a question, Councillor Bell. I'll just be honest, to put my cards on the table here. I came into this motion wanting to support you. I have heard some of the commentary as well from the citizenry as well around this issue. So I actually thank you for bringing it forward. Based on what staff have indicated, can you just kind of respond in regards to that? It feels like the horses have left the barn a little bit on this one.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I'd like to comment on staff's comment that they already did the EA for the bridge, which I mean is true, but at the same time, they did not consider that there was a massive EA coming for the trestle work, for Allen's Dam, for Allen's Bridge, for Macdonell. The EA that was done for the bridge, granted that it was rushed through because people were continuing to fall off the bridge as they have for the last 75 years. So I respect the fact that they felt that it was an urgent situation. However, I think we need to take the long view here. And we did do that little EA without any consideration of additional works that are probably at least 15 times the cost of that little bridge. So when we build that little bridge, we are subjecting that larger EA to preconditions. And if I can conclude with staff have made their recommendation, but I would like to insist that it does not have the support of the community.
Okay, and based on that information, and I want to acknowledge that I saw your hand up as the mover, if you don't mind me just following up with staff on a question. So let's hypothetically staff, Councillor Bell's motion passes right now. You then do what on the engagement side of things? Because Councillor Bell is raising some issues that I too have heard around wanting some better engagement around this area and this project. How would you be able to action that, and would you need, would that delay enable you to hear a little bit more in regards to this issue?
Do you want me to start?
I'll start.
Okay.
I'll start. Through you, Mr. Mayor. To you, Mr. Mayor. If this motion was to pass, and then we would, of course, put a hold to the project.
Yep.
What I'm hearing is that that there is a will to include this bridge as part of the EA, but the bigger EA, I just wanted to let you know, has already started, and we're only a couple of months into that, but we would have to rescope that EA to include this bridge. But all the design, all the engagement, or any costs that are associated with getting that project to this point would basically be throwaway, because we would be taking a new look at all the elements associated with that bridge again. And I just wanted to remind everybody that the reason why this was put forward in the first place is because there were safety issues, and those safety issues would remain until we have a solution. If that construction of, if something different was proposed and that bridge was perhaps the design was changed in some way because of the EA, then we would have to do a redesign and then we would have to, I presume, try to do the construction all at once, perhaps as part of a bigger project. But in the meantime, those safety issues continue, and the design that we have at this point would not be applicable.
Through the mayor, if I can just add and echo the, we had received direction from council. All of this, you can just look it up. The Word to Downtown Bridges page on the city website goes over all of the various community consultation that has been done from the EA, the studies, the public open houses, the various design concepts, and then the final conclusion over the past. I'm just looking quickly, 4 to 5 years. So to Ms. Holmes' point, of course, we will take the direction from council, but all of that work that has been done, we would then need to look at what the cost implication would be to redo to redo all of that. And so certainly the community engagement was extensive on this. So I just don't want to leave the impression that we didn't do extensive community engagement, because that was done, but it's been over the past 5 years. And so we're well along in this project.
I acknowledge that. Thank you for answering. I appreciate it. Back to the mover, Councillor Bell.
Yes, so I would like to reiterate that an underscoped EA done 5 years ago without the vision of the larger area is now precluding the scope of the existing EA, which I brought up at the time that it was underscoped, but I mean, so we can continue along this path of a little bridge mistake in design is affecting a massive infrastructure project. And I would urge council to listen when I say that this bridge design does not have the support of the community.
Okay, thank you. This has been okay. Councillor Gordon, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question to the mover. Can you remind us of what public input process led you to determine that there was no community interest in it?
Once the community understood the larger scope of the area, they understood that their original consultation on the mini EA on just the bridge was inadequate. So since that time and the appreciation of the larger EA, the community's perspective has changed.
Councillor Bell, that wasn't the question I asked. The question was, what public input process took place for you to make that assessment about that there was no community will for it?
Well, we had the comment from the Guelph Hiking and Trail Club. I have, so you heard that comment publicly. In the neighborhood, I hear comments that we're making a mistake here. So that's from the active transportation people. It's from the condominiums, the people in the condominiums. They're all worried that this process hasn't been properly optimized. So they all want the big picture seen before little pieces are designed. And that's just a basic principle of design, where when you do a big project like this, it has to be inclusive. It can't be predetermined by small projects that haven't even been started. So the mistake was made a few years ago when the design for the pedestrian bridge was improperly scoped. And I mentioned that at the time. And now that we see that the area, there's a very critical placemaking opportunity here. And I think that we need to do this right, and I don't think we're on the right track right now. And I'm, it's, yeah.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. This is almost going down the road of a reconsideration or reopening of an issue. Like, I'm just not sure, like, it's a policy decision that would need a lot more than a budget discussion. So I'm just raising that issue.
Thanks, Councillor Downer. I appreciate that. I think the mover has talked at the beginning. The mover has talked at the end. We've heard from our staff. I think it's clear, and we can just let our votes be our voice on this one. Okay. So I'm going to call the vote. It's been moved and seconded. We're going to look at look at pausing this to be deferred until the EA from the area is complete. Okay. So all those in favor, please raise your hand for me. Okay. And it's Gawler, Salisbury, Guthrie, and Bell. And against, Braun, Gordon, Hoffland, Alt, McKinnon, Downer, Billings, O'Rourke, and Gibson. Okay, that fails. Thank you very much. We'll move on. And Councillor Bell, I think you had another one on the multi-use trail. Would you like to jump onto that one? Oh, I think you might be muted, Councillor Bell.
All right.
That's okay.
So as you recall, there was a council-led initiative to install multi-use paths on either side of Woodlawn Road, and it was a very successful project, and it brought the multi-use paths all the way to Imperial Road. And so we have
Let me just jump in, Councillor Bell. Sorry, I just want to get a seconder, and then we can see if there's a seconder for that that issue.
Sorry, Your Worship, could we see that on the screen again? It was very quick.
Okay. I'll read it out as well, Councillor Gawler, just so everyone can hear it. And it is that capital PN002 Woodlawn Road West Multi-Use Trail, Imperial to Elmira, in the amount of $3,660,000, that should have an extra zero there at the end, be deferred. Okay, so let's just see if there's even a seconder for that. Okay, there is not, so we're going to have to move on that issue. Okay. Councillor Bell, is there anything else at this time, or can I go with a few more and we can circle back?
No, I'd like to get my speaking done right now, if you don't mind.
If it's okay, I think there's some more motions. I'd like to try to keep the flow of the meeting going to exhaust motions, and then we can get to commentary. That's kind of what I would prefer. Okay. Let's keep going then. Okay, everybody, thank you. I'm just trying to jump back and forth. I think that is it. Okay, I had remember, like, throughout the beginning of the day, I was gonna say night, I had like councillors that I put question marks beside, like it was like, oh, I'll maybe come back to that motion later. I've got 3 of those. Councillor Downer had one. Councillor Billings had another. Councillor McKinnon had another. Okay, I see you, Councillor Billings. Go ahead.
So I'll give mine a go.
Okay.
I'm not going to hold my breath. Dylan has the correct wording, Mr. Mayor, and so do members of council. So it's under clause 1B. So move an amendment to reduce the budget by 500,000, eliminating the transfer to the Efficiency, Innovation, and Opportunity Reserve Fund for the service rationalization initiatives in 2022 and 2023. So I would need a seconder.
Okay, let's see if there's a seconder on that one. Councillor Gibson is seconding that one. Okay. Back to you as the mover.
Okay, so this one here is if so 500,000 doesn't leave any room for the service rationalization. So my first question is through you, Mr. Mayor, to Tara. If this was supported, and I do realize it's a massive if it was supported, then would staff bring back a report in 2022 outlining exactly what work and cost would need to be done for the service rationalization, and then they would also identify other funding sources for the project?
So through the mayor to Councillor Billings, I would say that we do plan on reporting back annually on the service rationalization review and opportunities. And so I think that it would be fair to say that through that report that that would be the opportunity to report back on any funding requirements at that time.
And also through your worship, then, and again, you may recommend using reserves, given the fact that this isn't permanent, but yet something for a few years that would be required to move service rationalization forward. Is that correct, Tara?
Sorry, if you could just repeat that one more time. Sorry, Councillor Billings.
That's okay. It was just that if you bring back the report, then you would require to identify a funding source. And that could be, for example, reserves, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So the other thing is, say there was an amendment, and say it was the amendment was 300,000 instead of 500,000. So then that would leave 200,000 for service rationalization for both years. So that would be a total of 400,000 for 22 and 2023. Is that correct, Tara?
Yep, that is correct.
Okay. Thanks, Tara. So, Mr. Mayor, I'm only bringing this forward because I was trying to find something in the budget, well, in order to reduce the budget. So it's up to council. I mean, some people thought the 500,000 was good. Some thought 300, like meet in the middle, and others wanted to just keep the 500. And some I didn't even talk to because I ran out of time. So I just thought I would table the motion and see what council thinks if they want to reduce the budget.
Thank you. Can I just ask through to you, Tara, do you know when you were thinking about bringing forward that report next year? I won't hold you to it, just roughly.
I believe it's scheduled for mid-year. I don't know the exact month, but I believe it's mid-year.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Alt and Councillor O'Rourke.
Thank you. Just before we vote on it, I just want to see the motion one more time, please.
Okay, we'll pull that up before the vote, but don't pull it up now, Dylan. Okay, here it is. It's all right. To reduce the budget by 500K, eliminating the transfer to the Efficiency, Innovation, Operation Reserve Fund for the service rationalization initiatives in 22-23. And that would be we've already heard this $500,000 amount a few times tonight. So that's a reduction of 0.19. We'll have to do the math. And yes, thumbs up from Greg. Okay, 0.19. I'm really sorry, Councillor O'Rourke, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff. So 2 questions. One is if the report outlining what the service rationalization initiatives will be doesn't come out until Q2, we'll only have 6 months left then to implement those 6 months of budget. Is there any benefit to reducing the 2022 amount, given what we could reasonably spend in the balance of the year? That's my first question.
So through the mayor to Councillor O'Rourke, I would say it's really it's up to you. We've earmarked this funding in order to implement the service to study and then to start implementing. The KPMG report did speak to the fact that there need to be investment made, and that's what this money was for until we can get in to really identify the specific details.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Through you to staff, like I totally support the service rationalization initiative. I think that's what we need to get at the operations, right? $480 million of operations. We probably need to see if there's any efficiencies in there. So I support that. What would the impact be of reducing that to $300,000 for the 2 years? And whether that's a budget impact or an operational impact, right?
Well, I can speak to the budget impact of the minus 300 would be 0.12. Operational impact, I'd look to the CAO, who I think wants to add something here.
Whole night I keep my headphones on, Mr. Mayor, and then I missed this last part. Look, Council, I think it's such an interesting dilemma that you're in with this budget. So you'll recall last year at this time, you asked us to do the service rationalization. And it was last minute and we said, we'll do it. And we brought KPMG in and they said, here's to get to the savings, you have to spend the money. So pace and capacity, that's been so you're in control of pace and capacity here. I think I don't have that top 11 that you approved, but I think they were all in and around the 500,000 mark to do any of them. So until you have 500,000, you don't do them. So if you put 250 in, even I could do the math. You wait until next year and you put another 250 in, then you could do one. So pace and capacity. So you've got to get to 500,000 to get to the big savings. You can't get to the big savings unless you've got the money in. And it's a horrible dilemma for you. And I feel your pain, but I think it's as simple as that. You can stretch it out further, but you have to get your expectations in the right place. You don't get to the big savings until you have the right money for the investment. And I think all of that top 11, we're all in that 500,000. So I think it's just that simple math. I don't have that report here on the screen in front of me this evening.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I could ask just one more question through you to staff. What proportion of the service rationalization initiatives are funded through this Efficiency Innovation Opportunity Reserve, and what ones are planned in the digitization and customer service ones that are in the base?
Okay. So to Councillor O'Rourke, I would say at this point, the way that we've set it up is that the service rationalization funding that you're talking about right now is the investigation. It's the people to do the work. In some cases, it needs resourcing, in some cases to even do the business case to validate. And then from that point, we would then look to our digitization strategy and our capital plan if there was significant investment needed in software or anything digital, we would then look to there. So this was about the seed funding, the business case, the people to do the work.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Alt, and then
Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Alt. My apologies. It was
That's
Councillor
okay.
Galler, and then it will be you. Okay.
Okay. Yep.
And then I've got a follow-up question as well, everybody. Sorry, Councillor Galler, go ahead.
Thank you. And through your worship, I just wanted to make a comment. If we look at the top opportunities coming out from the review, prioritizing service digital initiatives, we could see annual savings of up to 500,000. With the next one, we could see with the implementing the CRM 301 system, potentially savings of another 500,000. All of these that we approved, some of them were even up to $1 million in savings for the user fee structure. So I think that this is one of those cases where we ought to follow through with the investment, because the potential savings once we implement the recommendations are significant. And if I look down the line at 2023, 2024, if we could start seeing some of those savings, I think that's well worth it putting in the money at this point.
Okay, thanks. And to you, Councillor Alt.
Thank you, Mayor Guthrie. I appreciate the good words of CAO Stewart on this. I think I'm finding that I'm thinking we're between a rock and a hard place on this in some senses. And this, in some senses, I want staff to comment on this, strikes me as actually fairly inefficient use of staff after we've established a program. I'm wondering if staff can comment on that, and in particular comment on whether any of this has any effect on the internal budget work plan, whether there are overlaps that we need to be concerned about, and whether we are looking midstream to have to reallocate staff and costing ourselves money as a consequence of trying to save money.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor, to all of council, really. Yeah, look, if you don't approve it tonight, we will allocate no staff to it at all. And you take the savings in the budget. You just don't get to the savings that Councillor Galler suggested. So you can't be halfway pregnant here. You're either in or you're out. So you either have to invest or you don't. It's almost that simple. So if you say no to it, no staff will be involved in it. If you say yes to it, then we're going to have staff involved in it.
Mr. Stewart, just on the second part, and actually, sorry, my daughter is half pregnant, but just the effect on, is there potentially any effect on the internal budget work plan for 2022 as a consequence of playing with this particular
So through you, Mr. Mayor, if you're not going to do it, I think you're better to not do it tonight, because then we don't start it at all. Like we don't get to doing the programs throughout the year. Once we're into the first year of it and then you say stop, then that's where you get the overlap. So it's as much as I've oversimplified invest, don't invest, but once you begin the investment and then you say halt, that's where you start to have the crashing and confluence of who's working on what. So if you're not going to do it, you're better not to do it this evening and put it off to further years perhaps, or have at it and take the savings and see if all that KPMG work comes to fruition, because that's the proof's in the pudding. You've got to do the work to get the revenue. Then maybe that revenue is a self-generating efficiency thing that helps to fund these future ones. So if you begin it, don't stop it until you're through, or don't stop it until it fails. Because that was part of, you got to prove this thing, and what KPMG have said is they are the money, the revenues are there. So I think I'll stop at that, Mr. Mayor.
Very much, Mr. Stewart.
Okay, so I thought I would jump in here. I said after Councillor Alt that I might jump in. So I got a comment that's going to morph into a question here. I feel like in the last 10 minutes, like I'm in that old game with kids called telephone, where it starts with somebody whispering something to somebody else and it ends up completely different at the end. So why am I saying that? Because when Councillor Billings tabled her motion, she asked Tara if one, a report was going to come to council next year. The answer was yes. Two, that between now and when that report comes forward, the scoping of what would actually be required to do this KPMG kind of work for the efficiencies and whatnot would be dealt with to figure out the exact amount that it would be. And that was also said that that would happen. And then number three, it would be a report to council where it would identify a revenue source for it. Now that's what I heard. So I didn't hear about anything about PACE. I didn't hear anything about PACE at all that said, oh, if you're not going to do it, then don't do it. It's not going to happen. If you don't have the money, it's not going to happen. Like, I didn't hear any of that at all. So between the CFO, to me, it's completely morphed into a different answer because I want to do it. I want to do it, but I also wouldn't mind knowing if there's another revenue source, number one, what the actual scope of it is, and in the report that said was coming next year. So I feel now like the narrative has been changed, CAO, if I could say that respectfully, that between Tara and yourself, now we're being told something a little bit different. So I'm not saying one is right, one is wrong here. I just need, before I vote, to be fully informed, and I need to know the answer. What is it?
So let me start, and you'll get Tara and I to both answer it, and you'll hear from both of us. So I don't know about what was said at what meetings I wasn't at. I can't comment on that. But well, let me finish. So what I'd like to do is just tell you from the KPMG work, everything in there said it's costing 500,000. So we may bring something back that says it costs 496,000 or 502,000, but 500,000 is the number. So I don't think that number's really changed. Perhaps it is, and I need Ms. Baker to update me on that this evening as well. And so to bring that back with what's funding source, folks, we've got a limited amount of funding sources. It's either this fund or it's tax stabilization or it's the ratepayers. So if it's not in the budget tonight, it's not the ratepayers. I think at this stage, we've taken about $4.5 million out of the contingency funds. Now, yes, there might be other things. The surplus has got to happen at the end of the year. That's something I don't know what that number is sitting here today. I've got a bit of a guess, but I don't know what that number is in this last quarter. So I'm not sure we're completely offside, but if I've missed something, I sure would like a CFO, and I'll stand corrected and correct myself on that. But it's the 500,000, it's the 11 that was approved to get to the revenues. Maybe I'll look to Tara if she wants to add anything to that.
No, that's a good summary. And just in terms of the report I was referring to is the report that was coming forward from internal audit to report on our progress. So.
Okay. Well, thanks for the clarity. I must have really heard wrong when Councillor Billings was asking her questions there, and I must have taken it the wrong way. So I appreciate the clarity. All right. Well, then let's take a vote then. I don't think there's anything more on this. Okay, we'll take the vote. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, Downer, Karan, Alt, Billings, Gibson, Hoffman, Salisbury, and Bell. So I believe that's 8. Counted 9. My apologies. Did you get the 9? Just show me your hands again, everyone. I'll make it easy. Keep them up on the screen till the clerk says not to have them up on the screen. Okay.
For you, Mr. Mayor, that's 9 in favor.
9. Okay. Thank you, everybody. And against, just to show the hands. You got that, clerk? Okay.
That's 4 against. Yep. 9-4 carried.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. There was another motion that had. I can put that in my goodbye pile. There's another motion that had a question mark on it.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, yeah, sure.
I just had a couple questions so we know where we are, right?
Mm-hmm.
When we talk about the 4.8 from the tax rate stabilization, could we find out that's on a total reserve of how much? How much is in that reserve?
Sure.
And also I'm wondering, when we have a projected increase to the levy that needs to be collected, can we get a number on what the tax rate impact is forecasted to be?
Do you need a little bit of time for that?
Yeah, I was just going to say, could we take that away and kind of
sure.
keep moving? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, sorry everyone. Councillor Downer, you had a question mark one about contaminated sites.
Did I hit a question mark one, but I also have, I want to reintroduce a library motion as well. Can I do that now?
Yeah, go
I
for
have
it.
one on the contamination sites as well. Can I do that?
Go right ahead.
So I've received some new information, so I want to move a new motion regarding the library. Of course, we can, and I'll put the motion, ask the clerk to put the motion up. Of course, we can't talk about what's in the public library of the different line items, but I've heard that I would, anyway, I've given me reason to the information I've gotten that I'd like to put this money back in, or most of it.
All right, let me see if there's a seconder, okay? And Alt will do that, okay? Is there anything on this? Okay, Gawler, then Gibson.
Your worship, seeing as we just voted on a reduction of 100,000, would this motion to reintroduce essentially 100,000 back into the budget require a supermajority of council because it is revisiting a previous decision?
No, because it is in order, because it is a different dollar amount. And technically speaking, that was still an amendment. So the main motions as amended is still live.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification, Your Worship.
You're welcome. Gibson?
So just so I'm clear, if this motion passes, Council will have reduced the library budget ask for 2022 by $1.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, is there anything further on that? Okay, yeah, Councillor McKinnon, then O'Rourke.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor, and thanks for the councillor for bringing it forward. I'm sure many of us would love to hear what the new information is. That'll help us make the right decision. Thanks.
We can't go into line by line items on the on the public library budget. So it goes back to the discussion we had earlier about their proposed program and where that sits right now. So I'd like to put this back in. I mean, you can vote against it.
And O'Rourke, please.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So this is awfully tricky. I'm wondering why the amount, and then why not like put back in 15,000 that would allow some phasing in, right? Or why not suggest that amount but phase in over 2 years? So I don't pretend
you can offer that as an amendment. I'm just saying, like, if you feel strongly about that, you can. It doesn't have to be on the mover. Just like the mover's motion is the mover's motion, right? So if you feel strongly about a different pathway, you can offer it up as a choice to council too if you get a seconder. Sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted to make sure you knew that. Yep.
Okay, then I will draft that amendment and send it to clerks to phase it in over 2 years. I can't hear you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Sorry, I was just saying, let's see if there's even a seconder for that. I don't want you to waste your time emailing in if there's no seconder for that. Okay, there's no there is a seconder for that. That's Councillor Gibson. Okay, so you can feel free to send that in if you wish. While that is while that's being tabled by email to the clerk's office, is there anything further on that amendment of being phased in over 2 years? Okay, then we'll just pause and we'll just mute here for a second. We'll just wait for that to come, okay? And you're unmuted, Councillor O'Rourke, just so you know. Councillor Goller, did you have something on this while we're waiting?
Just a procedure, Your Worship. We started today at 1:30. At what time do we need to take a vote to extend the time of this meeting?
I believe it's 11.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. 11 p.m. as this is a council and not a committee of the whole meeting.
Okay, thank you.
I'll just say out loud that I hope we don't get there, Councillor Goller. You know what? I'm just going to make a comment right now while we're waiting for the amendment to come through. Because my comment applies to the amendment, whether it's phased in over 2 years or 1. I hope everyone knows I'm a pretty honest and transparent guy on this kind of stuff, so I'm just going to say it out loud. I think the earlier vote on the library was kind of petty. That's my opinion. So I think it was unnecessary. And so I'll be supporting whether it's the 2-year phase in or the other one. We've had in the past, if I can't totally recall the actual items, but we've had items in the past 8 years or so where these little things come up and they just, I don't know, they're just not, what's the word I'm looking for? Helpful to sort of the unity that maybe we're all striving for on stuff. So, yeah, I shouldn't have voted for that. And so I'm actually, you know, I think for unity and respect, and we should look to kind of put that stuff aside, especially at this moment, to try to show some unity around some things. And sometimes it's the little $50 things or $100,000 things or whatever that can throw a wrench into some things. And I think that did that today. I think that's the only, if I look back over the last, you know, almost 8 hours, in my personal view, I think that this was the one vote that maybe did that. It might be good to correct it. That's my view, anyways. Okay, Councillor Gibson.
Yeah, thank you, through Mr. Mayor. I'm trying to wrestle with how to respond to the petty comment.
Well, it was my own opinion, my pettiness, not
I
council.
acknowledge that. I want to make sure that's not reflective of your, that's your opinion of that vote, but there's others on the on this meeting that don't feel that way.
Yeah, no, it was my vote, to be very clear, and if it comes across that way to anyone else, I apologize. It was a pettiness issue on my end. I think that's how I viewed it. Okay. We have the motion ready to go. Dylan's just told us that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll share the motion, and I just want to confirm with the mover that this was the intention. I edited a little bit based on the way it was sent in. I want to make sure this is the way the mover intended it.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm just doing that right now. I'm sorry, that math doesn't work, I don't think.
So Councillor Downer said $99,000, right?
No, it was 99,999
Ah, okay.
divided by 2 would be
$999.50.
$49,999. Yeah, 50 cents.
So if the clerk would check my math, please. Thank you. I appreciate that. And the intent with the motion is to totally respect the policy decision and to still get to that same place, but perhaps at a slower pace.
Okay, well, I think it's clear and you're good with that, right? Just to correct the math, Dylan. I think it coming up on the screen is fine. Okay, we just need it confirmed verbally by you, Councillor O'Rourke, that you're okay with that, please.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
All right. Okay. I'll call the vote on this then. Okay. All in favor of the phased in, please put up your hand. Okay. O'Rourke and Billings and Gibson and Caller. And so I'm not going to call the vote on the rest. It fails. Okay. So it's back to the main motion as tabled. Okay. I'll call the vote on that. Okay. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay. You're good with that, Dylan?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have 8 in favor.
Then we don't have the math on that one. Then I believe you said it was 4 against. That'd be only 12. Can you show me all in favor, please, and keep your hand on the screen until the clerk has it identified?
That is 8 in favor, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, please remove your hands. And all against, please raise your hand. Okay,
That's
there's
5 against.
Okay. Councillor Downer, you had another one in regards to contaminated sites?
I just have to find it now. It was around the contaminated sites. So, I mean, if the clerk could put it up. I think we get too much paper going on here. And the reason was, there it is. Now, you know, I'd like to hear a bit from staff about this too, but it's as amended to reduce the tax transfer to the contaminated site reserve fund by 500,000 in 2022. You'll see from one of the information that we got from staff that there's 3.5 million annually that goes into this reserve, and that some of it comes from the water and wastewater, but 2.5 million comes from is a transfer from the tax supported budget. So I'm just suggesting for this year, it did show in our service rationalization report that we were ahead of target on that right currently. Now I know that this is that's probably a positive thing, but it was offered up in one of the documents we received. So not recommended, of course, by staff because it's a good plan, but there is significant.
It looks like Councillor Salisbury, and I did say that I would finally get him on a seconder, which I have followed through on, so that's good. And continue if you want to just kind of table the motion there a bit more, or are you good, Councillor?
That's fine. We have the staff information on this.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to call the vote. I mean, this one's pretty straightforward. All in favor, please raise your hand for me. It looks like maybe the only one against is Gordon. Am I right, Councillor Gordon?
Councillor McKinnon and Councillor Alt.
I'm so sorry, everybody. My eyesight is as bad as I think it is. Gordon, Alt, and McKinnon are against. Am I correct? Okay, thank you, and that passes as well. Okay. And I had another question mark one. Councillor McKinnon.
No, I'm good, thanks.
You're good? Okay. Okay, let's just take a second. I think, did we ever come back to you after Councillor O'Rourke asked for something a few minutes ago? Did you get those numbers? Okay, you're just muted, just so you know.
Yes, so we do have the numbers. So right now, we are sitting at for 2022, 4.17. Oh, sorry, 4.21. Apologies. And oh, my team's in the background. I know.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. And the tax reserve. Sorry, there's the tax, the corporate contingency reserve balance forecasted in total for this year is 21 million. I believe that was all the questions, but if you could please, if I've missed something, please let me know.
Can you say that last line one more time, then I'll go back to Councillor O'Rourke.
The total of the corporate contingency reserves for tax is 21 million at the projected for the end of 2021, but just to confirm before any of the before any surplus and before any of the budget items before you today.
And what are we looking at for 2023?
So 2023 is 5.17 right now.
Okay. Councillor O'Rourke, you're the original one that asked those questions earlier. So do you need anything more?
Two things, yeah. One is, do we have a policy that we're supposed to abide by in terms of how much we can draw down that tax operating contingency reserve?
So through you, through the mayor to Councillor O'Rourke, there's a policy in place in terms of the target balance for that reserve. There's no policy that would limit the use of it in any one given budget. It's more of the target that we're trying to reach and maintain for financial sustainability. So right now we're at 100%. So we've met the target. I'd have to look up exactly what the target is, but we're at that target. We're sufficient. But yeah, so there's nothing though that would limit your use today in terms of a policy.
Okay, that's great. And it's reassuring that we're at the target. The other question that I had asked through you, Mr. Mayor, and Ms. Baker, was at 4.21. That includes sort of the base, the other asks, right? What is the rate impact of a 4.21 and a 5.17, roughly?
Oh, sorry. So I apologize. I don't think I understood that question. So you're looking for the property tax on an average residential? Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah.
Okay, I'd have to take that back. Leave us a little bit of time and we'll report back out.
Okay, thank you.
So I think I'd like it, just because you're taking some things away with your team. For me, I'd like to know exactly what Councillor O'Rourke just said, but I'd also like to know. Oh, now I just lost it. It's been a long day, guys. Oh, I remember now. You know how we presented the budget the last couple of years, and I must say, a good job, but it was very good in sort of laying out and educating us as council and the community on sort of what's controllable, what's not controllable, what's under us, what's under outside boards. Can you please give me the breakdown of what are we? I understand it looks to be 4.21 right now. How does that break down from controllable of the city, outside boards, and then we had the hospital levy, which was covered by a reserve earlier tonight. But I think that is it's always been a huge thing with me, and I think when I explain it personally, when I explain it to people in the community too, they do understand it a bit better about controllable, uncontrollable. So if you could give me that information as well, I'd appreciate it. Councillor Gawler, is there another question for you as a takeaway to staff as well, or?
No, Your Worship. This is a slightly different question, if I could.
Okay.
It's following up on what Councillor Gibson was beginning to ask earlier in the night. Right now, we're looking at approving a 2-year budget with 4.21% this coming year and then 5.17% the following year. I wanted to clarify before I make a vote on that 5.17 for 2023, will there be opportunities to revisit that number sometime in 2022 to explore ways of changing that? Or is it that once we make the vote tonight, we don't get to touch the budget in terms of reducing it until the 2024 budget?
Sure. So through the mayor to Councillor Gawler, there will be, as per the Municipal Act and your policy that you passed, there'll be a budget confirmation meeting. It'll be early 2023 after the election and the new term of council, and there will be a confirmation meeting. So the 2023 budget will be looked at that time, and amendments would be made in terms of staff depending on if there was a material adjustment required. So council will have that opportunity.
Okay, thank you. So for instance, we funded Welcoming Streets for 1 year. We still have a chance early 2023 to fund it for 1 more year in 2023. That's still, the door is still open for that.
Yeah, that would, that the door is still open.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
So while they're still calculating things, council, I had another motion earlier, well, that I put for everyone to see a few days ago. And I'd like to just ask a couple of questions because it is about using the reserves. So I'll say it as a comment, and please at the end, let me know, Tara, if I'm saying this correctly. Currently, as we walked into tonight, our contingency reserve is healthy and is fully funded. Obviously, we've used a portion of that tonight. I'm guessing, I think you said 2 million. But beyond what council has used tonight of 2 million, there was also a couple million used by staff as well. So we're probably looking at 4.6 to 4.8. Am I correct? Okay, thumbs up. That has been used fully. We are also, and this was already publicly stated, we are looking at probably a year-end surplus of roughly up to that $4 million mark. Not confirmed, but you're looking at that. Can I at least have that as an answer from you, Tara?
I'm sorry, you'd have to repeat that one more time. I was trying to confirm some of those other questions. Apologies.
I'm sorry, no problem. No, don't apologize. My bad. I'm sorry. We walked into this evening with a fully funded contingency reserve. However, staff used roughly 2 point whatever million, and council tonight used roughly 2 point whatever million. We've reduced that down by use of around 4.6 or 4.8, somewhere in there.
Yep.
Right, so we're good so far. But it's also been confirmed that we're probably looking at around a $4 million surplus for this year. So that I'm going to stop there and ask if that's correct.
Yeah, so at this point in time, that's what the projection was as of Q3, and so that's you know, an estimate, but that's what it was looking for at that time. Yeah.
Okay. And so normally we would, no matter what we would use in a budget, whether it's led by staff using it or led by council using it, when a year-end surplus is finalized in the beginning of new year, it normally goes back to these reserves that we would use to replenish, correct?
Yes, that is correct. Yep.
Okay. So where I'm going with this, council, is I had indicated to you that $2.6 million equals 1% off of the current 4.21. I am not suggesting that we do that. Okay, just hear me out. Okay, I'm not suggesting that we do that because I do know, and this is an education moment, I think maybe for the public, that when you use a reserve to pull down, you have to pay that back. And that means the following years would look to have to be raised at a certain amount over so many years to pay that back. But I believe I came into this, and I've said it many times publicly, I am looking for services and value and all the good stuff that we talked about tonight, but I am looking for some affordability as well. So I would ask, and I don't want to remove myself as the chair, but I would ask that $1.3 million be taken out, that's half out of the contingency reserve, and that would reduce our impact by 0.5 and bring it down. I would be under 4%, and that it be repaid back over a 5-year term. So the impact to pay that back would happen. It would be embedded in the budgets, but over 5 years. There's my request to my colleagues. And as I've said earlier tonight, I don't know if it's the will of council or not, but it is important to me, and I would like to see if there's anyone that'd be willing to try to do that. And I do have the motion that I sent earlier, Dylan, but it says $2.6 million in it. Well, it's, first of all, let's just even, I don't want you even bringing it up on the screen if no one's interested. Okay, no one's interested. Okay. Well, okay, Gibson is moving it, but there might not be a seconder. There's no seconder. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Well, that maybe wasted enough time for our finance staff to do the calculations earlier.
Yeah, so
Under the
thank you.
table, they were like, Cam, ask a question for a while. Give us some time.
But just don't ask me. You gotta do two things
Yeah,
at
yeah,
once.
yeah.
Yeah. So the total average residential impact right now, the increase would be $153, which is approximately $13 a month.
Okay.
The of for that, what it's at for 2022. I also have the breakdown, Mr. Mayor, between what is within your control
Okay.
versus without it. So if you'd like that now,
Yeah,
or
let me
no.
just find a pen. Yep, go ahead.
Oh, okay. So the local board piece is 1.51%.
Okay.
And then the city departments and capital is 1.44, plus the transit of 1.26.
Yes, that's
So
right.
I separated out the transit, but
Yeah,
so
that's right.
including
Yeah.
transit and city, we're at 2.7 then.
Okay. Thank you. And I'm very sorry. You know, here I am. I can't do the same thing that you had, Tara. I couldn't multitask. What did you say to Councillor Work's question about sort of the average household? 13?
Yeah, so $153 in
Yep.
total annual, so about $13 a month.
Okay.
And
Mr.
that
Mayor?
caveat, I just will say, that could change because we don't have the final assessment in at this point, but so that's just really an estimate.
Yeah. All right, Councillor Gibson, and then Billings, and then O'Rourke. Do you have your hand up? Yeah, and then O'Rourke.
Okay, a couple questions. The $153 per year on the average house. What is the average house metric that we're using there? Is it a $400,000 house? Is it a 500? Is it the actual average house, which is about 800,000? What is it?
It's just under 400,000, I believe, Councillor Gibson, and that's based on the last phase in or assessment phase in that was done was in 2016, and the provinces again just extended or kind of frozen that. So taxes are based on the value of the property in 2016.
Okay. Thank you. A question, just trying to lift my gaze a little bit here. Again, I hinted at this question earlier. Maybe I'll pose it to the CAO again. Is there going to be an opportunity for council to, I know that we did a budget meeting, but let's be frank, it was one night. We're all getting our head wrapped around the reality of what the multi-year budgeting looks like. I mean, 10% over the next 2 years is crazy in my mind, but it's where we're at. I've heard about pace and affordability a lot. Is there any plans in staff's sort of forecast to sit council back down again and sort of give some more options on how to affect some change longitudinally in this budget from a forecasted capital to project deferrals? Is there any kind of that work planned for the new year? I don't, not necessarily even with this council.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the simple answer is yes. And let me give you a couple of spots, Councillor Gibson. And I think it's this council and the next one as well. So, you know, and again, I don't have the dates in front of me, but I think we've got our strategic plan coming forward. So you'll start to see a lot of KPIs. There's a discussion. So that also sets up the future. The alignment of the strategic plan and our multi-year budgets is an important step. I think you're on the cusp of taking a big step tonight in terms of the multi-year budget. It doesn't lock you in forever, but it allows your gaze to look down and see there's impacts to decisions. And so of course there'll be orientation, as there always is, but there'll be orientation with the new council. So when they come on board, we'll be walking through things, we'll be walking on decisions and decisions that are there, but not 100% locked in. Similar to you had decisions tonight, not everything was locked in. You came to the discussion and moved from, at this stage, 5.01 to 4.21. So there's opportunities for new councils. And of course, there'll be the big projects that come in throughout the year. And then I think ultimately for you as a council, this is a great opportunity for you to be able to say, so when we get into these sort of in-year decisions as well, they show up in future budgets. So this is a great opportunity for that sort of self-reflection, for staff bringing you things that sort of get you there, and for you being there as well. So that's just a couple of sort of spots, Councillor Gibson, that we'll be back. We'll have more discussions on this. Multi-year budgets is great for the long haul gaze, but it doesn't lock you in completely to everything, because of course things change. You know, priorities change. You've been a big advocate of priorities change at the other levels of government, and you know, when they sneeze, we get a cold. So you know exactly how that works as well. That some priorities might come along, but your long haul gaze and multi-year budgets allow you to say no, thank you. Or it allows you to say, so we have to move some things, and then that's the discussion you'll have at council. So I'm hoping you're hearing that there's more opportunities for you, but your eyes are wider open now, and that's what multi-year budgeting does. It doesn't lock you in. It allows you to see it like you see the 10-year capital program. You know what's coming forward in the outer years. So hopefully that answered your question. If it doesn't, please make sure I do that for you though.
No, it does. It does answer my question. Thank you. I guess my only comment is that, and again, we've done our budget, we've done the process, but I know of other communities that are having specific budget meetings to defer projects. I think Barrie held one where they set a goal of removing $300 million out of their 10-year capital plan specifically because of the affordability crunch that they saw coming. I'm not proposing we defer this decision. All I'm saying is that those types of conversations, maybe we just put it to the will of council. Maybe we want to stay on this pace. I'm getting out of my comfort zone in terms of the pace at which this council desires to build. But that's just my hope and desire that we have that conversation again in the near-term future.
Okay, we kind of I believe we had some questions about where are we and stuff like that, which why we always allow kind of in the budgets every year, but now we're sort of wading off into other categories. So I just want to make sure that everyone knows that like I got nothing more in front of me from any of you, and we've done this every year, right? Like get to this point and I'm like, anything more? If there's silence, there's silence. Like we've done our job, like we've waded through everything. So is there anything more at all before I ask for commentary or, follow the vote as amended, and then we call it. Councillor O'Rourke?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Ms. Baker. So you gave us the, average for a home and the, what the monthly estimate is. We had people come to our townhome very concerned when they were hearing 6% for the overall levy in the news. And so we had to explain, well, that's just the increase of the budget, but there's other funding sources. So it's not a 6% increase to you. But do we tonight have an idea? And I know it's an estimate, and I know other things can happen between now and the day we set the rate. When you say it's $153 for the year for an average home, what is the rate?
Through the mayor to Councillor O'Rourke, at this point in time, the best figure we have is the 4.21%. That would be what the $153 is based on.
Okay. Thanks.
Councillor Billings?
Just for clarity, through your worship, to Tara, for the average residential, which I always in the past called the average single family home, the increase is the 153. However, that does not include water, wastewater, stormwater increase, parking cost increase that we did this evening. Is that not correct? Isn't that 153 just the tax levy?
So through the mayor to Councillor Billings, yes, that was only the property tax impact. If you'd like the rate impact, I can find that. I just need a few more minutes, but that was just the property tax impact.
No, I'm okay. I just wanted that clarity, Tara, because sometimes people just say, "Oh, it's only this," but it's not. We've increased other rates as well.
Oh, sorry, Councillor McKinnon?
Thank you, and through Mr. Mayor. So I've sent on another one just recently to clerks. It wasn't one that I was going to put forward, but I do believe that there may not be appetite on council by some councillors for this particular rate increase. And we have had some pretty big investments that we did with transit, with the amount of money that we have going into new buses and a lot of initiatives with that, with the active transportation. We didn't reduce that down. And so the amendment that I sent on to clerks, they can put it up. It's going to propose to, for the 2022 year, remove the 500,000 contribution to the 100% RE reserve fund. And this is pretty well budgetary and acknowledging that we've had good alignment in this budget with a lot of the other initiatives that address specifically 100% RE initiatives.
Okay, so let me see if there's a seconder for that. Okay, Councillor Gibson is seconding. And yes, finance staff would like to speak to it right off the top, please. And then Councillor Cron, I saw your hand.
So thanks, Mr. Mayor. We just wanted to clarify, just with the projects that are committed related to 100 RE that are in the forecast, specifically the fleet electrification of the current fleet. That funding is required for that, and so if you are going to do this, we would really need to show that that is coming back in 2023. We can't have that as a full base reduction. It will put at risk the transit fleet replacement funding.
Okay, I have Karan Gibson Alt.
Yeah, I just want to speak to this motion, and I implore my colleagues not to approve this. We know we have so much evidence that shows that those investments are returning back to us long term, and that not only do we have public support for these initiatives, But on Monday, we're going to be making further decisions. We also know that there's going to be incentives at other levels of government. We don't know what they are yet, but given what's happening in the world in the UN IPCC report and just watching what's happening in BC, we know that our climate change initiatives are absolutely what is making our city resilient and sustainable. I implore my colleagues not to remove this money from our budget, and it jeopardizes so many other projects related to transit, as Ms. Baker outlined, as well as corporate energy. It's just irresponsible, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Gibson, then Councillor Alt.
So I'll disregard the irresponsible comment because I think Councillor Caron sent out an email before budget saying we're all going to be respectful. So I'll stick with that plan. This was a question I explored at budget meeting. When I read through the budget, I asked the question, could we take that $500,000 RE and use it to fund the transit capital investment, sort of double count it? And it sounds to me like I just heard from Tara that is the case, that you're using that $500,000 RE to help fund our transit endeavors. Can I just get that confirmation?
Yes, that's correct. So the part that 500 is about the current replacement and electrification of the current fleet, and the piece you added on earlier today is about the expansion and the new buses.
Okay, so that's why I won't support it, because it's already, I think I already posed that question, and thank you for the clarity. Again, thanks for putting it up on for discussion, Councillor McKinnon. Moving on.
And Alt, please.
Mayor Guthrie, I cannot support this either. I believe that we have made some commitments that we believe in, and we are part of a worldwide movement. If you want to be really blunt about it, that really was endorsed in Glasgow at COP26. The disappointment of going through Guelph without electrifying is one thing, but we've been dealing with water issues, recycling issues, we're dealing with transit issues. We must stay on course. This is something that our community takes to its very, very heart, and it's essential that we recognize that the community has a stake in preserving the local environment as part of what we are doing for 7 generations forward.
All right, thank you so much. I don't see anything else further. The mover need to say anything before I call the vote? Nope. Okay, I'm going to call the vote then. All in favor, please show me your hands on the screen. So Salisbury, Guthrie, McKinnon, Billings. Okay, and against? Everybody else. All right. So that fails. Okay, I don't think I need to continue to keep saying anything else, because there's nothing else. So I'm gonna ask, we have the main motion now as amended. Councillor Bell, I promised you I'd come back to you first because you said you had comments earlier when you had your motions down. And then Councillor Hoffman, I saw your hand go up too. So go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So I think we need to pause for a moment and think about the change, the financial model change that we are implementing in the organization. So if you look at the out years, 2022, 23, 24, 25, 26, they all have a 5% more or less projected rate increase. And on our previous policies, we sort of looked at our budget and planned with 2% year over year. and then added our infrastructure of 1%. So what we are essentially doing with this budget is we are keeping the 2%, but instead of a 1% infrastructure in city building, we're making that 3%. So I think that's a significant change. And I think we need to pause and consider whether or not the decision to approve this budget, which will essentially raise our municipal taxes by approximately 50% over the next 6 years. Now, it's simple math. It's and I'm not sure that we want to do that, and I think we've tried hard to not do it, but we don't seem to be able to get there. So I think that we should think about this over Christmas, and I think it should come back, and that will give us an opportunity to hear from our constituents and see if they want us to do this, because I don't think that they're really prepared for it. So I've forwarded the deferral motion to clerks, and if that could go up, and of course there is no discussion on a deferral. So I just think that we need to think about this. Thank you.
Okay, and Councillor Billings is seconding deferral. I'm gonna, Councillor O'Rourke? Yep. There's no.
No, I just had a question to staff on impact, but there's no, none of that. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, a deferral is just calling the vote. It is what it is. Huh. Okay, I'll call the vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. That's 5. All those against, please raise your hand. Okay, it is what it is. Thank you. That fails. Thank you. All right, Councillor Hoffwin, you had your name down, and then Councillor Caron. I saw your hand up too.
So, Mayor Guthrie, are we at a point where I could put the amended motion on the floor? I put the original motion.
It's already on, because you put it down originally, and then we've had all these amendments all day, and so as it's sitting, like, that's it. There's nothing more. So you're kind of speaking to the final motion as amended.
Okay.
The final vote. Yeah.
I couldn't remember at what point we were at. So,
yep.
I do have some comments if that's okay. So
yeah, we're at comments for sure. Yeah.
In my view, I think staff have accomplished a monumental task with the first ever multi-year budget, and have done so with integrity, transparency, and accountability. This budget has exceeded my expectations. Now, having said that, I pine for my budget binder. I so missed my budget binder. Anyway, council's had a tough job today. I believe that this budget truly reflects the cost of operating and building a growing city. We've approved a budget that will bring the South End a rec center, a new library in the heart of downtown, a transit system that will be more efficient and effective. We've approved active transportation, trails, culture, safety, updating our elderly infrastructure, addressing the needs of those who don't have a roof over their heads. And we're supporting our hospital with millions of dollars. We're protecting the environment. And lastly, we're supporting organizations in our community because we know their work is invaluable. I'd like to also take the opportunity to thank my colleagues for a thoughtful and respectful process this evening.
Thank you, Councillor Hoffman. I appreciate that. And Councillor Karan, and then Alt.
I echo the sentiments of my colleague, Councillor Hoffman, but I also want to take the opportunity to thank, in particular, our CFO, Tara Baker, our executive team, and our finance team, and everyone who works with Tara on a daily basis. They've done an incredible job because they've given us honest, realistic answers. We may not have liked all the answers we got, but they were honest, they were authentic, they were realistic, they were future thinking. Their numbers are solid, and the forecasting is based on sound data. They also gave us some advice tonight that we didn't follow, and I'm not 100% in favor of everything that came out of this budget, because I do think that future budgets will be under even more pressure than we are tonight. We've pushed forward a tax increase next year in excess of 5%. And our contingency reserve is down a few $1 million, and that does concern me. Because there was a quote earlier in this budget that it's raining, it's not just raining, it's pouring. No, we have extreme weather coming. This isn't the end. This isn't our first storm. We have more storms coming, and our contingency reserve is for extreme weather, not just for a rainy day. I think that that worries me. That next year the new council, whoever that may be, will be under a lot of pressure to make changes and potentially jeopardize the many strategic plans that we've set out and the community expectations that have been set with them. That being said, I also believe strongly in the democratic process, and I thank my colleagues for a respectful budget process. And all of the dialogue has been very fruitful. In the end, I think it's important that we all support the budget because it has been democratic. We all did not get what we want. We won a few votes and lost a few votes along the way, but the end result has been the result of a really strong democracy, and I thank my colleagues for that. So I will be voting in favor of the budget because the process has been solid all along.
Thank you very much, Councillor Karan. Councillor Alt, and then O'Rourke ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Guthrie. Similar to my colleague, Councillor Karan, I will be voting in favor of the budget. I regard this budget in many ways as a COVID stimulus budget building for the future. It is in many respects reflective of what we believe is important for our community in both the short and the long term. Like my colleagues before me, I want to thank Ms. Baker, Ms. Newland, and at this late hour, Greg, whose last name I cannot remember, and all who were engaged in the budget process. In fact, I'd like to thank all staff for their earnest approach to finding the correct numbers. I think that we were really quite brave, and kudos to Mayor Guthrie for saying that sometimes on the road to Damascus, you need to turn around. We corrected a false start on the library with some procedural magic worthy of Hogwarts and Wizard Downer. I don't think necessarily that we are going to be as fortunate next year. It has been correctly identified that inflation is an issue. It has and it will be a significant challenge. I too am concerned for reserves, and I will be very, very careful throughout this next year if we are looking at reserves to address individual singular projects during the interim between this time and this time next year. Honestly, the comment was made about extreme weather in the budget, but we literally could have extreme weather. I keep our friends and family on the west and east coast in mind as they say that. I hope that we never have those environmental climate change, global warming challenges, but I don't guarantee that we won't. We've seen problems with severe weather in both the summer and in the winter, and those are going to put challenges on us at some point with our reserves. I expect next year that our budget will come in higher than the approximately 5.1% that we're identifying right now, and that's purely because of inflation. I don't want that to be the case. We've done well this year, and we have done well with respect for each other. And again, I'll apologize to Councillor O'Rourke. There was no intention of criticizing you in anything that I ever said. Um, I believe that we have done our absolute best, but we are constrained by the realities of a growing city. That is something that we must be always mindful of, and a community that in many respects is economically growing apart, and we need to address that as well. We have greater poverty, of greater issues of social dislocation. We have captured much of that in this budget, and for that I am very thankful, and thankful for the colleagues that I have around this table at this point. Thank you, Mayor Guthrie.
Thanks, Councillor Alt. And it's Greg Clark, just so you know. It's Greg Clark. It's right there on the screen where my cursor is there. Okay. And next I have Councillor O'Rourke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I want to build a great city. I can't wait to see the South End Rec Center. We physically, when we moved in 2000, our realtor said, and our new rec center is coming soon. If I really thought that tonight's budget discussion was just the snake eating an elephant and that it was going to come back down in a couple of years, I understand there's a confluence of major capital projects and growth and need for climate and climate change mitigation and transit. I know that's all coming at the same time. But it's our responsibility to prioritize as well. And I haven't seen a lot of willingness to do that tonight, unfortunately. We're staring down multi-year budgets. It's more important now than ever. We know there are master plans that will be coming back to council, and they'll say, here's the new stuff that we need. We may need a new, wastewater plant with growth. I mean, we know that lots and lots and lots of other expenditures are coming down the pike, including lots of climate mitigation. And we can't function as a council if every time a plan is brought to us and we weigh it on its merits and we're given a dollar amount and we refer that dollar amount to budget, we can't say every time we say yes in an evening that we're absolutely saying yes at budget. We have to be able to review all of those priorities as part of a whole, especially when there's new information or new projects or a new economic climate or things like a pandemic. So that's why we refer everything to budget. This is our big picture moment. And my main concern is not even necessarily with this 2-year budget, but it's 2025 and beyond when we've locked ourselves into some of these capital allocations. So I am really struggling this evening because I'm a person who says yes to things. I want to build. I see a lot in this budget that meets the transit goals, the environment goals, the South End Rec Center, the city building, right? The new library that I supported, and even the service review to get in there and to look at, efficiencies in the operations. But I'm extremely concerned at the unwillingness to budge even a little to make room for things like transit or future climate initiatives. And I think I have to vote against the budget.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson, and then I see your hand as well, Councillor Gordon. Okay.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So I came into this evening's budget looking at a very defensible 2.1% on the operating increase from staff, 1.5% from outside boards, and understandably, you know, I've mentioned it before, generational investment in transit 1.26, which is tied to upper levels of government. I've heard pace and affordability a lot from staff, and I credit them for at least drawing that conversation out of us. The one line that I keep coming back to in the budget that I'm going to read, I've been putting it off all night, but it's on page 16 of 18, unfunded planned capital investments. So I'm on record as saying I think this is aggressive. I've been saying this for a while. The infrastructure levy and that has been aggressive, but this phrase just can't escape me. Unfunded planned capital investments. The unfunded city building and 100% RE strategies are creating noticeable pressure on the city's collective capital reserve fund balance by 2024, which requires attention. These unfunded amounts have been included as part of the strategic city building investment summary that describe the actions to be taken by staff in deferring projects if funding is not approved. These projects include transit expansion, active transportation network, Guelph Trails Master Plan, Cultural Heritage Plan, downtown infrastructure streetscapes, which is going to be a conversation next year, and investments in technological improvements. I have that in full picture. If we don't think this is aggressive, wait until we actually have to cost out everything that we're going to be talking about city building and 100% RE. Monday's conversation is going to happen. I was okay when I thought council was understood that we needed to talk about priorities, but where I was lost this evening was when Councillor O'Rourke brought up the notion of smoothing out some of these impacts, and there was so much resistance that I just thought, how are we going to prioritize when we're already looking at 10% increase in the next 2 years, 15, 20, 25, 30 over the next 6 years? How are we going to prioritize these projects? And it doesn't sound like the appetite at all is to slow down on this council. That's where I was lost on this budget. I was prepared to defend a 4% increase, but there's no, to me, that conversation was the window that I needed to say, I need to put my foot in the door here, and I need to say we need to slow down. That's why I've been hinting at a workshop with council. I supported the deferral, but I'm just not prepared to support the budget this evening.
Thank you. Councillor Gordon, is there anybody else at all? Downer, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And my apologies in advance. My signal has been very intermittent the last while. I hope you're hearing me. I need to increase my own modem budget here in my household. I will be supporting the budget. I really want to thank everyone for what was largely a civil conversation. Extra thanks to staff for what they have brought to us. And I find in all the budgets I've been involved in, there's an interesting tension, especially as we come into an election year, with our desire, quite understandable, to make, as far as taxes go, this is the cheapest city, and the desire to make this the best city. And I wish that those could be the same thing, but they're not. And I really think it's important for my colleagues to remember, I talked about this to the mayor the other day, in our delegates night for the budget, we had 15 delegations, only 2 of them raised concerns that our tax rate might be unaffordable, too high. The other 13 were people that were interested, not in the rate, but in the well-being of the city, the quality of life we could attain with the investment that we can make in our future. I think it's exciting, though challenging, that we are entering this multi-year budget phase, because it actually gives us the opportunity to have the long-term vision we need for our future sustainability. What I was mentioning about when I talked to the mayor, this year I had only 2 emails from constituents concerned that their rate was going to be too high. The rest, and many of them, there were many, concerned that we would be eroding the well-being of the city with cuts. So it's always a very interesting balance to make. But I think this is an extraordinary year. It's a year to catch up. It's a year to rebuild. And we can't do that rebuilding without investment, without bold, brave moves for preserving the kind of city that we all want to live in. I think we got some of the way towards that. We have a long way to go. But I think we can get there. It's an ongoing discussion. So I'll repeat, I'm looking for the best city we can have. And that best city is about fairness, equity, not leaving anyone behind, planning for our future, planning for our quality of life. I'm committed to that, and I hope that most of my colleagues will agree to that too. So once again, I will be supporting the budget, and I hope that it gets that support.
And thank you. Councillor Downer, I saw your hand go up. Is there anyone else after that? No. Okay,
Mr.
Councillor
Mayor.
Salisbury. Okay. Councillor Downer, go ahead.
Just again, thank you to staff for all the work you've done and all the help with the motions for all of us. And I guess I just want to disagree with some things I heard about council not budging on certain things, budgeting in the budget. I heard a lot of movement tonight, more than I've probably ever seen on a budget discussion where votes were all over the place. I think a lot of councillors here voted a lot of things that they really stretched themselves to support. Like my one around the contaminated sites. I mean, a lot of us really value cleaning up the site, but there was support for that to bring down the rate. I saw a lot of flexibility tonight from a lot of councillors that surprised me on both ways on this. And I appreciated that. So I disagree that I thought this council worked really hard, everyone, in doing what they stretching themselves as far as they possibly could on doing what they could. Nobody wants to see like a real 4.2 budget. But the reality is this is all about pacing. This is because we haven't paced ourselves. This is because we haven't kept up the pace. The library should have been, it shouldn't be coming up against the South End Rec Center. None of this, or the Baker Street. Those projects should have been done. They shouldn't be coming up against the operations hubs. These projects should have been spaced out, but we kept kicking them down the road. And so that's why you end up like this. So to try to deal with, and I respectfully, with Councillor O'Rourke, the motion she brought forward would really have done very little for this. And I understand she was attempting to pace, but it wouldn't have had a much of an impact on this particular budget. You needed the bigger items to deal with that and the bigger issues. And I sort of welcome what Councillor Gibson said about possibly having a really good discussion long before budget about pacing, if that's what we have to do, and having a realistic look at it rather than in a budget even setting, but one just around pacing. But the whole reason we're here where we are now is because we haven't kept up. We've kept kicking things down the road, hoping they'd get cheaper, or there'd be a better time, or this is not the time. It's those have been the reasons forever. And again, I really thank my colleagues for stretching themselves tonight. Everybody, I thought, worked really hard on this to come to this number. And I know it's not a number we'd all like, but in the end, it's what we have. And I think there's a lot of really good things in this budget. I think there's a lot of great pilots that, if the budget is not supported, may be lost, like the mayor's one, and like Councillor Gibson's one, and there's a lot of great things in this budget that's all about I think coming out of the pandemic, or heading that way, hopefully, are really good news stories, and do speak to affordability. Not necessarily in the end budget thing, but certainly, the free transit thing, that's an affordability issue the Councillor McKinnon's affordability bus pass. That's an affordability issue. Free fines. That's an affordability issue. Those are all issues that are not that are in the budget but aren't necessarily tied to the final tax figure. And support for the community, like the Neighborhood Support Coalition and the Welcoming Streets, all of those things. There's a lot of really positive things in this budget. And so I hope my colleagues can stretch themselves again and support at the end of this night what they have done throughout this whole day in the budget, which is really stretch themselves to recognize and acknowledge the good work that we've done, because I think everybody has stretched themselves. I disagree. I didn't see anybody put their heels in on things. I think they made sound decisions based on what they could support.
Thank you, Councillor Downer. Councillor Salisbury is next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I'd also like to thank my colleagues and staff. This has been perhaps one of the most difficult and complex budgets that I've ever sat through. I think in many ways it reflects the fact that we're at a transformative time in history in the world, not just in our own city. I know that a lot of my colleagues, myself included, I think we approach this open-minded and flexible. The fact that we didn't all agree on some of the proposals brought forward doesn't mean that we didn't consider them or that we didn't try to find a way to make it work. But I think this budget reflects the priorities of our community, and we've made significant steps moving forward in terms of particularly some of the social issues that have come up in the last couple of years, and the environmental issues that we're in the process of seeing take place. I don't think anyone's going to walk away feeling really great about the number, but it could have been much worse, and I think now is not the time for austerity. Now is the time to continue with our strategic plan and some of the great work that our staff has done engaging our community to determine what's important, and we're hitting on that, and we're gonna pay for it. The next few years are absolutely going to be challenging years as well to wrestle that cost down. But I just wanted to say thank you for everyone tonight for the effort that you put out.
Thank you, Councillor Salisbury. And I think that's all I had on my list. Okay, I'm sorry, Councillor McKinnon.
Thank you, and through Mr. Mayor. So my colleagues on council know I don't talk a lot during most meetings, but this is the last budget of the term, and this will be my 8th budget. So I figured, yeah, maybe I should say a few words, partially giving perspective on looking back, which will assist the looking forward. So the looking back aspect. So I remember when DCAO of Corporate Services kind of told us we basically had $1 million sitting in our reserve for operating contingency. Now we're up to 20 million. Yeah, it's been drained a little bit this year, but wow. We built that up massively, and that was through great staff advice, and we followed the advice, and we did some great things with our reserves. We had the BMA said that we had a $25 million annual shortfall, a gap on infrastructure funding. When I came into council, it was a priority to get our infrastructure funding up, and we did. We started investing in infrastructure, and now we have this built-in amount. Yeah, a little bit of a pause every so often, and right now we're a little short on staff, so we brought it down a little bit, but wow, what a perspective that we've done. So we've built up our reserves, we've brought in all this responsible infrastructure management, and then we started building the city. With new plans, and the number of master plans we've done just in these past few years has been huge, and we're going to be finishing up a bunch of them in 2022. This council and the previous council, because a lot of it was started there that I saw, I can't speak before my term on council, but has been building to where we are now. And this is why we're seeing the results of what we have, because the councils for the past 2 terms have been building councils, not austere councils. And we've decided building the best city, building an amazing city, and building a responsible city is more important than building an affordable city for the average family. We are making some excellent movements in this particular budget on accessibility and inclusivity for people who may not have as much disposable income. And there's been some great initiatives that we're doing, which is wonderful. I think we're hitting a lot of those right buttons. But I think council has to look at itself, and whether it's this term or next term, unless there's dramatic sweeping changes with whoever's on the next term of council, we have to stop kind of pretending that this is going to be an affordable city for middle families. It might be great if we keep doing these excellent initiatives on free transit for children and all these great initiatives for people that need them, GNSC, extra funding. We can absolutely hit some great initiatives on people at the lower end of the income scale. We seem to be doing that, which is good. But if you are not qualifying for those initiatives, affordability is not coming down anytime soon. We are projecting 4 to 6% going forward. And inflation's going up, and that's maybe not something we can control, but it's going to have an impact. And so, you know, when we're talking to our constituents and we're on social media, we have to stop talking about affordability, because it's not. Because that's not the city we built. And I'm not saying that that's necessarily a bad thing. That's just the choice for the last 7-8 years that the past 2 terms of council has made a decision to not build an affordable city, but to build an amazingly great city with all of the great initiatives that we're doing. And that was a choice. But there's a cost to that. And the cost is to middle income earners, high income earners, that taxes are going to be going up a significant amount going forward, unless dramatic changes are done. And we're putting into motion plans that are like, for the next 20 years, we're going to be collecting extra money on, say, the Baker Street district with the library. And for the next 20 years, we have to increase on the RE funding. And all of these initiatives, they're long term, and staff is guiding it in those directions, which is wonderful. But once you're on the path, it's kind of difficult to turn around. These are responsible paths to build the city that this building council has wanted to do. But let's stop kidding ourselves, and let's stop trying to kid the public that we're making an affordable city. This isn't Oakville, for example. It's not there. But we're closer there than we are Renfrew County, where I grew up. We're not at that level of affordability. That's gone. So everyone who, you know, is concerned about finances and concerned about tax increases, I'll just say, get prepared. You're going to pay for driving the Ferrari, or at least the Lexus. We're not giving you a choice on that. You're going to have an amazing car, and the car is the city, but you're going to have to pay for it to do it. And I'm looking forward to see what the next term of council does and how they move forward with this. So yeah, thanks for a great work, staff, and we'll see where it goes. Thanks.
Okay, is there anybody else at all before we look to call the main motion, the vote on the main motion? No? Okay, now I'm going to say the word ditto, because this is kind of the same thing I've said for the last, like, what, 5 or 6 years, which is like, we've gone back and forth. We won some, we lost some. Sometimes things went our way, sometimes it did not go our way. At the end of the day, I ask, is there anything more? And there's silence. Like, at that moment, like, we've done the job that we have done, and we've come to this point, and so it is now resting with us to be able to move this forward. Some of you have said you don't want to, and it is what it is, and whatever the outcome is, we do have to just make sure that we move forward. It is what it is. Okay. Anything else at all? All right. Then all those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, Cron and Gordon, Salisbury, and Hoffland, and Alt, and Goller, and Downer, and McKinnon. It's 8, I think. And against, and Guthrie, and Gibson, and Billings, and Bell, and O'Rourke. Okay, the budget is passed. Thank you so much. I really thank you. Appreciate it for everyone. I'll say ditto to some of the comments made by my colleagues. That's thanks to staff and everyone that inputted to get us to this point, and we move on. So thank you very much. Okay. Yeah, the PSAP report. Okay. Let's hold on, everybody. Number 5 on the agenda is the PSAP report, which is the yearly administrative motion. Can I get someone to move that for me, please? Hoffland and O'Rourke. And I don't think we need to pull it up on the screen. You should have it in the stuff that we have here. Dylan, you're okay with that? If I call the vote on that? Yes. Okay, it's in the agenda. So all in favor, please raise your hand on that one, please. It's unanimous, confirmed by the clerks. Okay, so now we get to that point where there was some other motions that were sort of tabled, but not tabled, sorry, but brought forward. So Councillor O'Rourke, you had one, and I think Councillor Downer had one. I'm pretty sure that was it. And then this comes back to the first question Councillor Alt asked, just whether or not they'd sort of be in order or not. First of all, am I right? Is it just O'Rourke and Downer that had those 2 afterwards motions that they were considering? Yes. Okay. So I really do feel, Councillor O'Rourke, that yours would be better suited for like a committee of the whole sort of conversation. We've already been told that Councillor Gibson might be bringing something forward in regards to CBAs anyways. So maybe it fits there. Maybe it fits with a budget discussion that comes next year. I'd like to kind of rule that go ahead, Councillor O'Rourke. You had your hand up.
I would just say, Mr. Mayor, that through the budget process, our DCAO of Public Services brought some of the CBAs that were above a threshold. And so my motion is just about a different accountability for any CBAs in excess of $250,000. And I just think it would help us in terms of budget deliberations, to have future budget deliberations, to just have a more robust accountability for those CBAs that are sitting at $250,000. That's why I felt that it was germane to the budget conversation.
Yeah, I think though, so I don't disagree, but I'm still going to call it out of order respectfully, just because to me it feels more like a policy discussion. What are the thresholds? What defines the word rigorous to you versus me versus what staff can or can't do? So I think I want you to know I'm on board personally of kind of the discussion on this, but I think it's best suited through a committee of the whole structure or another time. Okay.
I respect that.
Thank you. And then Councillor Downer, you had one around local boards, and to this one, I kind of feel like this one is in order a little bit, because our budgets do speak to a lot of what Councillor Downer is looking to bring forward. So because it's just communication. It's not about a policy. It's about communicating sort of a feeling from council to try to align some things as they move forward. So I think I'm gonna let this one stand and rule this to be in order because it is just communication. So Councillor Downer, let me see first of all if we can get it up on the screen and then determine whether or not there's a seconder. The staff be directed to communicate to the local boards. Again, that keyword is communicate, and shared service agencies that council expects their business planning and budget development to align with city's methodology, separating investment from maintaining current service, investment to maintain current service for a growing community, and investment for service enhancements, and that investment in maintaining current services to a growing community is aligned to their proportionate share of property tax assessment growth as a benchmark to ensuring service growth investment is not outpacing taxation revenue growth over time. And I know she did work in conjunction with staff on the wording. So if you could just pull that down for a second, I'll see first of all if there's a seconder. All right, Galler is willing to do that. Councillor Downer, you're the mover. Other than me talking about it, is there anything more you want to add?
Just briefly that, you know, this was referenced in our reports for the first time. We have the proportionate share of assessment growth sort of assigned to each one of the boards that we have. And so it's just sort of a message to have them to keep that in consideration when they're preparing their budgets so that they are in alignment. Because we often see, in this budget, that the city's portion is far less than what the portion of increases are from our boards and shared services.
Okay, thank you. And on this matter, I only saw Councillor Gibson's hand go up. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, through Mr. Mayor. I'm okay with the motion. I think it's good policy to set those benchmark expectations. I guess the question to the mover is, was there any consideration of setting the same benchmark for council?
Well, staff does that every year. That's the work that they do in the growth, but we don't ever have that same expectation. Staff have never separated this out before. They've never done the proportionate tax assessment assigned to each thing. So as a tool, we can use that as a tool now going forward. And I think actually from a city perspective, from the city staff perspective, and what we saw tonight and what we've seen every year, is that the city hall portion of the tax increases is often significantly less than what the increases that we see coming from.
I think that's a fair comment, but the city growth factor is already baked into that. What was it this year? 1.4%, right? So the growth is already embedded. It's 1.4% above the growth factor. So I don't know, just maybe something to think about. I know we've talked about it before, linking our budget increases to some indicator of growth. If we're going to talk about for the outside boards, I don't know why we don't talk about it for council too. Maybe put some limits on our ability to spend, but I'll support this. I think it's a good motion.
All right, and with that, I see nothing further. So I'll call the vote. All in favor of this one, please raise your hand for me. Okay, looks unanimous to me. Dylan, you're okay with that? Okay, thank you. That's it, everybody. Yeah, we need to go to the bylaws, everybody. I need to find that. Never seen so many pages in my life. Pardon? Yeah, I know my mic's on. It's okay. Never seen so many pages in my life. Everyone can hear that. Councillor Alt, I'm going to you for the bylaws, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor Guthrie. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Hoffland, that the bylaws be approved without reading.
Okay, thank you. I'll call the vote. Yes.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, just a small point to say as amended for those bylaws, please.
Thanks, Councillor Alt.
Much. Apologies.
Thank you.
Apologies.
No problem. Good catch. Yep. Okay, all in favor, please show your hands for the bylaws, please. Perfect. Who's going to be quick on the draw for the adjournment tonight? Councillor Alt is. I think, who's going to second? Councillor Hoffman is. All in favor, please show me your hands. It's unanimous. Thank you, everyone. It's been a long day, but I appreciate it. And hope everyone has a good rest of the night. And take care. Thank you so much.